Do you have any unfinished projects? Perhaps a project going on right now that if someone asked you when is it actually coming out, you couldn't tell them? What if we could give you back all the free time you've allocated into projects that didn't release or release those projects? Now, obviously we can't reverse time, but we can do is we can guard you from ever having unfinished projects again, including any projects that are halfway complete you'd like to finish. The techniques we're going to show you are going to be how you can carry it from where it's at across the finish line by a known deadline. Now, the catch to this is that most people are actually working on the wrong skills to fix this problem. Their assumption is that if they can write, then in order to write a longer book, they just need to write better. Or if they can program, then all they need to do to program a bigger project is to program better. But the problem isn't the writing or the programming or the drawing or the music composition or the interviews or other skill. The problem is a whole set of different skills, lateral skills that fall more under in a team project what a producer would do about scheduling and the related mindsets and challenges around how we navigate a longer-term project so the tasks and work add up over time. This is especially important if you only have a little bit of time here and there. It's not your full-time focus, but you only have an evening or two a week, a morning, half an hour here or there, time between classes or otherwise. We're going to show you techniques and strategies so you're ready. When you have a bit of time, you can use it productively from having built yourself a plan to know what to do next. And the reason I care so much about this is because part of what happens is people wind up jaded, not because of age or not because of how long they've been doing something, but from the fact that they have put in effort and time and energy, and yet it didn't go anywhere. It turned out wasted. And so suddenly they start holding back. They stop having as many ideas, stop doing stuff with their ideas because they've put in hard work and effort before, and either it fizzled out, didn't go anywhere, or it just didn't get used. And it was work wasted. And we're going to set you up instead so you can move forward with confidence and full energy, full weight behind it, knowing that it's going to release by a given date and then it's going to be behind you. Even though the end result is going to be larger projects, the gift this is really about is about focus. It's about the ability to take on a larger project by doing it as if it's a smaller project. By setting yourself up so you can only look at the current week or the current day or the current to-do list, not having to sweat the big details because you already figured out those details ahead of time. And this is under the assumption that you don't have a full-time producer, so you're not a full-time producer, that instead you're having to be your own producer. And so because of that, these are really, really simple techniques you can do really in one sitting to plan out months of work ahead of you. We're going to show you how we can do it here on a variety of different kind of projects with a set of different techniques and tools you can use for whatever kind of thing you're trying to develop. And these skills matter more than ever because there are so many big businesses that their area of expertise is selling your attention to advertisers and other people who want your eyeballs. We're going to set you up so instead of when you have a moment feeling like, well, the next natural thing to do is to scroll a feed, you're going to already know where you can spend that energy because you've built a plan, and the next easiest thing to do is going to be move that plan forward. But even though scheduling is going to be at the heart of what we're teaching in this course, we're also going to cover a variety of adjacent techniques, including how to make big decisions that involve a lot of factors and potentially multiple people's input. We're going to talk about how to take feedback and set up formalized feedback so you can improve what you're doing to better deliver the results you're going for in ways that don't necessarily involve a bunch of extra work or harder work, but can be more resourceful at how you're using your energy in the limited time that you have. And then finally, it's going to be not just about how to use those tools, but about different ways of thinking. The mindset shifts that it takes are going to be the last parts of this course dedicated to business development, to administrative thinking, to the necessary difficulties of working with messy uncertainties and times and schedules that slide and people and the realities of teams and all that kind of stuff. We're going to tackle those so you know enough that you don't have to lean on an outside producer or be at a disadvantage if you can't find one. Now, who might be teaching this? I'm Chris DeLeon, and I've been training people in this, literally hundreds of people for hundreds of projects for more than the past decade. This is something that mostly my focus is in game development, so we're going to build up to a team long-term software project that we build a video game. But along the way, these are the same techniques I've also used in solo projects, in commercial projects, for launching my podcast, for launching my YouTube videos, for launching my video courses, which have been used by hundreds of thousands of people. It's a technique that's highly universal. And whether you're solo, with a team, commercial, non-commercial, short-term, long-term, these same techniques will apply. Part of what's going to make these techniques powerful for you is how much they generalize in a way you can even use them on things you don't know how to do yet. Because we're able to build learning into the process, or exploration and decision-making into the process. So what we're giving here is not some sort of template to copy or fill out the answers for. It's going to be a process you can apply to new domains that at the time of this video creation, those domains don't even exist yet. This will still apply. But most important to me, your ability by the end of this course to pick a date and time on the calendar and say, by this date, I'm going to have learned this skill. I'm going to have released this project. I'm going to have started this new thing in my life and be set up for it in a way that you're not overwhelming yourself. You're not pushing yourself, pressuring yourself. You're spreading it out. You're pacing it. You're able to go about it in a way that you're now in control. You're now in the driver's seat and able to make decisions. You don't have to worry about, will I be able to do it? You're able to think about, what do I want to do? And so as part of this setup for the course, I want you to think about, what is the skill you want to learn, the project you want to do, the thing you want to release by a particular date. Think about that project, think about the date, and then throughout this course, you're going to learn a variety of techniques to set you up so by the end of it, you'll be ready to build that plan. But before we dig into the scheduling elements, first at a high level, just to think about what a producer is doing, let's first talk about some of these props in my background. Now, one of the things that can make producer ideas challenging is they can be a little bit abstract if we're not careful. So we're going to base a lot of what we're covering in concrete, practical, hands-on techniques, but also I find props are a great way to ground some of our concepts as well. And so the things in the background here, reminders, some high-level things we're going to see threaded throughout this course back in little ways to kind of, again, keep us situated. So first off, the arcade cabinet is a reminder to keep it fun, right? And this is something where if we're not careful, producer stuff, business development things that can get a little adminish. It can feel a little bit spreadsheety, and we're going to use spreadsheets for sure, but it's a choice to keep it fun, to keep it light, and it's not just something to make the work less miserable. It genuinely will come across better to your teammates. It'll help you maintain your morale if you keep a level of enthusiasm about it and choose to have fun with it. Next thing we're going to see here is a Power Glove, a classic Nintendo controller that famously, not a great controller, but very memorable. And this is something too where between each one of the projects that we do, we don't want to let it become ever routine or too much of a slog or too much paint by the numbers. Each time we're leading projects, we're looking for opportunities for how can we make this special to stand out in our portfolios, to stand out in our experiences on the development side and our experiences from the creativity side. It's, again, a choice we can make, and we'll see how that fits into our planning. So, again, it's not just some sort of rigid calculations. It's really thinking about what are the missing elements? How do we find those? How do we perhaps seek feedback to inform those parts of our processes? Next up, we have this Terminator skull from a pinball machine. I used to do a lot of pinball maintenance in my grad school days, and the Terminator course famously, persistently, tirelessly chases you down. He's coming for you and he's never going to divert. And this is one of those things where as the producer, you've got to be one on your team, or if you're solo, then when you're in your producer hat, keeping an eye on the time. The time is finite. We only have so much of it. And here's something where you might even think, okay, well, what if I'm doing this as a freeware hobby, just practicing, just learning something? Well, I don't really have a burn rate. I'm not running out of funding. I'm not making my investors unhappy. You still have finite burn rate. But what's limited is your attention, it's your enthusiasm. If you don't get that plane off the runway before you run out of it, the project fizzles out. And so we're always going to keep in mind of how much time do we have left? How much time do we say this project was worth to us? Was it worth a 3-month thing, a 6-month thing, a 2-year thing? By what date did I say it was going to come out? And we got to keep an eye on how much time do we have left and what is that time going to impact? Next one behind me is one of my textbooks that I wrote. Hands-on Intro to Game Programming. It's the basis of my video courses used by hundreds of thousands of people, but it's a book about the fundamentals of doing game programming by making some classic games. And it's one of those things where even if you're a producer, even if you're mainly interfacing to others who are doing the actual work of producing sound effects or writing code perhaps, or writing pages, making interviews, whatever the thing is you might be helping produce, it's valuable to ground yourself in at least the fundamentals and basics of what are the skills of the people that you are, in some sense, managing. Even if you're not formally their manager, it'll help you be taken seriously if you can speak their language. If you're coordinating artists and you've done some art, if you're coordinating musicians and you've tried making some music. Now, obviously, any one of these skills are things people can spend their entire career, their entire lifespan of work focusing on getting deeper and deeper in. And I'm not saying you have to be great at it. I'm not saying you have to be as good at them at it. What I am saying is it'll help them take you seriously, and more importantly, it'll help you have a better eye out for their needs and issues. So, as say a larger team might get, one of the things that starts to happen is people who are deeply specialized, I don't want to say quite take for granted what other people do, but it can be a big black box to them where they don't really have a sense for what's going on this whole other side of the floor. And it's a case where if you have done even some basics of modeling, of texturing, of programming, of whatever other things on your team are happening, you've got a better lens for, actually, hold on, I think there's some devil in the details. This might be more complicated than we're making it out to be. I'm going to go check with those team members, and let's actually have them inform this process. You know, it might seem just the same to us, option A or option B. Maybe it makes a difference over there. I can picture some reasons why, again, there might be some devil in the details. Let's go double check with them. And now onto our other side. First thing I've got in here is a classic edition of the book Walden by Henry David Thoreau. And of course, famously, the person went off into the woods, mostly living alone. He visited the town or had some friends, but mostly living alone to think, to clear his mind, to get his thoughts collected. And this is something where part of what you have to do as a producer is make sure you're setting aside time, defending time in your schedule, not just for meetings, not just for working with others, not just for giving presentations or any of that kind of stuff, but really to organize yourself, to get your thoughts together, to think clearly. to get away from the hecticness. Part of what you are doing in even a solo project when you're wearing the producer hat is separating yourself from this current bug you're frustrated on, this current page you're trying to write, this thing that right now you're obsessing over. You need the distance from that to have the higher level perspective of what's going on. And of course, this Walden book came back and wrote a book about it. He wasn't truly a hermit. He didn't go off in the woods and die. He took his thoughts and brought them back to everybody else and clearly communicated those. And again, it's one of these things. It's not like you're necessarily coming in with a vision saying, here's how we're going to do it, but it is to say, I've spotted some opportunities. I've spotted some risks. I've spotted some people that if we get them right in the room together, it can create new benefits for our entire team. That's going to come from giving yourself that space and protecting that space as a part of the work. It's not just something you do when you're turned on in front of a crowd of people. It's not just something you do looking at the spreadsheet. It's something you need to give yourself some time and perhaps distance from the day-to-day, from the minimal stuff that's going on, just to keep things moving, to figure out, are we moving in the right direction? Are we actually making progress in the way we think we are? That's why I got Walden back here. Now, my YouTube award, proud to say, got over 100,000 subscribers, or I think 10 million views by this point. But it's a reminder that when we're doing these things, the specialists often aren't thinking about visibility. They often aren't worrying about how are people going to find our thing. They're taking for granted it's either going to happen or someone else is looking out for it. Now, as the producer, I'm not saying you necessarily are inheriting a whole bunch of marketing tasks necessarily. I am saying that whether or not they're getting done might be more on your shoulders than somebody else. One of the threads we're going to see throughout is that often, if it's not something a specialist is paying attention to, it's probably going to come back to you as the producer to make sure that it's getting done. Whether that's taxes, whether that's marketing, whatever it is. And visibility is an important one. Because if you wait, it's going to be too late. If you wait until the project is done, if you wait until the project's ready to ship and it's released and finished, it's probably going to be dead in the water. No one's anticipating it. No one's looking forward to it. No one thought it was coming. There's a reason why Hollywood and all these other industries that are in the field of getting $1 bazillion in sales spend years of ramp-up time about what's coming around the corner. Now, there's anxiety people have around trying to put visibility on something that's not ready to show yet. They're worried about what if it doesn't come to fruition. That's part of why the techniques we're going to cover in this course are going to show you how to make sure you're going to hit your deadline. They're going to make you make sure you can follow through in your project. So you have the confidence that you can promise, I'm doing this and it's going to be out by holiday of this year. And you can stick to that plan. We're going to show you how to do it. Next we have a book here is a Bagatelle board. It's an old pinball back from when they used to, literally why they called it pinball, right? Because it has pins on the table. You know what? Let's take a moment to play it. Balls are down here. Got a little thing I can slide here to keep the score. And the trick is if you give it too much, ooh, nailed the 40. If you give it too much force, I'm going to overshoot everything. Too little is going to drop down. Ah! I was hoping I'd make this look easy, but I'm not. Woo! It never meant to be easy, though. Nailing it twice in a row. That should be worth something. But the reason why I have that there is because it's one of these things that it's a 100-year-old table, and the principles of it are still sound. The things we're going to look at throughout this course are really practices and fundamentals that have been applicable for decades and will be applicable for decades to go. It's not some special piece of software. We're going to use Trello for a lot of this. This isn't some sort of Trello trick. The same thing can work on any other kind of Kanban supported technology. The same thing has always worked on a whiteboard with index cards and magnets or corkboard with pins. You can use these techniques. They're much more analog and old-fashioned than it looks. To not get fixated on if this single platform changes from underneath me, oh, then what? Because what you're going to learn is a technique and a process and a practice you can take and apply to any set of tools. And we're going to see throughout a variety of techniques we can use where, yeah, sure, we're going to do it in Google Sheets, or it might as well be Excel. It might as well be any kind of thing where we can take a grade and do some numbers, because it's the thought process first and foremost, and that is timeless. It's not something that's going to change. Every given week, there's going to be some sort of ad flying in front of your face for use this new fancy software service, use this new app. That's not what's really doing the work. It's the process we're applying, within which we just need some tools that let us put down some ideas and rearrange them. And then it's the techniques we bring to that's going to make a difference. Now, speaking of tools in Trello, I do want to show real quick, at least a high level, the main kind of tools we're going to look at. So this next section, we're going to try to keep it short, but I want to show you some of the main stuff we're going to focus on and a couple of the options or alternatives that are out there. I'm going to be using Trello.com, Trello.com, but that is just one of many different options out there. So if you already use Notion boards actually support the same kind of thing. You're just looking for we have a board view, and you can then drag cards between columns. You can rearrange columns. We're going to show you practices that use these. Now, the same technique here. Workflow is kind of a newer one, WORKFLOWY. I really like it. It's collapsing outlines. So you can group and rearrange elements and hide and conceal details. Anyway, it's got the option on the more recent versions of the updates. You can change the options to show a chunk as a board rather than as bullets. And so again, once you have it set up, then you can drag these dots to move a card between pieces. We can rearrange columns, and that's the kind of functionality we're looking for in what we're setting up here. Evernote, which I know is a popular platform for people to use to keep track of their notes and scraps and thoughts and plans, it doesn't natively support this, but there's this other thing called the Kanban note. You'll see is identical to the stuff we're going to be looking at, that kind of structure. Now, the reason why it's called Kanban note is that this pattern in general, the tool we're using is things that are meant for Kanban. We're not really doing Kanban with it. There's a normal practice that has kind of to do, doing, done, or kind of swim lanes like that. And it's going to be used in a similar fashion so we can use the same system. But honestly, what we're doing here could work if you had a whiteboard that was magnetic and some index cards. If you had a corkboard with some pins, these are exactly the same processes you could do that way. We're just using the fact that it's a kind of a handy system. We have a mobile app. We can update our notes in. We can collaborate remotely with people. So that's kind of nice. But really, it's just a way to shuffle cards around in columns. But we're going to use it in a totally different way than Kanban. It's part of why I offer these alternatives is I don't know if Trello's going to change their plan, but right now you can get like 10 boards per workspace, totally free. The same general practice can be done in any of these other Kanban board looking sites. So we're going to create a new board, but let's start up to the next video to really dig in on how we're building that board out. Our later examples are going to build up to team projects that take multiple months. We're going to tackle things you've never done before, starting a YouTube channel, starting a podcast, doing some pretty big things. But I want to start with something pretty foundational and fundamental that I'm certain you've done before. We're going to look at how to read a book. Now, again, I know you've read a book, and you might even think this is overkill, but this has helped me out a lot, right? So many years ago, I was going through a PhD program before I decided to teach independently. I had a lot of readings assigned every single week to have to discuss. This is how I got through it. When I was making a game based on Walden many years ago, I needed to read all of Walden. This is how I got through it. Now, again, there might be a case where like you love reading, you don't have a problem reading, but there's probably some book you've picked up because you meant to have read it, or perhaps not even a book, right? Maybe there's a video course you bought because you knew that on the other side of watching those videos, of following along the activities, was a better life for you. If you could just get yourself through it. But then, for weird little reasons, right, it's just not happening. I carried this book around. This was the book I needed to read next. I could tell. Winning the Right Game by Ron Adner. I thought it was a handy book. I had been carrying it around, stuck on page 33. Now, what sort of mental hang-up was there that I was worried it was going to change my strategy, change my approach? Something about it, right? It wasn't the reading level. It was just I wasn't reading it. I wanted to get through it. So what I did was I built a simple plan to finish reading it in a week. And again, the same exact technique will apply for you've got a video course you've been sitting halfway through, right? You've got something else. Or heck, you've maybe just got a whole stack of things to do, right? I've done this when I've needed to edit my podcast videos, when I did it when I needed to edit my books, my audio courses, and so on, was recognizing, okay, there's so many hours or so many minutes to go through of editing. We're just going to divide it out. It's going to be simple, but it's going to help introduce us to the fundamentals of the same techniques where they're going to carry up a level to take on things we've never done before. Like I say, starting a podcast, starting a YouTube video, starting a big team project for a game. Even if you never do those specific things, it's going to be our way to kind of cover those techniques in a grounded way to keep it realistic. So let's start off by creating a new board. Here I'm logged into Trello. I'm going to create a first board. Read that book, finally. I'm going to default here to a flat blue color. And again, I'm just on the free plan of Trello, which is really all you need for this. Now, I will say, even though we got a flat blue color background, I like to set the background. For me, it helps keep me situated. So I defaulted to blue because I wanted to pick one consciously. And without a paid plan, you can upload a custom photo, but we can pick one. And so, okay, what is this? This is a book I want to read because it's got some business benefit to me. I wasn't having a fun time. It wasn't of interest to just kind of explore the fiction or fantasy. But so I'd pick an image that to me kind of speaks, I don't know, the energy level, the tone. I like this sort of element here, this calm of the coffee. Ooh, MailChimp. Never mind, I don't love MailChimp. Had some bad MailChimp experiences. Let's just find kind of a nice background here. Ooh, some people high-fiving. Love to see it. Yeah, there we go. High-fiving people. Great. So we're going to create a list here of some things that we're trying to do, and we're going to make it really, again, the most basic imaginable. We're first just going to delineate these days ahead of us. So today happens to be a Wednesday that I'm starting this plan. And I'm going to say for or by or due Wednesday. And as we're going to see, this is going to get more important. We have a bigger, longer schedule about a weekly check-in or a monthly check-in or quarterly or whatever we want the time interval to be. But this makes clear this isn't the day that these things start. This is the day we're trying to have those things done by the end of. So I'm going to say, in this case, let's go with due. Due Wednesday, due Thursday, due Friday, due Saturday, and going for a week, so we're going to take all the way around. Due Monday, Saturday, due. Hey, you know what? Let's actually specifically make a point. We're going to skip Sunday. We're going to put it in the calendar anyway to help us show that we're skipping it. Due Monday, due Tuesday, due Wednesday again. We'll have it wrap around. So we have 7 full days here. And even the periods that we don't mean to do something, we're putting in there to help delineate the time and be clear about this time is accounted for. So this is going to be family and break day from reading. And it's not that it's painful. The holidays, we're going to spread it out because what would happen, right, when I would open this book up, I was on page 33, needed to get paid 197. I would open it up and just kind of chip away a little bit, just a fraction of a page, and then get kind of distracted and do something else. We're going to set it into a pace so each day the amount's really manageable. So this is simple math. We can use a calculator. I'm going to type into Google. I want to get to page 197. I'm on page 33. I want to split it up over 7 days. So 23, 24 pages a day. So for each one of these, I'm going to say, reach page 57, right? That's 33 plus 24. Then reach page 81, reach page 105. And of course, you could do this multiplication however you want to do it. Reach page 129. And what I want to point out here too is that I'm putting these actual, we made a point to skip that one. Reach page 153. Reach page 171 or 177. And then we're going to end on 197, which is, of course, not a full interval because we kind of had a rounding error in there. I just want to show, by the way, I'm scrolling left and right by using the mouse wheel and the shift key. That's going to save you because especially if you start building longer schedules, you're going to have a lot of columns. It's handy to be able to do that. But I want to point out here, when I put these page counts on the day, I'm not just saying another 20. I'm being clear about what is the goal on that date. And the reason this is important is because it's going to avoid us slipping off track. It avoids us wondering how much we're falling behind. If we actually get in 10 or 15 pages here or there, we can actually look at it. The other thing about this is you might see this and say, okay, well, this is going to be more of a pain to update. For what if I fall a little off track? Got to go in and change some numbers around and move cards around. That's kind of the point. We actually want to make it a little bit inconvenient to slip, right? If we didn't have a plan at all, which is where I was when I wasn't making progress on it, then it's so much easier to just kind of let the time pass us by. And that's where our Terminator skull comes in. The producer lens is that we're paying attention to time. We're not going to let it sneak past. We're making it concrete. We're not letting it be abstract. We're grounding it. If I look at this and it's Saturday, I can't deny to myself how much time has passed. So my goal here being to read to page 57. Maybe I even overshoot it a little bit. But when Wednesday is done and behind me, I will archive that entire column. It goes away. We're burning the bridge behind us. And again, I know this is super simple and seems like overkill for reading a book or getting through a course, but it's helpful. It's helped me kind of dig my way out of when I've just got a whole lot to do and I need to stay on track. It's made these things more manageable. And again, more importantly, a week later, I'm done with it. But with the same technique we're going to burn our way because the past is no longer there. There's no longer a time, right? When it comes down to Friday, okay, I'm caught up a little bit. Archive the day behind me. It lets us keep up with what is present in the time remaining. Doesn't matter how much time has passed. It really doesn't. Some people want to have a whole bunch of empty columns, or they want to think in terms of, am I 30% of the process? It's irrelevant. What's relevant is where am I at now, and where am I trying to get by when? The other thing we're going to see as we have these little plans coming together is that we only want to focus on the near term. The whole reason why we build out the plan and do the math or do the division is so that we don't have to think about this stuff, so we don't feel overwhelmed, so we don't look at the book and think, oh man, I still got another 150 pages to go or whatever, and again, some parts is kind of dry, and some are business cases, and it's interesting, but also there's other stuff I'd rather do. It makes it manageable. It's pacing it. So much what we do when we start taking this up a level from just reading a book in a week to launching a podcast, launching a YouTube, building a whole video game with the team. It's something where if we try to take it all in at once, it's too much. It's overwhelming. And the whole idea of these schedules, right, is to not overwhelm us by letting us look at just the next step that we've figured out in advance, that if we just take a simple, another 23 pages, 24 pages here and there, one day at a time, we're going to keep on pace. And it lets me know when I've read enough for the day to clear the task and archive the column. Now, a couple of notes here. Some people, they like to have a done column. And so in that case, of course, instead of archiving the whole list, we'd drag it into the done, and then we'd still burn that day as it goes behind us. In this case, it's simple enough for this plan, right? I mean, you don't even really need a whole schedule for this. We're just kind of showing the breakdown. You can do this as a checklist. You could do this on a piece of paper or a whiteboard. It's the thought process, the dividing it out over time, spreading it out, and then just keeping up with how much time is left. Okay, we've got 4 days left. It's Sunday. We're not thinking about the time behind us. And again, Sunday here, notice, even though it was in the plan, we made conscious we're not supposed to try to read that day. This is a part of the planning too. This is something where if it's time of year where you've got holidays, you've got family travel, you've got birthday coming up, maybe a major final going on in college, something going on where, you know what, during that time, you can't focus on this stuff. You've got to have your full energy committed to something else. Build it directly into your plan. And what's important about this is that it means that you can schedule things like longer term plans without nothing but uninterrupted time. Increasingly, what you come to realize, right, is if you need a huge block of uninterrupted time, things are just never going to happen because there's always something else going on in the calendar, in your life. And so our fix for that is to account for it in the plans and say, no, this week is committed to that. And then, again, looking only at the present tense, only looking at the narrow, put on those blinders, look straight at just the next step. All I'm focusing on is that today is not the day to think about that book at all. Won't even pick it up. Got back to Monday, picking up where I left off. I can see where I'm at. And if I need to make those numbers, okay, maybe at this point I'm either behind or ahead. I can still adjust these numbers. This is part of why, even though we don't necessarily need a high-tech solution or a certain app, it is nice to have something that's easily updated. Something an advantage to using software to do this rather than writing on a paper with a pen is that often our plans are going to be kind of soft. They're going to evolve a bit as we go. We're going to see that more in the more advanced examples we're doing, but it's something where each section of it, if we need to make changes, we can, and to not feel bad about that, to fully expect that we might have overplanned or been ambitious in our initial scoping and pace. That's normal. That's how most things come together, is by course correcting from those slightly wrong assumptions. Now, another version of this you might see is that, okay, let's see again, we were falling behind, right? We just weren't getting 24 pages done a day. Now, a few different ways to look at that strategy. So think about it. Either we can change our release goal and say, release here in the case of as if we were finishing a product. We can change when we're going to have the book being done, read by giving ourselves some extra time. Or we can weigh that trade-off and say, or here's the thing, right? Maybe the case is I'm reading a book for school to discuss in a group or something. Well, I can't really move that deadline. Instead, what I'm going to do is compress the fidelity at which I'm doing this to be able to still hit that goal. And so here's where this is, again, a common part of I have several books I was supposed to read per week on top of other coursework and projects and teaching obligations or whatever in university. This day, I told myself I would be responsible for learning what I could from those 23 pages. And I say learning what I could because I didn't, let's be clear, necessarily read each word in order perfectly. Occasionally what I would do is kind of start at the end, look in the middle, look at the first part, skim the paragraphs, try to figure out what are the themes, what are the points, are there some contradictions, is there something in this point I can speak to, and it can feel glossing over, and again, it's not quite as ideal as maybe if you can get every single word in, but here's the other thing, every single word in perfect detail, you don't retain 100% of it anyway, right? It's not how brains work. So as long as you're still able to get something out of it, there's still an advantage here to the fact that we are spreading out. On one day, I'm going to get what I can from this chunk. The next day, what I can from that chunk. The next day, what I can from that chunk. And this is actually going to be better for your attention than if you sat down in one evening and just read it start to finish. There's this interesting memory effect of we tend to recall best the things at the start and end of a session, of a sitting. And so by spreading out how many start and ends you have, by giving yourself time between each day to think back on it, to let it bake in the back burner a little bit, it might actually be better. But the same thing is going to be true for a lot of our projects, where by pacing it out over time with a little bit, half an hour here, an evening here and there, it's going to help it situate in our thoughts where we have more chance to second guess it with some distance, or maybe see some outside inspiration that clicks in from a book we're reading, a show we're watching, something else we're doing, a conversation we have with somebody, to realize that there's not too late now to incorporate that back into our plans when we pick up the next piece the next time we have a chance to sit down with it. That comes from pacing ourselves, though, not from letting it build up on us and slam us at the end. So again, sometimes you can change, you can adjust the deadline, but more often than not, what we're really going to try to do is compress the fidelity. And again, this I know can seem so simple for the case of just reading a book. We're going to see the exact same thing in these more advanced cases, though. But the advantage of having these dates with the specific page counts is, again, maybe we actually fell behind a little bit, so we now have more pages to catch up on. The very fact that we can kind of compress where we're making those trade-offs into a smaller span of the book, or our editing, or whatever the kind of work that we're trying to spread out and pace. Maybe it's because we need to author 300 item descriptions for a game. I don't know. It's something where we have a whole bunch to do over time. we can spread out and paste those trade-offs and compromises so we don't just wind up entirely missing the last section or not giving due attention to other parts in proportion. It lets us be deliberate about where our limited, finite energy, time, and attention can go and making the best of that. Now, another version of this that you can also use as a technique that we're going to see again, especially in those bigger, more advanced examples, is so we had that Sunday in here, right? Which, by the way, in Trello, I can double-click under a column to insert and put one back here for due Sunday to inject a new column. And I'll say, not a reading day. So one of the things you can also build into your schedules is, let's say that's not what's in the plan. Maybe this could be a catch-up day. You can build wiggle room in. And this is one of the things, if you don't do it intentionally, it might happen accidentally anyway. But it's good, especially if you have a much longer span. I mean, this was 1 week. This is a book. What's the big deal? If we have something that's spreading out for months, there's a lot of other uncertainties in outside life about what's going to happen, what's going to come up, what's going to derail us from being on the pace we meant to be on. And it'd be good to build in some catch-up periods in there. I think of this thing, growing up, we'd be browsing houses between places we lived. And my mom would like to point out that there were houses with stairs that went straight down. And if you fell all the way down. There were stairs that would bend 90 degrees every now and then. Those are nice because if you fell, you're only falling a fraction of all the way. Same kind of be in these schedules. You can build in those points. So if you start to slide and drag some things forward or fall behind, you can have built-in catch-up periods so it doesn't just keep on snow plowing and accumulating without any end to that buildup. That's a choice we make when we're building our schedules. Again, we're going to see it even more dramatized on these bigger projects, but it's so much easier to see in this microcosm, the simple example of reading a book with it. And the last 2 points I want to make about this, the first one being that notice how I started on page 33, right? We didn't start this project by building a plan. We tried to do it without it. We figured out we weren't getting anywhere. We then built some rails and we moved it over onto those rails. This is exactly how and why you're going to be able to take projects that had just never left the runway. You had started, maybe you prototyped it, you did it in a software jam of some kind. It just didn't get where you wanted to go. You don't have to start over. It's not too late. The fact you didn't have a plan when you started it, you can take it from where it's at. And from that point, plan. Notice again, I started from page 33 and carried it forward from there. You can look at your project. Where is it at now? Where do I want to get it to? It's not too late to build a plan after the thing has already started. And then the second thing I want to end on here is that ideally, out of the different tools available to us, where possible, I really want to not move that deadline. Having a deadline is so important, and it can seem silly on, again, a 1 week reading, but the thing of it is, if you can't plan with 7 days, how do you expect to plan with 7 months? It is a problem at every scale. Companies that have $500 million, wish they had $700 million. Companies that have 5 years, wish they had 7 years. Every single scale. You either figure out to learn how to do what you can with the resources and time you got, or you don't. And the exact same problems and mentalities that will cause an overrun in finishing this book within a week only get magnified and boosted to all different scales on a project that takes months. So part of what I try to do with these sort of things is to really take it as an opportunity to practice nailing my target, to slow down as I'm approaching. An example I think about for this is that if you send a spaceship from Earth to Mars, it's got to spend half that time speeding up towards Mars and half the time slowing down. If it doesn't, it's going to slam into the planet too hard. And so the exact same approach here happens of, as we're nearing the end, we want to make sure we're going to come down to a steady landing, nail that release. And again, this is the easiest way to practice it on a short term with a small thing that you've done before. It's only get more and more complicated from here as we move into bigger projects that we've maybe never done before or involve a lot of learning as we go. Speaking of which, let's get out of the kiddie pool here on using it to plan to read a book, and we're going to use it for how to launch a YouTube channel as just an example of a bigger project that we probably anticipate is going to have some uncertainty outside of us, involving communications with others about things we haven't yet learned how to do, and we're going to build that right into our schedule. So bear with me for this next section here. We're going to cover again how to launch a YouTube channel. In this next section, we're going to build the basics of launching a YouTube channel. And obviously, even if you don't necessarily care to start a YouTube channel, it's just our way to cover a different way of using scheduling at a next level up as we work our way towards bigger, longer term team projects. So first, I'm going to go back to the main section of Trello. From there, we're going to create a new board. I'm going to call this new YouTube channel, which you can always rename later. I'm going to start with a default background, create it in my workspace, and it gives us some default columns this time. We're going to knock those out. We don't want those. We're not actually using their traditional process. We might keep a done column. Let's set the background to something meaningful. So what's our channel going to be about? Now, in the next example, we're going to keep on adding sophistication. For the podcast, we're going to focus on a way to break down different factors and different possibilities to make a rational, grounded decision in why we do one option instead of another. But for this one, we're just going to keep it simple and light so we can focus instead on the scheduling side of it. Let's say I want to make a channel that's educational about productivity, like my self-command or self-doubt audiobooks that are included at the end of this video course. Let's see, productivity. What's a good photo here to kind of keep me in the right mind space for that? I don't know, let's just try searching, productive. Let's see what we see. Get some sort of, yeah, you got this. It's got a certain charm to it. Some of these are kind of a little more hectic than others. I like that energy. And again, it's just a way, when I started having multiple Trello boards, it's a way to kind of get myself in a different room space mentally of, I'm now in one mode as opposed to another, and I often have a number of projects potentially operating in parallel. So we've got a done column, but nothing else here yet. And the first thing we're actually doing is going to make an unsorted column. This is something we didn't need to do for the book because, well, it's pretty obvious what we're going to do. We're going to read that book. Unsorted is we're just going to brainstorm what are things we might need to do at some point, but in no particular order, so we can then spread those out over the calendar. So starting a YouTube channel, right off the top of my head, I know I'm going to need to make thumbnails, thumbnail image, well, let's say template, right? Because we're going to have probably a main style we're going to keep replicating. I need to decide which kind of thumbnail image I prefer. And notice, right, one of the cool things about the fact we're going to start doing this for something we've never done before is that we're going to build in learning and decisions so that we can start to plan a thing we don't know anything about. All right, we're not assuming we're experts in this. We're going to build in how we learn about that. So what's that going to be? We're going to, let's see, find materials to watch about how to make good YouTube thumbnails. We're going to watch, add another card, watch the materials found about how to make good YouTube thumbnails. Learning and decisions take time. And this is one of the things we need as a producer is to have a lens on the fact that we're not just able to focus on doing the work. We have to build in time and space to allow ourselves to learn the things. And this, again, is where we might be able to break down to if there's a big old video course and you want to crank through it, well, we might use that same technique we just covered for how to get through a book on a steady pace to figure out how many of these video sections do I need to go through a night or a week to have this done to stay on track by a certain time. Now, another form of the work we're going to do is competitive analysis. And that means we're going to find related channels to our topic, right? Productivity. And let's see, watch 2 to 3 videos from each of the competing channels. And actually, let's make this more concrete, right? Not just related. Let's say we find 5. And this is just a way to kind of get a lay of the land, to get a sense of the landscape. Sometimes people have this wrong idea of creativity that if I look at somebody else's stuff, I'm going to copy what they're doing. And really the opposite is often what's going on. If you're unaware what else the people are doing, you're going to just replicate them because often they just kind of stumbled also into doing what came naturally. This makes you aware that you exist in a context. And certainly, even if you're hiding from it, who you're trying to reach, they're probably aware of these sources too. So this is a standard practice. It's part of how we can inform what we're doing. We're going to go find other things in this topic and see, does this speak to, are there certain elements or angles or pieces of that that really seem to be working well we can build on so we can learn from some of their mistakes and some of their successes? And otherwise, are there ways we can intermix or add some of our own things of where we hear a chance to critique of, I think their angle on this is very different than the angle I bring to it. And this is part of the beauty of online materials. It's what Udemy used to call kind of the mattress store effect. There's a lot of different kind of mattress stores, maybe across the street from each other in any given city, but one's a little more high pressure sales, one's a little more low energy, one's a little more kind of let you shop at your own leisure. And what you wind up happening is just by having different angles and approaches to it, collectively, all of you have a better place where somebody can find an exact match for what they're looking for. And you're going to do your own thing, but it's going to start by doing a little bit of competitive analysis to figure out, what kind of context are you in here? Now, maybe if you're like me and like most people I work with, you're not kind of a natural public speaker. You never really loved to give talks and presentations. Well, we can work on that skill too. So we're going to say practice public speaking. Let's say practice speaking on video. It's a little bit similar, a little bit different. And here we're going to use a checklist to break that down into steps. And I'm going to show you here this really basic technique. It's a nice, practical, grounded way I've used to prepare a lot of talks I've given at conferences and other things. Again, it didn't come naturally to me. I found if I sat down and just looked at an outline, I would be stuck. This is not how I wanted to think about it, right? So first of all, speak improv style about the topic on camera 3 to 4 times and throw those away. This is literally just getting it out of your system. It's just kind of seeing what comes out of you. And by doing it in front of the camera, it kind of keeps us on track so we don't hesitate, we don't pause as badly. Then, record yourself 1 to 2 times, giving that improv talk. And by now it's probably had some iteration. If you're finding there's certain things you kind of tried to follow and it went down a dead end and you don't want to use that one again, certain patterns are arising where each time you just talk about it, you find each time you're kind of honing in on there's a point you want to make. And the reason why you're recording that is to do one of two things with it. You can then reverse engineer that into either edit it, if you're fluent and comfortable in video editing, chop it up, and it's going to be abrupt. It's not going to be great, but you can figure out what order do I wish I said these things in. Does this part make more sense before that one? Or simpler than that is if you're fluid in working in outlines, take your video you produced, edit it back into outline form. So at this point, we're going to either rearrange the video parts or turn it into an outline to then reorder. And then, so now we have an outline or an order we wish we did it in. We're now going to reshoot the video 2 to 3 times as practice takes or as different takes on it. And then from that, we can either pick our favorite or edit together different takes. And all of this process amounts to, if you went in there with no particular plan, outline, script, weren't quite sure how to approach it, what you'll tend to find is just like you can have a conversation with somebody about kind of anything, there's things in your brain you're going to get out of you just by using this simple process to do it. But we're going to practice this process even separate from using it for a real video, because one of the things I think people sometimes miss too is that there's a rehearsal element to this. That's a real part of what actors do. It's a real part that happens on stage or happens for commercials, for goodness sake. Rehearsal is valid. So we're going to build that into our process. Now, what are some of the things we're going to need to do to have a YouTube channel? We're going to need to find some video editing software, right? Find video recording software that may or not be the same as video editing software. I happen to use ScreenFlow on Mac. That's been a good fit for me. So DaVinci Resolve is a good option there, but it's going to involve making a decision. And so that might actually be a case where one of the things we do from the producer lens is that we don't just assume that the first thing we do is right. We don't just assume that there is a best answer we can tell from the outside. A lot of it's trying on the shoe to fit. And again, it's building processes to say that this takes time to make an informed choice forward. I mean, picture if you wanted a merch supplier and you wanted to be able to sell hats and mugs and sweaters and stuff. Well, there's a lot of different options out there for that. Which one's the right one? The best way to do this, right, is to try 2 or 3, 4, maybe different vendors. Either get quotes or try ordering a product from them to assess, is the quality okay? Would the process go as expected? Did payment come through on a reasonable time frame? Were there complications or issues? And that's immediately going to help you surface, are they all equally good? Am I equally fine with them? Is one of these definitely a loser in it? And just how do the numbers compare over their fees and so on? Same idea here, right? We can, instead of just saying we're going to pick one, we're going to say try 2 different software options for both recording and editing. And it might feel like it's taking more time up front to go through 2 different pipelines, where you want to try Premiere, where you want to try iMovie, whatever it is you want to try using just to test it out. But think about the multiplier on this, right? If you're doing a YouTube channel, you're going to be cranking out videos consistently, perhaps at least once a week, maybe once every few weeks, maybe as often as daily or multiple times a day, but it's going to be magnified. And so this is a smart use of energy up front to be having tried on a couple shoes to figure out, well, this is really the one that better fits how my brain works. And that is another reason why we need to do this testing. The answer that's right for somebody else, the answer that's right for me, may not be the right answer for you. We have to build that into our process. And again, acknowledging that it's going to take time, we're going to put in our unsorted column before we start spreading this out into our schedule. Now, speaking of which, let's also try recording in 2 to 3 different environments / backgrounds. I mean, obviously, I've got a whole constructed setup here for sound dampening and framing and other stuff, but if you're new to this stuff, you're probably going to have a situation where different rooms of your house have different lighting, have different amount of echo, and so you want to try out a little bit, figure out what's the angle that feels most natural, the most pleasant, doesn't have you a silhouette with a window behind you. Trial and error is the best way to answer that. When you don't have training in this stuff, you're not necessarily studied in composition or something else, and not from a TV crew, well, the simplest thing you do, right, is try a few, and just look at them with your own eyeballs and say, well, between these, this one looked the best. Between these, this one sounded the best. Or you could even run it by some friends. But it's going to involve, again, trying on a few, knowing up front we're investing a little bit of extra energy and effort in doing it in a way that we're going to be getting better results from it. So we don't just perpetuate for however many videos before we realize that was not my best setup. I should have been downstairs. I should have been across the hall. I should have closed the door to reduce the echo or something. We're going to try it out on a couple different setups to be able to choose the best one. Now, including, of course, to record, we didn't even acknowledge this here, right? We need to probably find a decent mic and find a decent camera. You might be okay with the ones you already have on your device, but it is a thing where even a slight upgrade, even the one that didn't just ship inside of the laptop or something that's not just the one built into a device, might vibrate less, might sound a little better. It was a number of iterations and years before I upgraded to the mic that I'm currently on, the camera that I'm currently using. But again, even a small expense in the scope of things, think about it this way, right? Let's say you see so I think I used to use a Samsung Q2U, which I will say, again, a pretty decent mic. Probably about, I don't know, $60, $70. If I use that even for 6 videos or 7 videos, it's like $10 a video. And suddenly, per video, it's not so bad. And when I used it for dozens of videos, the price is still very good. And again, part of what enabled me eventually to upgrade to a microphone that's more professional grade was realizing, okay, well, now I've really got momentum. I'm showing myself I'm really doing this stuff. I'm producing content. It's worth investing in a way the amount of use I get out of it is still, per video, pretty modest. So you don't necessarily start at those high price points, but you can get a big quality increase and a pretty modest increase in cost. And so if you grab, for example, a Logitech C920 or something like that, it's a separate camera you can then better mount and position on a tripod and have better control of your angle. And it's just going to probably work out better. But these are things you probably want to think about before you commit to video content, because you can't go back after the fact and fix those kind of things. So might be a small to modest cost, but it's another thing to investigate. And the whole idea, right, where we're putting these things down is going to put them into the schedule to say, by a certain date, I just need to have a choice. And it may not be the perfect, the ultimate, or the final choice forever, but we need to, at some point and in some order, decide these things in order to have a YouTube channel. Speaking of which, so let's find a video with tips on how to get the best use out of the software we're using. Right, watch the video we found about how to use the software. And again, I want to distinguish finding the video to watch, watching the video, using what you learned from the video. Those are 3 separate things that happen at different times in a certain order. Part of why we do this is to think about these things in advance, to lay them out in a way we can then just focus one step at a time, knowing that those dots are going to connect. We know we're going to have to write some video descriptions, write descriptions for videos. We know we're going to have to, even some sort of template or something. We could go into all kinds of side stuff, a URL or some other kind of promotion. We don't necessarily do that. But, let's also look for 3 to 8 potential collabs to invite and make a video with. Reach out to those 3 to 8 potential collabs. Write the email message you'll use to contact those collabs. And figure out the best way each of those potential collabs would prefer to be reached. And again, we know this is out of order. That's why it's in the unsorted column. What we've done is just kind of brain dumped. Here's some stuff. Now, a couple things to keep in mind is that this may not be every single little detail. It doesn't have to be. What we're doing here is we're really building a skeleton, right? Picture, Jurassic Park, you're dusting away, you've got a skeleton and some bones, and maybe they're not even actually arranged correctly, but we've got the main elements there. That's going to enable us to then space these out on a calendar in a way that makes sense for the big pieces like this to then start attaching some other little bits and pieces to. So if we realize there's more stuff to be done, if it fitted around these, because it should happen before some of these and after some of those others, now it's going to be possible. Now, in terms of actually starting the schedule bit, this is where we're going to get kind of the meat of it to add to our skeleton. Let's start picking a day of the week on a regular interval. And this doesn't have to be weekly. I find weekly is really good pace. Even only have a few hours or an evening here or there to kind of keep on track. And I want to emphasize too, when we put these dates down, it's not that this is the only day that this stuff happens in. It's that this is the day when we review and update the schedule. That's when we figure out, are we on track? Do we need to make adjustments? But by leaving these at weekly increments instead of daily like we do in a reading, it's got a little more wiggle room for, does this happen on Tuesday morning? Does it happen Thursday night? Does it happen on Saturday? Does it take 2 days? Does it take an evening? We can be a little more squishy about where the priority needs to go and how we fit it in on a flexible basis. But we're just going to pick some calendar dates. And so this is something I looked up in advance here of a weekly basis starting November 17th. And I specifically chose this one because it's around a time of year we're going to have Thanksgiving coming up and then Christmas coming up, or whatever other holidays you might do. But in my case, those are the ones that affect me here. And so again, we're going to show how we can then build that into the calendar. Because like I said in the reading video, part of the benefit of doing these things is that we do not need a big chunk of continuous time. we can plan around when we know things are happening, and then that's how we can have a long-term plan starting at any time of year, targeting any time of year. Okay, due des 1. Again, these are just regular intervals across from each other. I pull up my phone for this, but I grab these dates in advance. Again, I'm putting due, because if we don't put that, then what happens is partway through the schedule, a lot of people start to read the calendar backwards, and they'll see it as this is the date that I start those things, instead of the date that I finish those things, which there's nothing inherently wrong. It's a subjective, arbitrary distinction, but it's one that is just important to be consistent about, so you don't suddenly slip a whole week or think you have an extra week and you don't. And so, this might be final. This is starting to put us near the new year. So let's actually look at a little bit after that, since we anticipate it's going to be a slower time. And so December 29th, that was Thursdays we're setting here. So let's now, at least for this year, Jan 5 and due, not sure that it's Jan 12. Yeah, Jan 12. And so let's make that our launch date. Okay. And already, by the fact that, again, I chose, without even spreading them out first, I want to launch this by mid-January. Think about that. Well, then that's going to determine how many of these I have to put per week. I've decided how intensely or aggressively I want to go about this. I could take these same tasks and say, you know what? By June, I'd like to have this off the ground, and I could then have something to do every other week. That'd be fine. That's a choice. I could have said, hey, by the end of this year, even knowing the holidays are coming up, I want to really crank this and get it out so I hit the ground running to the new year with my channel already launched. I could do that. It's going to be a difference of how densely I pack these in the schedule, and then what trade-offs I'm going to have to make on a weekly basis to keep things on track. So now to sort of sorting through these things, image, thumbnail, template, that's probably not urgent. And in fact, in thinking about the order for these, well, that's probably going to be good to base on, I have to decide this before that. We're going to base it on the examples that we find. And by the way, we're moving these elements around the calendar. A couple things to keep in mind. One, you can grab the whole column. And I think that's a kind of a shopping cart. We take the whole basket down the aisle, then it becomes easier to spread these out to the ones nearby. The other thing about doing this is that a whole lot of tasks, there's a few that are order dependent. A few of these kind of commonsensical, like, well, I need to decide what to buy before I buy it. I need to find the video before I watch the video. Every now and then you get these things where it's kind of A has to happen before B. But for a whole lot of this stuff, there's not necessarily a right or wrong order. We're going to see this continue into our next patterns for our future example projects, where a whole lot of it, there's just dozens or hundreds of things that need to get done. And as long as they all happen in some order by some point, kind of come out roughly the same. So for a lot of this, it can actually kind of almost work just to randomly smear them around, scatter them, just spill out that basket across the table, and then play the switching game to see, okay, well, this one actually needs to come before that one. This makes more sense later in the schedule. That's part of why we're using something like Trello or one of these other tools, is so we can not have it written on paper and pen. We can still rearrange freely. So let's try a bit of that, right? Let's just first look at right now, Nov 17, I don't know, find materials to watch about. I was going to say competitive analysis seems like an easy one. To find some other videos we want to reach out to. Practice speaking will come later. Find channels are our topic of productivity, right? So it's literally investigating casually what else is happening out there. Tea giving, we'll say holiday, slow week, and kind of a meta note so we don't accidentally drag too many cards over there without thinking about it. But that would be a great time to just watch some videos. It's a low-key thing. It's paced. I can fit it on my phone if I'm, hanging out with family or something. We'll drag this down over here, and we're going to make some choices about recording video software, find video editing and recording probably the same week. Camera and mic, those can probably wait. In fact, maybe we'll get some specials after the holiday or Black Friday, depending on, if we're looking at this time of year. But this is also something where we can start with things that help us fully decide and size up how sure we want to do this, right? Maybe we watch the other competing channels and then we kind of pivot our plans and say, this seems like a really tough category to be in. Maybe I feel like they're already delivering such a high quality in a certain way that I'd rather be in a different category. Well, that's okay. That's why it's a plan, right? Part of why we build blueprints is because it's easier to change the blueprint than it is to change the building. It's to make a plan so we can change it. So don't feel stuck to this stuff. I remember there was a team I was working on some software for where it was a system to enable people who have vision problems to be able to use buses back before GPS technology was common. And so we had these systems on the buses and had this whole architecture planned out in electrical engineering, diagrams and stuff. They were worried about making a change because it was going to have to change our diagrams. And I had to point out that it is way easier to change those diagrams than it is to change all of our software and hardware solutions after. Change it while it's a blueprint. That's why it's a blueprint. Reaching out to collabs, that'll probably come late in the schedule, if only because we don't expect to launch that way. We'd like to have a little bit of momentum. It'll give us some credibility if we have an actual date. We can say, I've got videos coming out here, and you're going to see it, so they know you're real about this. People who are looking for collabs all the time, they are getting hit by folks who aren't serious about it. You want to be in a different league, so maybe actually we want to come after the launch. So let's actually even put it after that. December, due Jan 19. Let's do it after we've done some videos. And this is a common thing, right, where it's a way to kind of just share attention, share crowds. Obviously, if they're more established, it's going to be much harder. And so what you might be actually looking for more for peers of people who are kind of at your level. They're also kind of starting out, smaller audience, but it's a chance to make some friends. And also it makes it more fun, which remember is part of what keeps us doing it in good spirits. Descriptions can kind of wait until probably pretty close to launch. Video we found about how to use the software. Let's learn the software stuff. Right around there. This is probably also going to be holiday week, at least for me. And again, I know people have different holidays and stuff. Again, disclaimer, holiday week, slow stuff. We're going to test some recordings. Well, we can't test recordings until we've got that equipment, so it's going to be an early January task. We're starting to see this is already getting kind of pinched on this side. Materials to watch about how to make good YouTube thumbnails. That feels like that can wait, unless we want to test them with people. Picking people to do potential collabs with. Writing email message you'll use for those collabs. 2 different software options for recording and editing. Finding the software options is going to have to come before we pick those. Recording software, we're going to try them. This all kind of fits under one. By the way, also, what you start to see is that this column for unsorted can start to blend in with the columns before and after it. And if we're not careful as we're spreading out tasks, just a kind of a bird's eye view of our schedule, we can look at that and almost see it as if it's a whole extra week. This is not great because, of course, that doesn't really exist in time. So sometimes what I'll start doing is if I start to feel like, oh, I'm going to start mixing it up with others, all caps, demarcating on both sides. I made a point I wanted to show you that change after instead of starting with it. So when you take for granted, we do this for a reason, helps it pop out so it doesn't get left behind as an extra column by accident and mess up our schedule plans and when we think we're going to have something released by. Watch materials found about how to make good YouTube thumbnails. That's probably going to be around the same time we do the thumbnails. Videos, and depending on your proficiency with, I use Photopia anymore instead of Photoshop. Find video tips on how to make the best use of the video software you're using. Finding that and figure out the best way to reach those collabs. Maybe it could even be the same week. And it's just some people, right, they want to have it. They have an email in their bio on Twitter. For some people, it's or DMs are open. For some people, they just however they want to do. And you got to be careful with this because certain people don't want you to show up in their comments asking for this kind of stuff. Certain people don't want to be put on the spot in a public message. Totally varies. You want to be sensitive to those. If you approach them the wrong way, you're going to get the door slammed, and some of that's going to happen. Some of what you're not in control of is other people and stuff. But by asking a number, if we get even a fraction of those saying yes, 1 or 2 saying yes, that's something we can build on. That's one of the reasons why we ask 8. Not because we're going to expect to get 8. If we ask 8, we might get 5. We ask 3, we might get 1. It's a numbers game sometimes in the business side, as we'll talk about a bit later. But so we've got a basic plan in place. And again, just looking at this, I can now see, okay, well, does this feel like it's too intense around the holidays? Feel like it's too intense around the new year? You can already feel pinched on this side. And this is where, okay, well, now looking at it, I'm going to add in some extra time, right? I want to give myself more time before I launch, more time to prepare. And you might have thought earlier, we're like, okay, we want to focus on when are we actually going to finish reading that book by. The thing of it is, we don't want to move the end date after we've started. But again, before we've started, this is precisely the time to do that, is to say that, okay, well, even just at a skimming level, this was already going to get too intense. Let's take some of the pressure off. It's a choice we make. We may not want to drag into February, but it's a choice we make. And so now we're going to reach out to those collabs after this. Picking 3 to 8 collabs, reach out to find the collaborators, write the messages for them. And so then recording the first, I'm going to say 3 videos. And it's nice to have a buffer in queue, so your next ones are scheduled, or you've got a calendar reminder when to post them. And where do we put our practice speaking? That was one that's practice speaking very long. Again, this might actually be a good way too to try it out, to start feeling like, do I have something to say about this before I kind of move forward on, am I buying software? Am I buying equipment? And so in this simple format, right, we've just got a series of steps. Now, the couple things to keep in mind, right, is that each week is only 1, 2, maybe 3, rarely 4 tasks, because it's totally doable. Don't think about the whole schedule all at once unless you're in producer mode, planning this out from the outset, or maybe at a point of midway review to double check, okay, is the plan going forward going to really work for us? The whole reason we did this is because each week, one at a time, each of these weeks is extremely doable. And so now when you suddenly have a half an hour, a couple hours of time at your disposal you can do something with, instead of it just sort of disappearing because, well, I can't really decide what to do, or there's so many different things I might do, it's clear. Go to your stack. Pop the top task off of it. Now let's simulate using this schedule and see where it takes us. Because again, we're going to realize as we go, there's new things to add to it. That's okay. And in fact, that's probably why we didn't overpack the schedule too aggressively, was leaving the possibility some of these might expand. Some of these might fragment out in a way that actually winds up taking multiple weeks. There might be whole other sides to this we didn't think about in advance. We know we're in new territory. That's okay. We're going to figure it out as we go. This is just enough to kind of keep us on track. So it's November 17th. This doesn't mean the day we're doing it. Again, this is the day we're reviewing our calendar. We figure out, okay, if I found 5 related channels for a topic for productivity, maybe I actually kind of formed 4 I'm interested in watching. Well, that's okay. I'm still going to drag it to done. I could archive it. Going to annihilate this task. Column. And again, the reason why we burn it behind us is because, well, that's the version that can happen. We're going to move forward with the amount of it that did. And that's 4 more than we would have had if we didn't have that where we did in the schedule. For the next week, knowing against Thanksgiving, we're going to keep it light. We come back on November 24th. We watch those videos from each of the competing channels, or have we already watched them? Hopefully. And so again, we watch them. Maybe we take some notes, organize those notes, drop them to done, archive this list. Now, by the way, about taking those notes, occasionally people can start to feel like they really want to squirrel a lot of notes away into their Trello boards. And you could, and there's reasons why, there's pros and cons against that. But as you start to get to the bigger team projects, we'll have some certain very specific columns about how we're using notes for a mood board, about how we're using it for design notes about a project, about how we're using it for certain categories of things at a high level are good to have. But for nuanced, detailed, small little notes and recordings, I actually find that they tend to clutter up a Trello board. And for me, on a schedule like this, it's actually better for me to mostly keep as much as I can. This is a calendar. That is what this platform is for. And by not mixing and matching the platform details, I don't wind up overlooking those notes by focusing on this as my schedule. So instead, I would encourage scrolling away those notes somewhere else, in a Google Doc, in a workflowy, in some other platform, Notion, Evernote, whatever platform works for you, where you can stash those notes away, but not have them clutter up everything you're doing here. Now, those notes might still inform the stuff you do in terms of recognizing, oh shoot, there's a whole other category I need to add a few task cards for. So for example, right, let's say that we watched some of these other videos and we realized that they kind of, I don't want to say blabber on, but they talk about some things outside of just the topic. Even though it's a productivity channel, they seem to also say a few things about themselves. What's going on there? So you look into it and you realize this is actually the same reason, of course, why recipe blogs, kind of famously, and sometimes people jokingly say annoyingly, they don't just get straight to the point and say, here's how the brownies are made. It takes you on a whole walkthrough. I went to grandma's house and, the smell of cupcakes in the oven and gosh, I miss Honey Nut Cheerios, whatever's on their brain. They're telling you a bit of a personal story. There's a couple things going on with that let's go and break down in case you have, maybe you haven't actually done this research. What happens is that if someone's searching the internet for a specific concrete answer, and that's all they're after, they don't care who it's from. They won't even notice. So take, for example, I used to have some high-performing Unity videos on YouTube where I talk about, okay, you're using Unity. You want to position your pivot in a different location. Here's how we make that trade. Bam, 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 done. Here's the thing about that. It got a decent amount of views, people searching for that result, and get the answer, and they don't mind. The downside is none of them stick. None of them come back. None of them care about if the next solution or idea comes from me, let alone if there's anything else I want to share or talk about. They don't care. They were there just for that specific information, and the next time they're searching, they're just as happy to find it from somebody else. If what you're trying to do is accumulate and grow a following to get people who actually care to hear about what you're doing next, about your angle of things, about why they would be interested in your version of stuff, it actually makes a difference to come across a little bit as who you are, as true to you as a person with some depth, and not just as a vehicle for some sort of information, which is ultimately a commodity that someone else is always going to be able to make shorter, faster, and even more impersonal, if that's your goal. So with that in mind, write a document about, again, let's try to be more specific here, 1 to 2 page, high-level document about what features of my personality, attitude, etc. I want to come across on this channel. And you're recognizing this is something we may not have thought about in advance at all, but once we watch these other channels, we're like, oh man, there's a person there, and that's part of what makes this interesting to me. So we're going to do that. Now, this doesn't mean this has to happen right now. This could just as well happen on the 22nd. This could happen on the 8th. We can put it wherever we want. Obviously, before we're doing recordings and stuff. This is also a thing where notice I obliterated the unsorted column. I didn't keep it. Because once you've started the schedule, once you are in motion and things are happening, anything that's going to happen happens at a point in time. It either happens on this week or that week or that week. If you can't tell me which week it happens, what it happens before and what happens after, it's not happening. All things happen before or after other things. All things happen within some date range. So we don't want to have a bucket of things that don't have a point in time. Wherever possible, a new task idea comes up, a thing we want to do. We want to figure out, okay, roughly, when am I going to check it into, knowing that maybe we'll adjust as we approach. Okay, so holiday is come and gone, Thanksgiving's behind us, let's archive that, let's decide which thumbnail image I prefer, make thumbnail image template based on that, again, just kind of browse some examples, made some thumbnail images. Now let's say that I'm actually kind of dragging behind all this. I didn't do the practice speaking video by this date when I meant to. December 8th has rolled around, and I don't feel like I'm going to fit it in that day either, especially not all these different stacks. Okay, that seems like a whole set of tasks. Okay, we made the thumbnail template, but these just all didn't happen. So a couple things we can do. One, we can actually start to fragment out this card. One of the things that's nice about these checklists on Trello is, in addition to the fact I can kind of drag around all 5 of those at once, mouse over it, you'll see I get these triple dots. I can convert that to a card, and watch in the background here, when I do that, convert to card pops it off of this checklist into a background card. Pop, 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 pop. Now the downside here is it loses the context of the heading it came from. So I'm going to archive that card. By the way, you can archive a card in Trello by mousing over and pressing the C key. Oops. Actually, push the D key for date. C key for cut. Think of it that way. And then basically on each one of these cards, I copy-pasted the name of that category so I can better keep in touch with what were these pieces about. This is especially helpful. For example, you have a checklist called sound effects or songs and a list under it. You take those off the checklist, they lose their context. So I just put this as a prefix on each one of those. So maybe I practice speaking improv about the topic, but the rest doesn't really happen yet. So I'm going to start moving these forward. Now we're going to start fragmenting it out so I can spread these out. I can split it. Some of that's done. Some of this is not. Now as I start moving these things forward, what we start to observe here is what I think of as kind of a snowplow effect. It's very, very natural. There's stuff I didn't get to this week. Well, I'll just move it ahead to next week and I'll play catch up. And what happens is we get this build up, and suddenly this week ahead of us is far more intense than anything we intentionally planned out. This is bad news because what's going to happen is this is only going to accumulate. When we move things forward, we really want to bump other stuff and spread things out as best we can. Where we can, and maybe it doesn't make as much sense for this practice speaking part, we do like to fling things further ahead 2 or 3 weeks to space them out, not all have them pile up. These kind of make sense to handle as a chunk. But we do want to bump and percolate other tasks. Again, this is a nice thing, kind of slide them around the table. Different software options will move ahead. That's something we can probably investigate over holiday. Video with tips on how to use the best software. But we are consciously, when we move something forward, it displaced other things. This is part of the value of having the schedule outside of our brains. That we can concretely, when I move some bricks forward, they're pushing other things out of the way. Or potentially, as we're going to see on a bigger project, we get more and more advanced and complicated with each example, cutting things entirely in order to let them spread out. We can start making conscious choices. Okay, if I'm going to keep this, what else is going to shove off the table? Especially if we start reaching near the end. If we want to hit our deadline, let's say we've told our collaborators, we've told our audience, we've told other people, January 19th is going to be when I'm launching my first videos. To make that happen, we can't just keep pushing things forward, but at some point, again, the things we push forward might be kicking other things off of the plans. So another thing that's going to keep in mind, we're going to see this again more as we get more and more advanced. Stuff later in the schedule is more likely to get cut than stuff earlier in the schedule. Stuff earlier in the schedule is more likely to have the extra padding and room to wiggle, to expand, to get carried forward a couple times. Later things are going to be continuously weighed to decide, is this as important to something else that hasn't gotten done yet? And let me emphasize, this isn't the process failing. This isn't you being behind or a bad worker. This is the process. This is doing it. This is what it's like. And navigating those trade-offs and decisions is a conscious part of how work happens. And if you are not thinking in this way, then often you're working for somebody else who is. The school program, the professor, the boss, the manager, somebody else thinking this way. But for you to have the power to do things on your own means that you're the one thinking this way about these concrete trade-offs. And so it's another consideration goes into our schedule that we're going to bump things forward. It's going to spread things out. We need to keep room so the schedule is realistic. And if we don't do that, what winds up happening is the schedule becomes kind of too big to look at. We start to kind of pull back, not look at it, start to fall behind, and it stops being useful to us. We have to be careful as we're using and updating the schedule on a weekly basis that we keep it usable, keep it realistic and grounded. And so this next week comes up, we record ourselves 1 to 3 times. Oops. I meant to have dragged into done, but that's okay. Oh, so you know what we can show? Part of when I archive things, I can go back. Let me show you this. Under the column here, cards archived, I can send to board to restore it, brings it back. So I did this one, I did this one, I did this one. And this one I still didn't get to. So I'm going to archive, carry it forward again. And this, again, we had something that we thought happened 1 week. It's kind of dragging out. One of the things you're also going to find is that you are going to be much faster once you've had some practice at stuff. Sounds obvious. But so my first podcast or video editing took me a long time, weeks to do. In a way, they got faster, even up until I found a video editor or an audio editor. But it's going to take more time than you expect. That's normal. People are optimistic. We start with plans that if we weren't 100% clear on exactly what's going to happen, either would prevent us from getting into it, or we wouldn't have even tried. This is the process, though. Don't beat yourself up over it. This is just how it goes. And remember, we're the one creating the assignments, so it's possible some of the flaws are, I didn't know that yet. There's no way I could have known. This is how we found out. So we carried one forward. We're still going to bump something forward. And let's say at this point, we really want, okay, this is actually good too, to pair up these 2 tasks, because now we can really base this on when I see myself on video, what are things I like about my personality I'm surfacing, what are things I don't. And let me be clear, I'm not saying you should contrive some sort of character. What I am saying is that you can be conscious of there's many different sides to the reality of any given complex, real human being. You can be a little choosy about there's parts of you feel like you're coming through well, parts of you just kind of didn't like the vibe of. That's why we're doing all this as practice takes, separate from the real video. You know what? Speaking of which, looking ahead, figure out the best way, reaching out collabs. We have our launch date, Jan 5, Jan 19. Oh, somehow we missed the... Stick to that for the launch. So, yeah, recording the first 3 videos. Editing the 3 videos. Editing the first 3 videos. And again, things to have happened by that date. So that can still happen after we record for the 12th, we edit them for the 19th. And in fact, editing the first 1 video. Right, think about this, right? You can have a recording queue of 3 that are raw, only one of which you decide to take. This can also be good because which one of those is the best one to start with? May not be able to tell in advance until you tried it out, especially when you're new to stuff. So again, we're building in space in the calendar to figure things out as we go. Now, another small maneuver I did in there, I want to call attention to here, while it's still a relatively simpler example, is I scooted this card up in the stack. I bubbled it up. Now, why did I do that? Any given week, especially if you start having multiple items per week, some things may get dragged ahead, some things may get prioritized. General rule of thumb, it helps to say that the higher it is on the list, the higher priority it is. If only one of these 5 things happens, it should be the first one listed. If only 2 of these things happen, it should be the first 2 things listed. And there's some gray area. You don't have to super switch. This be number 4 or number 5. Should be 2 or number 3. But vaguely push the best stuff up top that really you want to have done by this date, if at all possible. And the things at the bottom that you can most survive or recover from if it slips forward a little bit. So what you wind up happening here is when we moved cards forward, I rearranged the stack as I got to that week to say out of the things that have ended up on this week, maybe I flung it weeks ahead, maybe it got pushed from last week, maybe I just added it. As I'm doing that, right as I start the week, shuffling it so things near the top are the highest priority, things at the bottom are lowest priority, and then if I'm dragging cards ahead, ideally, I'm dragging them along the bottom, sliding along the bottom. Those are things most likely to get cut or pushed into the future. And as I'm reviewing the week, as I'm ideally taking 1 or 2 cards off the top into done, other stuff moves along the bottom. And in a project like this, there's not as much room as we might see on some of these other things to really have huge chunks cut out. But as we start getting to more and more big, expansive projects or team projects or things, there might be entire pieces that we can completely eliminate. And one of the things we're going to see there's a strategy is it's not always about carrying it forward or actually doing it. It might just be deciding to cut it. But just like with our reading, where we kind of had to look at it and spread out our attention on, okay, well, this is as much attention as these 23 pages can get from me. What can I get out of it before I got to go to bed and start the next day? It's going to be spreading out those little decisions and cutting points throughout the entire schedule, incrementally in small bits, so we stick that landing rather than letting it pile up on us and then hitting us by surprise near the end. We want to avoid that crunch near the end. That's part of why we're doing this, to set it up so each week we have a realistic, doable thing. And so I want to reassure you that, again, if you're doing this and you feel like there's bits and pieces that are going to change underneath you, that's okay. Figuring out how long certain things will take us takes practice, takes experience. And part of why we do these things based on our best estimates, our best guesses, is so that we can gain that experience to increasingly make better and better estimates and plans. But it's always tricky. I've been making schedules like this for a very long time for a lot of different kind of projects, and still there's a bit of slippage, there's a bit of adjusting as you go. That's just the process. Don't sweat it. That's doing the producer approach. Now for this next video, let's take a look at how we're going to take this same idea to a slightly bigger concept of launching an audio interviews podcast, including an exercise in how we make a choice of which kind of show to do, rather than just assuming up front, here's the one I feel like. The next thing we're going to plan is how to kick off a podcast based on interviews. But before we do that, we're going to do a little side exercise that's also a pretty universal skill. It's how we can make a decision in an informed, rational way, either alone or working closely with members of a team. And it's a really great technique. So we're going to use it for the podcast. We can use the same thing instead to decide what to make your YouTube channel about, which book to read, which game to make next. It's the same technique we use for all these things, including, let's say you've got a small business, which project to pursue. All of these are techniques you can use. In fact, I've used the same thing to figure out which apartment to move to next. So it's going to involve a spreadsheet, which you may not love spreadsheets. But we're going to do some pretty simple spreadsheeting. I'll teach the basics as we go here. I'm going to be using Google Sheets. Honestly, obviously, you could use Excel. You could use whatever numbers or whatever Apple calls their version of this stuff. It will just say which podcast episode or podcast topic to do. Just titling here. And the gist of it is along the left side, we're going to have our options first. And so what are some different options we might do? And just thinking about kind of my own basis here for possible topics I might do. So I'm vegan. You may or may not care, but there's an audience of people out there who look for vegan related stuff. I've been vegan for 20 years. Game development, right? And maybe there's actually more than one kind of game dev, right? There's kind of game dev, advanced topics. There's kind of game dev intro level. There, kind of angle I could take, but subcategories there. I might do one that's just kind of buddies having fun. And that's a whole genre of podcasts where it's just people who kind of talk and laugh and get along. And, whenever people listen to this stuff, is it kind of, gives a sense of some good energy around you. Or maybe we want to borrow elements of their personality. Whatever it is, it's another kind of podcast. And we could pick a whole other kind if we wanted to. We could do one about small business. Or, I've got an interest in Stoicism, right? One of my audiobooks is a modernization I did of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. So there's a few different topics we might do, and you can have as many rows as you want. Along the top, we're going to figure out, okay, as we're looking at these, if I was to pick one over another, what are different factors I would base that decision in? So, for example, something different to say about it. Now, by the way, by default, it's not going to wrap. Let's wrap it here. Going to our cell wrap. There we go. In fact, I'm going to select this whole row and apply wrap, because any of these I want to wrap. So do I have something different to say about it? Would it be fun to do? And this is important because I want to be able to sustain it, especially I'm not doing these in particular looking for sponsors or commercial reach or something. So if it's not fun, if I don't find something that I can enjoy doing, I'm not going to keep doing it. Well, now, careful about this. Watch this. Is the niche not oversaturated? Now, I put not in there for a subtle reason. What it is that the way we're going to do this is we're going to score them in a way that higher number should be better. It's going to make this simpler if positive, bigger number is always better. So what this means is that, say, on a 1 to 5 scale, 5 means it's very not saturated, so 5 is good. If we can make these so 1 is bad or 0 is bad and 5 is good, that's going to be simpler because we're not going to have to reverse the effects when we tally them up. So if you think of something, okay, it's better to have the opposite of that, you can throw a not in there. So something different about it. Would it be fun for me to do? Is it not oversaturated? Do I have a way to easily reach potential audience or guests? And now this can be a bit careful because, this is a case where we can kind of wind up stuck in our niche. But, for example, I've got, as we'll see, a lot more game developer connections than I do other vegans on my network or stoic people on my network or even small business people to put us together with. So we can have as many columns we want. We'll just pick 4, be simpler to start with. And now as we're thinking through this, we're going to look at the intersection of each piece for this topic in that category. And again, I'm going to go 1 to 5, but we could do 0 to 1. You could do 1 to 10. You could do 0 to 100. It kind of doesn't matter as long as you're consistent. Eyeballing these, estimating. It's okay if they're imperfect. The whole reason we're doing this is so we can just have a starting point to narrow down our choices. So do I have something different to say about veganism? I've been doing it for 20 years, so that's pretty substantial. I don't know how unique that is among vegans, but 4. Game advanced topics. I did grad school in it, so I care a lot about it. Plenty of things to say. Intro, a lot of beginners. Buddies having fun. I don't have a lot to add to that conversation. I don't say there's a bad shows. I'm saying I don't know what to do with that. Small business. I do a lot of weird, interesting online, different kinds of business. And stoicism, probably not. There's people who have a lot more basis in the history of philosophy and could comment on it more sort of an academic level than what I do. Would it be fun for me to do veganism? I got 20 years talking about was enough for me. Advanced topics, yeah, it interests me, it excites me. Intro level, similar. Actually, you know what? Same. Buddies having fun? Yeah, that'd be fun. The whole idea being just catching up with friends or whatever. Small business, I do like talking about it. Stoicism, I don't know, again, it interests me. I care about it, but not super fun. Is niche oversaturated for veganism? Now, this is where I could base this on real data. I could go do some sort of survey, some Googling, some searching Spotify and Apple, iTunes and whatever, but I'm just going to kind of guess. This one, weirdly, so the interesting thing about this too is that many of these shows aren't going anymore. They used to be, but they have been cold for a while. Some didn't recover from COVID. Some stopped away before that when people kind of go through a stage of their careers when they do podcasts and they kind of figure out they want to move on to other stuff. So this is actually not as oversaturated as it seems. And honestly, similar to a lesser degree for intro level. There's just kind of, there's always more people who are listening for intro level stuff than more advanced stuff. It's just it's a percentage of the population who's at that level. Buddies having fun. I think it is super oversaturated. There's plenty of shows that's just Jeff and Jane or whatever. Small business, I'll be honest. So much of my first intro, it is oversaturated. Much of the first podcast I listened to were on a cross-country drive. A lot of it was small business. There were so many podcasts about small business, so that's just not a space I feel like being in. And stoicism, it's hard to say. I don't know. I'm going to put a 3 because I genuinely don't even have a guess, and right now I don't want to sidetrack to research it. Do I easily have ways to reach potential audience or guests? So for this, right, I've wrote audiobook, ebook about it, modernizing some old material so I could actually reach that list of people who have already picked that up. Small business, less so. I mean, I've got a Twitter following, but it's more game dev following. Game dev being the following that I mostly reach. Buddies having fun. I just don't know who I put it in front of, except other people like on my Facebook feed, which let's balance at 3. And then vegan again. I used to be a part of some vegan networks and stuff. Not really anymore. Now, the reason why I put these numbers down is twofold. One, because we can now base a score on the sum of those. Equals sum, and now I can use shift and arrows or click and drag to fill in those numbers. And it's going to suggest we autofill. I'm going to not because I just want to show you also I can just drag it. And this is just the sum of those numbers. In a way, we can kind of get a clue from looking at our scores, what's higher, what's lower. And from that, narrow down to what are the top few. Now, we don't necessarily have to take the very top choice here, being the advanced topics. And of course, we could do filters, we could do sorting sheet by, but we're not even going to get that deep into it because we can, especially for this number of options, we can just kind of eyeball and see what are our leaders, what are our lower ones. Now, another thing we'd also do, slightly more advanced technique, it may not even affect the results in this case, but we can also weight those factors. So I'm going to insert another row above, and let's say out of these factors, based on my priorities, which of these are more or less important than others? So I'm going to start with saying each one of these is 1, just being default. And let's say that my goal with this is to reach a bigger audience. That's something that's important to me. I want to reach a bigger audience. So for that reason, it's going to be especially important to me. Do I have something unique to add to that conversation? I'm not just doing it only for fun. It's important to me that it's fun also, but more important that I have something unique to say. Do I care if it's oversaturated? And maybe not. Half as important to me if it's oversaturated. Just not as worried about it, especially if I feel like I've got something unique to add. Well, then this is half as important. Or again, proportionally, I'm saying that this score will be 4 times as important as that one, right? Half goes into 2, 4 times. And do I have a way to easily reach audience? Again, if I want to reach a big audience, again, I might say this is important. 1.5, sure. 50% more important than my default. It would be fun for me to do. Now, the way we take those numbers, there's different ways that we could write this out in a spreadsheet. There's the thing called sum product we could use. But we're just going to actually instead manually do this because I want to show a little trick is kind of an overstatement here. A thing about using spreadsheets. So I'm going to say equals, and I'm going to click on this element, that intersection, times the score. So again, it's going to say that one's worth twice as many, plus that element times the score, plus next element times the score, so 4 times half, plus that element times the score. And now if this is all that I did, and I pressed enter, that works for that row, but if I drag it down, it's going to be a disaster. These aren't right because when it moved that row down, it also moved down. The reason it says no value is it can't get numbers from these. It's not keeping the multiplications on the top row. And the real simple, again, trick is an overstatement for this, but the real simple fix for this in a spreadsheet, you see the number 1, that corresponds to row 1 along the top. If I put a $ in front of each 1, And you could do the same thing in front of a letter if that's what you don't hold. But by putting a $ sign in front of each one, when I drag it down now, each one of these I click on will keep the top row at the top row. The $ sign says when I drag the row, don't change that piece. Simple trick. And again, so it may not have actually majorly affected that these are still the top 2 winners. This one actually even slightly edges out the others. And then the others I can then figure out, okay, well, which ones aren't even worth considering? Buddies Having Fun, Small Business, and Stoicism, probably not the ones for me to even consider further. I can then look at the other factors. Or this is part of where it's great, where if you're not necessarily the team lead or CEO or a solo project, if you have a whole team of people, what this does is it gets your reasoning externalized. It creates an opportunity to look at this information and say, do we disagree on how fun that would be? Do we disagree on how important this factor is related to the others? And because we've done it with a spreadsheet, we can change that. We can say, actually, you know what? It's even more important to me that it's not oversaturated. Let's make that one more important and see, does that skew our results? Does that change what's at the top or the bottom? And depending on how we ranked our tables and what factors we did, it may or may not. Even deciding which factors are we deciding on is itself a conversation. And we could even try testing out, okay, well, what if we took this entire factor and decided, you know what? I think this was a silly consideration. You've persuaded me after talking about it. I shouldn't be worried about this at all. 0. I can now see the same results minus that factor because it's zeroed out these results in the sums. And this real simple tool is also what we've had, where say we had for Indicate for a bunch of years, I helped organize speakers for about 85, 90 of those workshops and sessions and talks and things for game industry events. We'd often have a panel of people, sometimes 2 of us, sometimes 4, 5, 6, or 7 of us, deciding which talk submissions or potential speakers to invite to bring in to build out that schedule. And so what we can do in these cases is for each one of these, a member of that committee having their own column, having read the bio, description, talk, presentation, summary, thesis of each person who'd submitted a talk or being in consideration for those spots, could score, okay, well, to me, I say a 5, to them, maybe a 1 or 2 out of these different options, which we can then still sum, we can then still sort on to look at what are the top choices, at the very least to narrow down the conversation to these few. And in the process, we can also then, again, externalize, hey, I noticed you put a 2 on that one. I thought it was a 5. What are you seeing that I'm not, or vice versa? And enables us to have a concrete decision to say, okay, after we've talked about it, I want to update my score to a 4. I'm on the same page. You're right. I totally missed that part of this. But this is the same way we can also use to have big committees making decisions, to have groups come to a unified decision as a team about what to do next. It's a way I commonly tackle when someone has different games they want to build, which game to tackle next. It might be, how prepared do I seem? How much are we going to learn from it? If they're about commercial potential or not, how much does that factor in? And in the process, we get really clear about, why am I doing this project? How important are different factors to me? And I'll also say, occasionally I'll find people working on this kind of exercise, and they realize as they're doing it, they kind of want to, okay, well, you know what? Advanced topics is showing up as higher. The more I look at this, the more I want it to be that one. I want to do intro level instead. And that one's higher. And they'll start kind of fussing with the numbers a little bit. They'll start kind of changing. You know what? Now I think more about it. Maybe this is not as oversaturated as I thought or something. Now here's the deal, right? You don't have to convince this spreadsheet. It really doesn't matter. It's like there's this old thing, if you're trying to make a decision and you flip a coin, heads this, tails that, midair before it even lands, if you can decide which way you hope it lands before it lands, I really hope this comes down tails, you've just made your decision and just ignore the coin. The point was to make a decision. And in the process of formulating this, if we start to realize is that, really, the more I think about it, the more I'm just feeling this one, which coincidentally is why that's the podcast I've been running now for 7 years, is HomeTeam GameDev podcast. But I'm really feeling that one again. I don't need to fuss with the numbers to make the case. I can say out of the top 2 or 3, especially if it's kind of, close enough, well, then that's the one I want to go with. And again, especially if you were a lead, if you're solo or something, you can make those kind of moves. With a team, though, too, you might still feel like, okay, well, when considered across all the different possibilities, you don't necessarily need to fight with a spreadsheet to wrangle into the answer you want to prove. You can just have narrowed it down to, okay, well, we went from having 100 ideas, 50 ideas, 20 ideas. We did a sort on the data, or we did a filter, and then from that figured out that these are the ones that were worth discussing. We had a conversation. From the conversation, got to our result of this is the one to move forward on. It's going to also be a way to name shows, all kinds of other things. If you have a lot of different options to consider, a lot of different factors to consider it on, it's a great way to break down these kind of decisions. But I didn't invent this methodology. This is an old linear modeling trick. This is a thing that people have been using for many years to make big investment decisions that hospitals or scientists will use with more empirical data, not so loosey-goosey and guessing as we're doing. what we tend to find is that this is just a nice way to kind of take these multivariable decisions and factors and have a lot of other options to then feel good about, okay, well, having balanced out, if it's true to me that these are the factors important to me and how important those factors are in relation to each other, and in each case, how I looked at what's important to me about why I'm doing this and how I think that matches that option, I can feel good about going forward with confidence and not be second guessing, am I on the wrong track? Should I have done this other thing instead? So anyway, that's how we're going to pick and narrow down that for our podcast. Let's focus on, actually, you know what? Even though I've done an intro level as my classic stuff, let's actually focus on game dev advanced topics as the theoretical idea for this podcast we're going to launch. All right, so now we decided on a grounded basis which type of podcast we like to do. Game development, advanced topics. Let's start our schedule plan for it. And let's say advanced game dev podcasts. I'm going to start with a blank. I can't really tell from the little thumbnail pictures here what we'd be getting from it. Then we're going to pick it here, and I'm going to choose my background based on the photo search. And I'll say, I don't know, programming is just the angle I bring to a lot of game development stuff. Doesn't mean that's the only valid or best or anything like that, but it's what I do. So in your background, look at something that's got some sort of code to it. And yeah, it's JavaScript. It's probably web code, but we'll take it. All right, we're going to knock out some of these initial columns here. We're going to keep done, I suppose. Now this time we're going to add a couple other new kinds of columns. What we're going to add is why we're doing this. And this is always an option. We don't tend to have these in the projects I show people how to do in HomeTeam, in part because this is something that is kind of implied in a practice freeware context while we're doing it. But even still, it can help to narrow it down. What are we hoping to achieve out of this? And that can help us be a filter on when we're making different choices. What were our priorities? What were the reasons why we really decided this was something we wanted to do? And let's say, for example, one advantage to having an advanced game dev podcast is I want to reach out to and meet other advanced, experienced game developers. Now, notice that this is different from, so for example, my current podcast, which is very kind of intro-friendly. A lot of what I do with the podcast is I reach out to a lot of people I've met before. It's refreshing connections of people I worked with 5 years ago, 10 years ago, met 15 years ago. And it's a reason to do that and kind of catch up people and keep those connections fresh. However, with an advanced topic, it's a reason why I might approach someone who's written books, who's been a major role on big projects and things. Maybe my first time contacting them is like, hey, I have a podcast. Could I get you on the show? And again, it's an opportunity for them to reach an audience with whatever message they want to put out there and so on. But it's a different reason why we do these things. Another reason might be to build a platform, reach to raise awareness of products that are a good fit for advanced game developers. And again, this is not what I'm doing. I work mostly with beginners and intermediate level, but this might be something where I'm looking for, searching for someday, maybe I'd like to have sponsorships for, I don't know, something in the Unity assets, packages for something about events, more likely game developers conference or one of those kind of deals of, are there people out there who'd like to reach an audience who have a certain background, interest, experience level, target level of seriousness, etc., school programs and games or something else, in which case, okay, well then by keeping the show going and by building an audience, building awareness, getting the word out, and having people be guests and so on, we can kind of build up and position ourselves out. Now, it might not start that way. You're not looking to necessarily go find a sponsor on day one, especially if you have no traction, no reach, no numbers, no episodes yet. But it's one reason why we might do a show. Yeah, it's not necessarily why I do mine. So our previous schedule looked on a weekly basis, and the schedule before that looked on a daily basis for just reading a book. But for this one, let's actually work on a monthly basis. So if it's more of kind of a side activity, slow burn, not a main thing, and still, again, probably something we're mostly doing alone, maybe a little bit of editing help or some of the kind of friends who want to collaborate on it, but mostly doing solo so we can kind of just have a pace to it, but still have it decided by a certain date I want to have it done. Now, one way we might do this is actually working backwards from, okay, so there's a major game developer event, game developers conference that happens in, I believe, March of most years. So let's say due by March, end of March. Let's say due by GDC in March. Let's be specific about it. And I have no affiliation with the Game Developers Conference, GDC, but this is just the picking a point. And this is a common thing we'll do in schedules as well, where you figure out, is there a milestone we want to present at a certain show, demonstrate to a community, or something else that gives us a point to aim for. Now we can work backwards. And so, let's see, due by end of February before that. And again, we can actually insert columns by double-clicking on the background. Due by end of Jan. And I'm, of course, again, sticking to due by, so it's clear that this is not when we start those things. And I'm picking the end of the month instead of the start of the month because it's more obvious to look at Feb, meaning the whole month of February is when I can do that. So just another kind of tweak we can do on these. Due by end of December. Due by end of November. And September, October, November. It's kind of everything is backwards, isn't it? Due by end of September, October. Got it. And let's say then September is when I start this. Due by end of September, October, November, December, January, Feb, March. Now, most importantly, we're going to start our unsorted column. Again, just double-clicking in there to create a new section. This time I'm going to preemptively not risk getting it lost in there by using equal signs and capitals to stand it apart. And so done, let's salt the tip jar of putting a few things in done that we've done so far. What have we done? We decided on the topic using a scored spreadsheet method. We'll just call it that. Now, what are some different things we're going to need to do for this podcast? Again, the nice thing about unsorted is no particular order, right? We need to figure out who are some guests. Okay, well, how do we do that? Let's first just put that on. Okay? Pick out guests to invite. And it can be a little bit like collaborators for the YouTube channel, but we're going to be more concrete about this because it's more central to what's going on. To identify which guests to invite, right, we need to maybe find some other shows. So just like with a YouTube channel, we're going to find competitive analysis. What are some other shows that are out there? Find, and let's be specific, 4 other shows with a comparable audience to what I'm trying to reach. And again, thinking about this in terms of their audience rather than some other lens, because that's, to me, the most relevant question. Listen to 3 episodes from each of the other podcasts I'm aiming to be a peer show with. In terms of finding guests, part of what you figure out is there's a lot of folks out there, myself included, who go on a lot of different shows or give a lot of talks and so on, who are open to doing these kind of things. Don't mind it. Don't mind the attention. Don't mind just kind of extemporaneous speaking and showing up, figuring out as you go, chatting about stuff. So because of that, if you can find that there's some guests who've been on multiple shows, they are often among the people who are very happy to just show up, chat at yours. So figure out, identify from prior guests to those shows some people who may be up for being on your show. And again, it doesn't mean that you have to replicate anybody's shows exactly. It certainly might be asking different questions and so on, but it is a nice way to not have to try to invent from scratch. I don't know who to ask or who to invite or who to be up for it. You can find pretty concrete lists out there, people who are in fact very up for these kind of things. So the YouTube show, we alluded to the idea that you want to express a bit about who you are, to let that show through. Another thing about these, right, is to make sure that you are differentiated as a show. This can be a little bit of our power glove here of differentiation, doing something that is memorable, that is distinct, that has a reason to exist, that isn't just redundant out there. And so that's going to become a matter of, okay, we've got these other shows we're looking at. Let's say again, jot a 1 to 2 page document, identify the main attributes, focus of each competing show, and deciding what will make my show different. This lets you be concrete and deliberate about your contribution, so it's not just another thing doing the same thing as somebody else. Perhaps you find in listening to the other episodes that they are disproportionately only guests from North America, and you want to make your show different by especially looking for connections outside of North America and trying to figure out how to find those speakers. Perhaps you find that they are disproportionately programmers, and you'd like to bring on a show that's really emphasizing business development and artists. I'll tell you one interesting show. So Masal, who's on our podcast, he's got his own podcast where his whole focus is talking to game developers about non-game development parts of their lives. What are their other hobbies? What are their other interests? And it's just a whole different lens on why this show exists that helps it stand apart from the other shows that are more focused on general industry stuff. But perhaps there's some common hook or questions. So like our episodes as a more beginning level show that I build, often ask near the end, what's your advice for someone starting out this year who'd like to someday do work kind of like what you're doing? Perhaps you've got a question like what sort of game inspired you to get into making games or something of that sort that becomes a unifying thread throughout your show. Now to zoom out a little bit here from the details, what are some other things we're going to do? We need to find a website to host the episodes on. And I'm just going to throw out there, by the way, Libsyn is the one I use. This was a great choice when I started in 2015. Is it still the best choice? I don't know. There's probably lots of other choices out there. This is the one I use and it works fine. But you may want to still give yourself a goal, right? Grab 5 to consider, weigh between them, explore, setting up an episode on each. Look up a YouTube video, review different options. Libsyn is what I use, but there's probably plenty of other good options out there. Make a list of sites you'd like to syndicate your episodes to. And what this means is that when you have a podcast, even if you're hosting mainly on a service such as Libsyn, there's often an RSS link you can use through that to then submit to a variety of other services, Spotify, Play FM, Google Music, Apple, iTunes. And by submitting that information to those different sites, your episodes automatically go out to those different platforms, which is great because it means that there's a lot of people who mostly on their device have a single one they use or they're most comfortable with the interface of. It gives them a way to reach your show and share it too, rather than only having to come across to listen to it on your website or whatever main service you're posting it to. In addition to making that list, right, we need to submit our podcast to each of those other syndicated channels. Find and license music to use for intro, outro, possibly transitions. Depending on the style of the show, it's a nice thing to have a bit of a theme. Now, ours for our podcast license from Darren Baranowski, but there's different music out there that you might be able to find as a simple purchase license that works fine for what you're doing. Totally there's a range to this stuff. If you know a musician, you might work out some sort of deal with them for a custom track, so yours will sound different than other things that they find on YouTube or other podcasts and shows. But it's an exercise, and again, you could even break this down to further pieces of finding your top 5 or 10 candidates and then listening to those or discussing those with friends or trying a few out on your show to see which work in different pieces. In terms of intro, outro, and possibly transitions, often it works well, right, to use a single main song and use different cuts from it. Obviously, again, permission suiting the license to be able to have those match, but still be distinct in a way that's fitting for your show and the energy level you bring to it. You're going to need some sort of art for it. Prepare art for episode image. For that, there's probably going to be a bit of learn about dimensions, style decisions for episode images. And that one again might be competitive analysis, Googling, etc. What else might we need for a show? Oh, you know what? Actually, thinking about our YouTube visibility prop, even though YouTube is not what we're doing here, visibility is something we need to think about. And it's not just that we can put it on these services and have it sit there and magically people are going to find it. We need to figure out how we're getting the word out. So let's see, come up with a strategy for getting the word out about the podcast. Now, what does that entail? What are the pieces of it? That could be a whole different plan that we're going to kick that can down the road. We're going to say maybe before, we're doing this so we can talk about it at GDC, but even before that, we'd like to have some traction. Let's say we'd like to have episodes coming out in December. Or no, so we're going to set up this plan. We're going to read about the plan, set it up, and we're okay, just kind of eyeballing where that's going to fit mid-schedule. But one reason why I don't want to say this for the very end is we might figure out that the best way to promote this is to start an email list, is to have some sort of lead magnet generated, a one-page PDF or something. Different kind of strategies you might use, but we don't want to save that sort of marketing effort till the very, very end or launch, or we're in trouble. On the other hand, we probably want to base it a bit on how things are coming together. And so I'm reasoning about the middle of it is going to work as a good pivot point because we're going to have a few episodes, but also be plenty of time to still act on those marketing plans before it goes live. Speaking of what, we need to record episodes with at least 4 different guests. And now a couple things to think about this is obviously to get 4, we're going to have to ask more than 4. Not every person we ask is going to respond at all or be able to or up for it or otherwise fit within the scope of what you have planned. It's also a case where 4 is great when you're starting out because it lets you then decide, based on how those interviews went, which one to release first, which is a good first episode, which is a good second episode, or you might do. So when I launched my podcast, the very first episode I had was actually a setup episode explaining, here's the gist and what the show is going to be about. Now, I had already recorded several episodes for what the next interviews are going to be, so I could do that intro based on how those went. But at that point, record intro kickoff episode without a guest. And again, we can kind of still record those to prepare those to decide what's going to be. And then we need to edit those episodes, edit the first episode for launch. Again, just like we did for the YouTube channel, we can have more raw material in our backup queue that's not quite edited yet. We can paste those out in their timing. We need to write the email wording to invite guests or adapt to Discord, Twitter DM, whichever platform they seem to prefer to be reached on. Some will use a website form or otherwise. And another difference of this show as opposed to the YouTube channel is that with the YouTube channel, it's just focused on collabs who are in vaguely the same category of topic. Here, you might actually want to lead with topics. Given you're talking to an advanced game dev audience, there might be a conscious choice to be made of identify some major topics you will or won't aim to include on your show and use that to narrow down the search for guests. And this is, again, something you might set your show apart of realizing there's certain topics other people are really hitting, certain ones people are missing. Are they missing talking about marketing? Are they missing talking about optimization and rendering techniques? Where is there a niche? Remember on our forum, one of our considerations was, is this niche oversaturated? Well, one of the interesting things about advanced stuff is there's always some other place you can put yourself in. For beginner stuff, it can be much more saturated because everybody might need similar or be open to similar 101 level stuff. At the advanced level, you can be equally advanced as somebody else in a completely different field, a bit like people who are doing PhDs and stuff are in wildly different areas of their topics. For advanced people, you can have very different distinctions. And so you might, again, work backwards from, okay, what are topics I want to cover? And then from that, can I narrow my search? Who's given GDC talks about this stuff that I can find on YouTube they might want to commenting on? Maybe people who've written books about it in the past who want to come on and give an update about the kind of work that they're doing. But the nice thing about this sort of thing is that those are folks who are likely to make themselves pretty findable. And it might even actually appeal to those people as guests if you're able to come at them from the angle of, hey, I'm especially looking at building a whole block episodes around advanced uses of shaders in the newest Unity rendering pipelines. That speaks their language and that says that's a place for me. Versus if you're saying, hey, I want any game developers to show up and talk about stuff, they have no idea how much they can really put their full energy into talking about the things that excite them, which is going to make it fun and make them want to say yes. Another thing you're going to need to do is set up to record a call on your computer. And I'm going to suggest in at least 2 ways at once. That redundancy I found to be a lifesaver. When you have a live guest conversation with somebody, you can't easily reproduce that if it doesn't get usable. If a checkbox gets missed, if there's some sort of software crash, whatever's going on, you don't want to lose the energy that you had. If you try to re-record it, it's just not going to be as good. So look for a way. For example, I'll use a local screen recorder and on top of a Zoom call with a local recording right at the same time. That redundancy I find helps me do these. Figure out basic audio editing. Now, I'm building here on the assumption that you've already maybe from your YouTube channel bought yourself a decent mic and so on, so that shouldn't be a limiter. But you might find there's different tools and practices for audio editing, where, for example, in audio, it's much easier to do smaller, finer cuts or fixes than in a video where things would be more jumpy. Now, speaking of being able to make edits to these things, it's a case that you might want to also, and I can't speak to the details of how this would apply to your situation, but look into if you'd like to get a talent release. Recording permission. And this is something where different states have different laws and regulations in place about recording a call, about editing a discussion, about broadcasting that to a wider audience, and the nature of the internet. Once you put it out there, you may not be able to fully retract it. And so this is a case where, especially, so one of my earliest episodes of my podcast, and maybe this might not apply to an advanced one as much, I interviewed a very young developer. And so some of my concerns were, well, if this young developer in a few years, I don't know, just the nature of middle school and high school and so on, looks back and decides, hey, I don't want that podcast up anymore, well, it would be a problem that I didn't release it in the first place. I want to make sure I got explicit, clear permission from their parents. This is being recorded. This is not going out live. In fact, I could even build in there permission, depending on how you want to do these things, to review it before we released it. But it's going to be explicit about these things, whether or not it's in a proper contract form, whether or not it's just worded through a careful email that you're very clear on what are your standards and goals and how's this going to be used. It's good to get on the same page. So if there's questions about it, you can address those. And we'll discuss a little later about one of the biz dev pressures we can be having on our shoulders, thinking about these legal challenges, these complications about do we need contracts for things? How do we engage in those conversations? But permission is important. And it's one of those things where if somebody else is doing it, and it's one of those things where if no one else on a team is thinking about it, the producer is probably going to be the one who's having to be thinking about, do I have appropriate permission to do this? Realizing to look at our schedule, we had recording at least 4 different episodes. We didn't decide. Put the recorded episodes in order to figure out which to edit and release first. I would encourage, as part of your intro and outro, by the way, with the music, so we want to record a single piece of audio, prepare a single piece of audio to use for show intro and outro, layering in the music and whatever message you want to say. such as in my case, as part of my license with Danny Baranesco, I give credit at the end of my podcast episodes. He's the source of that music. And I might also suggest this, one of these kind of things. Let's set up good backup processes. Figure out best way to do remote backup. Again, this is a case where if you've got recordings of interviews, especially with advanced people who may not be amused if you somehow computer crashes, you drop a laptop, whatever, and lose the interview, that's not great. Good to have some remote space. If nothing else, and I say this knowing full well is not the best solution, Google Drive or Dropbox, at a free plan, you can probably drop some pretty decent amount of audio files on those kind of environments. And at least, again, it's not only living in one computer, where if something goes wrong, you're in trouble. That sort of thing as a producer, paying attention to that. So let's just start spreading these out on our calendar. So we built as a pivot here, getting ready for a strategy for how to get the word out about it. Knowing full well it's going to expand out almost certainly. So we don't want to pack too much around there. Identifying the main focus of each competing show. This is probably an early thing, right? We probably want to focus up front. We can think of this in stages. As we start having longer schedules, and here, even though it's only 6 or 7 or so columns, it is half of a year of time we're working with. So we got bigger chunks here. It can help to divide it up to, part of why I stuck this in the middle, before this, maybe kind of research and prep and so on, some initial exploration, and then later going really into full speed on production. So let's even start scattering these cards side to side. Figuring out, picking out guests to invite. Well, we need that in time to be able to record the calls, to come up with a strategy for posting them. Listening to episodes, again, I think probably research is going to be mostly our September focus. Finding further shows with comparable guests. Identifying prior guests from those shows to pick out. And let's see, finding a website to host the episodes on. This can come a bit later. Preparing the art for the episode images, that can be much later. Learning about dimensions, unless we want to use that as part of a promotional strategy. Might be a reason to front load that. List the sites we'd like to syndicate it on. That can come later. Recording episodes of at least 4 different guests. And again, let's probably, before we think about our release strategy, get some episodes recorded there. Editing an episode for launch. Let's target that in January. Submitting the podcast to each of those other syndicated channels, certainly in time for March near the end. Recorded the intro episode. So this one, again, is going to have good to have recorded those episodes to decide what to put into our intro. And then it can also help us figure out our messaging, our core of what are we excelling at, what's really working here. Finding lessons in music for intro and outro. That can be a bit later. A recording call with your computer. I have to do it before we have these guests, obviously. Figure out basic audio editing. Probably also something to do around this time. And now the exact order, maybe we'll size it up as we get closer. Per single piece of audio to use for the show intro and outro. This can be a bit later there. This is one you might think we can save until later, but really we need to do this before we record those episodes. So this needs to be a little more front-loaded. Identifying some major topics you won't aim to include on your show. This will also have to be pretty early on as part of our research stage in January. Learning about the dimension, style, and images for design for the images. That could be later on. Writing email forwarding. This has to be before we reach those guests. But again, it can still happen in the same month as that. Put unrecorded episodes to figure out an order, figure out which to release first. Probably going to do it after we've done those interviews. And then setting up a backup process is also going to be good to have in that same time. We're going to get rid of our unsorted column. And you can just very loosely, right, we have a schedule, manageable amount of things, just a handful of things to do each month, when and how we can, whether it's one thing a week, whether it's all kind of packed in near the tail end of a month, to say we're going to do the best version of that we can by the end of that time. And if we only get a fraction of the number of guests, if we can put whatever time we could into making certain decisions, maybe we involve the spreadsheet again, maybe we go out some other way. Maybe it's a matter of surveying. Are there other talent releases you can find online? How are people doing these? Are they getting discussed anywhere? But it spaces out. So by doing just a few things a month, notwithstanding this kind of a heavy, again, we might fully expect as we start going through this schedule, we're going to get to, say, November. So let's start simulating here, going through the schedule a little bit. So we've got due by the end of September, right? Do we find 4 other shows? Absolutely. Do we listen to 3 episodes of each? Easy, right? Jotting some identifying. We didn't quite get to that. We're going to move it forward and we're going to scoot something else to make room for it. But first, let's look back here. Major topics, that's going to depend on that plan. So we got part of September done. We're going to archive that. Something got carried into October. We're now looking at October, sorting this out at the start of the month. And we're going to want to pick out guests. Obviously, writing the email wording to invite guests has to happen. And I think we might start looking at recording this guest might get kicked into December. And it was already kind of a lot of pressure up front. And I will say this is a thing, if you can avoid it, right? We could have maybe foreseeing this and give ourselves an extra month earlier to start, depending on when in the year we're targeting to do this. But those sort of maneuvers, if you got to do them, things are going to happen when they can happen at the pace they can happen at. And we're going to try to keep the rest of the schedule on track. But that then frees us up to take a lot of pressure off that deadline to now things can move to November. So we can set up how to record on our computer. We can look into the talent release that next month before we invite those guests. Write the email wording, identifying topics. And this lets us still be kind of a little more focusing on who are those guests, picking out. October is now the selection month. And we tackle most of those. And so we're making now a bit of pressure off that month, letting this be sort of decision strategic month about figuring out who we're inviting, and then setting up really to do those interviews in December. And so let's start clearing out October here. Writing the email to invite. We did that. We jotted some documentation to identify, found the major topics we liked. And again, any given point of these might have been, as we cracked into that, we started to decide some other changes to make. That's okay. That's a part of the process. It's that we still have a manageable amount per month that if we need to add, remove, scoot some things around, we can. Pick out the guests, identifying this prior guest from that list, archiving. And as time approaches, we're still on track. We're still converging. So now it's in November. We start to feel like, wow, okay, this is going to be a lot of guests to try to handle in December. We can hit it in the ground running. Let's get them scheduled. How are we going to schedule them? And so I'm going to suggest set up Calendly to let people pick their times. Now, if you're not familiar with Calendly, it's just a system where people can schedule times. It automatically translates between time zones. It locks it in on your calendar so other people can't pick that time. Prior to doing my office hours, people I train in HomeTeam. It's also a great way to line up stuff where, hey, you and I need to be on a call at the same time. Totally different time zones and schedules and life situations. Rather than have email golf go back and forth, I find Calendly is a good system for doing that. But we need to set that up to simplify this, to keep on track so we're not surprised by it's really dragging out trying to get back and forth on, no, this Friday didn't work. Oh, shoot, I was wrong with the time zone offset. You just don't want to stress about it. Maybe our backup process is a bit lacking. We start knocking out December. We did the basic audio editing. Put the recorded episodes in order, which we haven't done yet because we haven't recorded them. So this card kind of got out of hand. We'll move that ahead. If we set up a recording call for 2 ways at once, easy peasy. Looking if you'd like to get a talent release, we decide, I would say, go for it. I use a talent release. I'm glad that I do. Set up the Calendly. Only took a few minutes. No big deal. Boom. Still on track here for March. And again, this part where you start to say, oh man, these 4 calls, this part's getting intense, but it won't feel so bad because you're set up for it. Right? We've set ourselves up. If we had just tried to do this without a schedule, we might have made a mistake of trying to jump right into this. Just start making phone calls with no idea as to how we're going to record, with no idea about strategy of what topics we're about, of how we're going to approach the people, why we're approaching those people. And we'd be far less set up for it. So part we're doing is we're building stepping stones so that any given piece of it is an easy maneuver. So by the time we're doing this, we're in the right place. We've put in the work. We've put in months of preparation to set ourselves up to be the right person to be having these conversations and calls. We can almost take it for granted because now looking at the time remaining, we're on track for March. But if we didn't have a schedule, we might have made the mistake of starting with this because it seems like this is the work. But we built in time to learn, to make decisions, and to plan. And that those are substantial real work that a producer lenses has to apply to just as much as recording or editing or those kind of things. Now, speaking of editing, there might be a case where you might figure out that you want a podcast editor. So explore outside editor for podcast. And I'll say I edited most of my own episodes for years. That was all I did. I've since found a podcast editor who, for a good price per hour, is a great person at doing it. Better, the episodes come out better than I do, and he's faster at them. It's just generally a better fit. Even if you can do something, it may not be the most efficient use of your time and energy, and it may not even come out the best if you're doing it. But this reminds us of our textbook here with the fundamentals, where even if you're going to be having an editor who's not you, it will help you to have first done editing on your own, at least a little bit, to have a sense for what you're sizing up, which software they're using, what formats you need, things about ID3 tags or other factors that if you had not gone through the process yourself a few times, it'd be much harder to pick out an editor. So because of that, I would suggest let's do that after the episodes are launched. Now, so again, we come up with a new task as we went. Totally fine, expected. We never think we're going to have 100% of plans up front. They're going to evolve as we go. Just like if you're driving, you have obstacles along the road. We're going to adapt around those. You see an opportunity to pull over, you're going to consider pulling over. That's okay. That's part of it works. But we keep coming back to we have this kind of skeleton, main dots connected, keeps us on track moving forward. We record, let's say, only get 3 episodes. Well, we got 3 more than we would have had if we didn't have a plan. right? Maybe we can carry forth into rescheduling to January, maybe patch in February, find replacement, fourth initial guest. But that's how it happens. There's only so much we can control about other people's schedules and time and choices and so on. We record the intro piece. We decided to punt that into January, record the prepare some art, strategy, backup processes, those under control, just copy, like say, we get lazy about it, right? We say, I'm going to put it into Dropbox or Google Drive or something. I know there's a better option out there. I just needed a solution. And again, this is the power of having this schedule. We say, well, by the end of December, I said I was going to make a choice about this. And it's not that there may not be some better choice out there, but I am out of time or energy in my schedule, in my life. I need to keep this moving forward. My compromise is, here's my fallback plan. And this is often going to be skip on track, is having compromises where I've got a plan Z, is what I call it sometimes, of if something doesn't quite end up great or my primary plan doesn't work, what's my fallback that I can do in a finite amount of plan, finite amount of time, that's going to be good enough to enable the rest to exist. It may not be perfect, but especially if it's behind the scenes detail, if it's just a supporting piece, I can still trust it enough for what I'm doing at this scale. It'll suffice for our purposes here. Record our intro with no guest. And again, that might be something we actually have an approach, a process we might break out. We record several different approaches to figure out which one do I really feel like has the energy and vibe I want to go for. We could run those by friends. We could build a whole process around that. Just kind of simplifying here from the high level. Finding a website to hosting, and us just say we go with Libsyn. That's what I used. It's fine enough. And again, maybe there's better choices out there. Here's a choice that'll work. Putting the recorded episodes in order to figure out, just curating the initial launch of those, editing the first episode for launch. Maybe that drags into February. Preparing a single piece of audio to show for the intro outro, cooked into one file. Just that's for consistency. So it always fades at the same part, starts the same part. You pick the right same pieces. You don't have to rethink every single time you do these episodes. Part you're trying to do is streamline. You're going to crank out a bunch of these. I've been releasing episodes consistently, I think over 200 episodes at this point, and you want to simplify the legwork of each time you build an episode, and part of that is cooking together. Here's the audio I always drop in at the end. Now, the editing the episode, you can notice we built a little bit of lag space here, so there was room for this to scoot. Plan for some wiggle room. Plan for the fact that things aren't going to all go according to plan. That's the nature of good planning, to have that space. We got a replacement guest in. February is wrapping up. We got our music licensed. Ooh, you know what? I just realized this would have had to have come before. Actually, maybe it didn't. So one of the things you might also find too, again, especially if you're finding options online and not custom navigated through a person, there's lots of options out there, stock music and so on you can find, where during a test version internally, you can try out the song before you've licensed it, because you're not actually releasing it yet. You're just trying it on to see, before you decide to license it for release, did you get sick of it? When you play it for a friend, do they feel like, this is hokey, I hate it, get rid of it, replace it? Okay, well then don't have already spent money on it. When it's still for internal, just a review, preview, internal, and again, obviously it depends on terms and license and so on. But for preview purposes, I often will kind of figure out, okay, well, let me make sure this is really the song I want to move forward on before I license it, pay for permission to use it in an appropriate way. So we licensed it, we got the first episode edited for launch, make a list of sites like to syndicate to, and maybe this gets bumped. Here's the cool thing about that. You can actually do these after. You can do these after your episodes are out, and part of what most of those services will do is they'll retroactively scrape your RSS and figure out what are old episodes and catch up on it. There's a number of major sites, Spotify or otherwise, that I added it to a little ways into my shows being out, because first I was just figuring out my footing, getting the episodes up there, making sure I had a routine going, and then it was no big deal to go in there and drop information to a form. It wasn't time consuming, but it also wasn't a time priority for initial launch. And then learning about dimensions, style decisions, and so on for an image, that was not hard to do. Did it. And now we're up to launch. And again, this is something that as simple as it seems, that's the whole point. If this was complicated, if this was time consuming, if this had to become your whole thing, you wouldn't do it. The whole idea is to break down these steps so that whenever we have a little bit of time or energy, we have a clear plan for what's the next thing I can do. It's going to move me forward towards my goal to nail this date, because, and this is the power of having practiced it, nailed our dates for reading a book in a week or for something else smaller and simpler, because now we had a half of a year preparation and still we're ready for, in time, an outside event. We can't move GDC. It's not up to us if we would rather have that happen in April or May or June. March is when it's on everyone's calendar. People got flights scheduled. Businesses are booking big deals and things. You need to nail that target. That's why we practice on the smaller schedules where it kind of matters less, so we're more prepared for those bigger schedules. Now, speaking of bigger schedules, let's start moving now to the most advanced example we're going to be looking into, which is going to be building a whole team game. It's going to be freeware, not a commercial project, so we're going to exclude some marketing and other kind of elements to it, but It's a thing that's going to involve multiple people, multiple rows. We're going to tap into different types of features of Trello we haven't even had to look at yet. Some new kinds of columns, but it's going to leverage a lot of what we've been talking about and add some new concepts as well. So this long-term team game project with a weekly schedule is one we've been building up towards. Going to introduce some new concepts here for ways we can use Trello, including it's going to be actually the concept for the next several sections as a focal point to build some other exercise off of. So first, let's create a new board. And I'm going to start with a blank background. Now, what's this going to be? Even though we could go through that weighing the different ideas for what am I going to learn from, or what I'm going to enjoy, or what I most want in my portfolio, let's just sort of think here something simple for simplicity. We're going to call this Unity Flight Sim as the kind of game we're going to build. Let's go to pick our background here just to be conscious of what kind of mental setting we're in. And I want to say airplane is my search term. And these are some big old Boeing jet looking things. I'm thinking more stunt plane. Let's see if we've got an option there for some sort of biplane. Yeah, there we go. Love it. Okay, that's going to be our kind of initial concept. Now, once again, at the very least, we're going to start with an unsorted. That's always going to be our first place to be able to brain dump. What are some other things we're going to need? We're going to want a done column. Remember, we can easily rearrange these. We're going to add some new things as well. We're going to add a mood board, and that's going to be a whole topic into itself we're going to dig into in a separate video, but we'll set up a place for it. We'll have design notes. That's also something new to this kind of project where we're figuring out what are some basics we've decided about. Is this game combat or no? Is this game realistic or arcadey? Those kind of things, especially for a team project, help people get on the same page. Now we're going to have on our schedule a variety of details about when people will start getting involved in release date. But before that, let's think about our unsorted as our first place. So brain dumping and unsorted first, and we might actually come from this to realizations about our design notes, and we'll come back to the mood board later. It's a communication tool. For unsorted, what are we going to need for this project? Well, we're going to want to have a plane model, right? And again, we already decided we want it to be a stunt plane. We don't necessarily need to say a biplane, but that's going to become now fodder for our mood board. Let's say find image of stunt plane. Unsorted here, what else might we need to do? We need some sort of plane engine sound. So we've got a visual, we've got a sound effect, we need functionality, obviously. We need the ability to roll and pitch plane with, let's say, gamepad, joysticks, or keyboard. I guess keyboard and mouse. Let's say keyboard. Yeah, keyboard and mouse. Okay, and actually, let's cut that into two different tasks. Control plane with keyboard and mouse. And of course, that's just roll and pitch. We're going to need a way to adjust plane throttle. Now, because we're going to keep this kind of simple, we're actually going to not make it too realistic. And so under design notes, again, just kind of start jotting some basics here. That's going to be game is more arcade-ish than realistic. And this, of course, is a big distinction in game design. Certain types of games, say DCS, there's like a 7-minute cold start procedure to start the electronics and pull the flaps and check all the gauges. This is much simpler. This is turn the plane, move the plane, think Star Wars level of sophistication. Just airplane throttle. Do we want to be able to land the plane? Sure. So ability to land on a runway. That's going to need a runway model. Runway model. That's probably going to need buildings next to runway. Buildings next to runway. We're going to need some sort of hills or things to fly around. Hills and terrain to fly around. Probably trees, which are a good way to establish scale to the ground. Trees to have on ground. And that's actually two parts, right? We need to make a tree model. We need to place trees. And actually that goes beyond that. Trees, buildings, runway. It's the level design card is what that's getting at. Environment design, if you will. We need also probably some sort of sky, box, clouds, something. Figure out sky, right? Whether we want to do sun, clouds, we don't know. We're going to kind of save those details for later. And notice that even these high-level sketchy bits and details, this is actually kind of most of it. Like, I'm sure we could go deeper details, and I'm not going to try to bore you with all the little nuances and technicalities, but structurally, this is kind of enough. Now, we probably want some purpose for the player, right? Are there going to be, let's say, ability to fly through rings in order? As a course. Do we want to have combat with another plane? Let's say not in the scope of this. So again, our design notes, no combat in this game. Stunt flying only. In terms of limiting our scope, how many different ring layouts do we want? Now, one nice thing is we can reuse the ground layout pretty easily and just have different ring layouts. And so let's say here our plan is to have, I don't know, just as a proof of concept, 3 different ring courses. So ring course layout 1, and we'll call that introduction to basics, maybe even takeoff. All right, ring course layout 2. This is a normal course, midair, crazy 8 type pattern. That's also going to mean probably our rings need some way to be able to show. Rings need a way to show order or highlight the next one. You can't take for granted it's obvious if you have a big old crazy 8 pattern, what order you have to fly through them in. And ring course layout 3, let's make one that's sort of more challenging and ends on landing. And we could go all day adding more kinds of choices of planes, interfaces for that stuff, and so on. We got kind of the gist. Other kind of bits and pieces, we need a main menu of some sort. Game credits. That's always important to me to be able to, especially again, we're kind of picturing we have a team here. You can do the same thing solo. You know what? We have no music yet. Music for menus, music for gameplay. And again, if it was a bigger, more advanced game, we could do all kinds of, depending on if you're in trouble or low on fuel, or, ooh, do we have fuel? No, because we're an arcadey game. And so let's even add here's clarification, no fuel limit. Do we need a time limit? Sure. That's going to be important for the ring missions. Time limit on screen. That also then means, do we want some sort of round summary screen? Sure. Round summary screen at end of play. Plane crash effect. We haven't really handled what happens if you lose. Now, something we haven't really dealt with before in the other schedules, because there's mostly kind of things that were mostly solo if we were looking at it, is it's good to be able to add some role tags. And when we go to labels, we can click on the pencils and change the label for each. And I'm actually going to prefer to keep the default colors. You could change the patterns and colors. Part of why I'm going to do it is because then the keys are bound to them. This becomes bound to key 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. So watch this. Our standard conventions that we use in HomeTeam. Green as code, yellow as art, orange as audio. So we have code, art, audio, level design. And then these others we could use different ways. We might say testing is going to be an important part of this schedule we're going to build in. We could use writing if it's a game that's got a lot of narrative context and setup. We may not for a flight sim. But now that we have those, we can mouse over these and press 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5 to toggle our different labels. See how it toggles with 1, 2, 3, or 4? Now, if you don't see the words there, you can click on it and it'll expand. So by default, your computer may be set up on Trello to not show it. When you expand it, it'll expand all of them. It'll save that setting for you locally, but other teammates will not see the board the same way. Of course, you can share it with other Trello users. You can collaborate that way. But let's now go ahead and tag these as to what we have. All right, so model is art, sound is audio, ability to roll, that's going to be code, code, plane throttle, code, ability to land on runway, code, runway model, art, buildings, art, hills to fly around, art, arguably level design, tree model, placing the step, definitely level design, figure out the sky and clouds, more art than anything else. And by the way, for a lot of these, you could put multiple labels. When in doubt, ideally one label is preferable to 2. Occasionally 2 is not a big deal. But it's kind of thinking in terms of, okay, well, if there are people who are specializing and looking at from one side or the other, which role is more likely to be dedicated on this piece of it is the better label to apply. So we're going to fly through rings in order. That's going to be code, ring layout course, that's level design. And again, the same person may also be wearing multiple hats, even in a small team, but it helps us identify, as we'll see, which is which. Some more level design stuff, rings, that's not actually level design, it's going to be a code task. Again, code and art, well, which is it? There's probably an art side to it. Let's focus on the code side first. Main menu, this actually would be a good one here for, we don't have another label for it yet, but let's have a label here for UI. Another type of design, layout. And by making it its own kind of category task, it helps give it some good focus for making it not just the minimal to get the box checked, but to really be kind of satisfactory and a positive part of the experience. Game for menus, or music for menus, music for gameplay. Time limit, it's going to be more code and UI, honestly. Plane crash effect, it's more art than anybody else. Round summary screen, it's more code and UI. And again, those two probably got good amount of hooks in both. So even though we're trying to minimize how many of 2, sometimes it just makes good sense. So we've got our set of cards. Let's now pick our interval we want to do this on, and say just in HomeTeam, we tend to target Sundays, and like before there are the schedules, it definitely does not mean that the scheduled stuff only happens on that day. In fact, hopefully it doesn't. Instead, what it's about is this is when we weekly reassess where we're at and make adjustments to our plan. And so for this one, just do something different. Let's say we start this in April 2. And again, we're saying for or due or by before each one. And so I'm going to start cranking out these weeks. And I've got my calendar up on the other side of my screen. April 9, it's the next Sunday. April 16, just copy pasted that first part because it's repetitive. 23rd, 30. We're not saying week 3, week 4. It doesn't really matter. The date does matter though, April, May. And that's because that's how we start to notice, like, I'm going to have family in town, or that's when my anniversary is, or that's when my birthday is, or something else me or someone else on the schedule might need to, or team might need to build around. Maybe I'll open to June 4. And so this is why part of those dates are so important. This is also to prevent the time from slipping away from us. Remember we did the book example, how we had the actual page. We didn't say 20 more pages. We said on Saturday, here's the page count I'm trying to reach. This keeps the time from slipping away. That's our Terminator reminder. That time, we got to keep an eye on it because it's coming for us. Now, as far as how long to spend on this project, this is just a choice, right? Especially at the weekly granularity. We could make a game in 6 months. We could make a game in 1 month. It's going to wind up a little bit different and be a different pace in our life schedule. Not necessarily inherently better or worse, but it's a question of what's the level of priority on this, how do we want to pace ourselves. For a game of this scale, if anything, this is probably ample time. So let's target this as our release date. Release. Now, another thing to think about here is that even though we're targeting to have a team, and depending on how your team's arranged, maybe do this exercise together, as the producer, not inherently the project lead or the owner of the decision-making, you might be involving others in it. But let's say, just for sake of example, you are the project lead, and that's why part of you are also shouldering the producer responsibilities. Well, you may not actually open everything up to teammates until you have a little bit of work underway. So at least in HomeTeam, this is where we pitch / welcome team members to the process. And that's partly because at least the way that we do it is that someone announces, hey, I'm doing this kind of project. Here's the gist of it. I can show you the prototype working. I've got kind of a basic plan in place. Who's interested in being involved? And the people in our communities jump on different projects. They're kind of making a case for this will be a fun, interesting thing to do. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, decisions under design notes. Implicit if we were in HomeTeam, but we'll put it non-commercial game just for fun and practice. This is because that might influence other decisions. Do we need marketing in the schedule? Not for this unless we care to practice that side of things. But this can help prioritize, okay, what's going to be core to the gameplay being demonstrated? Do we need trees for that? Of course not. Do we need sounds and music? Nope. But we do need a way to be able to control the plane, probably with keyboard and mouse. Joysticks can come later. Of course, those will be nice, but they're not as essential. Let's drag our unsorted in just like you've seen before. Again, I'm doing it specifically so you see how conscious we are. Unsorted. We do not want to accidentally leave this in our calendar. But this builds in some time ahead of time to figure out what are our details. Done. Schedule. Salt in that tip jar, even if the game isn't built yet. Oh, speaking of which, under design notes, let's say Unity, and, kind of hand wave here. Put specific version. If you're on a team project, this is something where it's super important to not have people have to all reinstall different editors every time the version is changing. Be clear about here's the version that we're on. We've got our schedule here. How many weeks do we actually throw in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 after pitch. Let's actually come over to this one and we'll say credits, bug fixing, polish. We always build in that last week and say, don't put any tasks on that week except those, because part of what's going to happen, like you've seen for our other simpler schedules, some tasks are going to inherently carry forward, bubble forward, get realized after you start, also needed to get done, but we completely didn't think about that. That's okay. I mean, heck, for example, smooth follow camera, right? Flight sim, you want to be able to turn separate from you, and that's even still external camera. Do we want to have an internal camera? Internal camera mode with cockpit for airplane when in first person view. And so suddenly, again, there may be whole pieces here we kind of were hand waving away. That's code, that is art. Now, also, we're going to build in testing. We're going to have a whole other video section talking about how we do testing. But at a high level, the thing to keep in mind is it's going to take several weeks to do testing. And you might be thinking like, what? Why does that take so long? If you get test results back and then your game gets released soon after, it's too late to do anything with it. It didn't matter you asked somebody. They said, hey, I got really frustrated and confused by this. Oops, sorry. Dump the game out. Remember, we're aiming for this deadline, so we got to work backwards from it. So that means June 18th, we'll be implementing main issues identified from test, or maybe addressing is a better word, from testing. And again, we got a card here just for testing. Now, to do that, then we need time when they had a chance to play the game. And especially, by the way, this kind of testing, let's be clear, QA as a full-time job people do, it's very rigorous professional practice. People then have to vet bugs and document reproduction steps and all this kind of stuff. This is not what we're discussing here. This is just, hey, some friends who have a fresh set of eyes, haven't seen me play this, haven't heard me talk about what to do, running it by them casually, maybe for pizza or just for, friendly or whatever. Hey, what's your first impressions? We're going to talk about how we do this in more detail in the next piece here, but we're not asking a lot of them. And as part of that, we need to give them a window of time to do it. We can't boss them around and say, play this for me tonight. I need the answer by tomorrow morning. That's not going to be how this works. Week when people can do testing and fill in our simple form. And again, I cannot stress enough. We can't do a big ask or we're not going to get any answers back. Now, in order to do that, well, we need to, hold on, there's my key for testing. We have to prepare the form, prepare testing form. And that's where I say we're going to have a whole section looking at some examples of those forms, building a little simple form and example together. But we had to have prepared it for the 4th in order for them to test by the 11th, in order for us to be able to implement their notes by the 18th, separate from whatever other cards are still dragging forward. So already, this whole last month of the project is accounted for. We don't actually have 10 weeks. We have 10 minus 4 for doing this other stuff, because here's the thing, right? If any of this got added after we did the testing, they were not actually testing. We might be surfacing the wrong issues. We may have had problems crop up and stuff we added after. As much as we want to fit that stuff in before the testing begins. Speaking of something, so there are certain kinds of tasks. For example, logo for title screen. It's an art task. It's important, but I added that one as an example because we can actually add the one after the testing, right? Especially for a non-commercial project. We're not worried about getting a bad sales impression because our logo is not super catchy. That one can wait. Certain things can wait. That's an example of one. Game credits, right? We don't need that in there for testing. We can fit that in a little bit after. And again, so this is putting them in the game. This is compiling credits. We have really specific practices. We go back through who did which work and make sure they're very carefully credited. Now for the other stuff, this is where, like I've alluded to before, we can kind of scatter some stuff around. But before we pitch, actually, let's first target what else is really needed. Well, let's have a plain model. As part of pitching, we want to be able to help get people on the same page. What's our aesthetic? What's our look? Are we cartoony? Are we detailed? Are we graphic? And this is going to be for Mood. We're going to come back in and give us a whole extra section of find an example of the art style we're going for. And that can include, is it a low poly plane? And I'm putting brackets here because these are placeholders. We're going to come back around and put pictures there we're going to find to be more specific as a communication tool. So what else do we do here between now and then? We don't need buildings. We don't need to be able to fly through rings. But it would be nice to show the rings. We don't have a ring model, do we? Ring model. And that's going to be a good, easy model to kind of wade into. Ring model. We're going to start with that and player throttle as well, probably. So one of the things we can do for our prototype is what in UX terms is people call Wizard of Ozing. Picture this, right? People who just have a piece of paper with some cards on it as if they're buttons. They touch it, and then you do the thing as if it works. You say, okay, well, now you're looking at this screen. You put a different piece of paper in front of them. Well, in Wizard of Ozing, you can show them in your prototype, I'm flying a plane. There are rings. I can fly through those rings. Imagine that I have to go through this one and that one. You don't have to actually detect that yet or enforce that yet. You can just tell them and just show it as if you're following the rules. This is a great way when you're trying to cut corners for I just need a version to get people on the same page of what kind of game we're building to show them a prototype. Well, the enforcement of the stuff can wait until later in the schedule. They don't need to see that to understand what are we building. But having a model of a plane and a ring and some controls are going to be really essential. And let's say, again, so landing on the runway could happen later. So we're already seeing here the pinch of there's our schedule. So let's start figuring out where these things are going to go. So for certain things, when I say you can just kind of spread them out kind of haphazardly, right? Let's just even spread them around. And let's front load our hills because that's going to be, I think, really helpful to orient us as a plane. I put a art task across every week. And you don't have to have every single week something to do for audio, something to do for sound. Oh, we have a no crash sound. We have a crash effect. Let's see. Music for gameplay is probably more important to get early on to get on the same page of tone. Menus can come later. We don't need something every single week, but they can help us spot gaps of, I bet there's probably some other sounds. I don't have any sounds here. What am I missing? Crash sound effect for player. We probably also could use one for player crosses through ring, and it counts and goes on to the next one, right? Audio. There we go. Just again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to toggle those cards. Main menu, this can kind of wait. It wouldn't hurt to have at least the basic in place for your testing. Now for ring course layouts, well, let's just kind of space those throughout, right? So we're starting there with a pitch. Let's try to get our introduction base. And this might be aggressive. I might fully expect this might get kicked ahead by a week, but how this stuff is coming together. Ring course there. It's every other week. Let's just see. And it gives each one a little bit of time to scoot if it needs to. But to fly through rings is an order for the course. So we need that working sooner or later to probably start really basing our levels on it. Runway landing. That's going to happen as part of that level design. So we add that the week before. This would mean earlier, right? You can, a lot of these cards, there's a pile of work to be done. The art, I didn't really think a lot about the order there. I just kind of scattered them around. Afterwards, it's easier to put them out and then spread them around and mix them up and say, actually, this needs to come before that for reasons. Rings the way to show the order to highlight the next one. Crazy 8 pattern. That sounds related to showing that. And this task doesn't have any code yet, or this week. It's a nice way to spot, okay, well, what kind of work is missing from this week and helps us spot gaps. I like to think of it like having a rainbow across your calendar as best you can. So any given week, plus or minus, someone looking way to get their footing can jump in there. Time limit on the screen. And that can be kind of later-ish, although it's going to be a tuning thing. So this is going to be, we don't actually have one here for game design stuff, but tuning of time targets, right? And that's probably fall under level design basically. But so you have an amount of time it takes you. The player has no sense of par. How long should this course take? And that's going to be just a matter of experimentation, flying through the track after, figuring out you should be able to do this in 20 seconds if you're good at this game. Playing crash effect, I could kind of wait. It's not blocking anything else, right? You could even test with that. It'd be nice to have it, but it's also where if this is a commercial project, it's even more important to have everything fully work because weird bugs might crop up that could tank your product. In a commercial, in like a non-commercial freeware practice thing, if you pick up some issues later after release, you patch them afterwards. People don't get as mad at you if you're doing a commercial project. Internal camera mode. So here's the thing. I alluded to this earlier, but basically acknowledging stuff earlier in the schedule, some of it might slide. There might be tasks that we don't even realize need to get done until we're halfway through and we're like, shoot, I didn't think about this at all. I need a blank. And that's going to have a few other bits and pieces attached to it. And because of that, things later in the calendar are more likely to get bumped. First person mode may get bumped. Now, because of that, I'm going to bring with internal camera mode the cockpit view. I don't want to model a cockpit view until I am sure that we are supporting that from the code side. Does this make sense? Or even vice versa. But if one of those tasks doesn't get done, then both shouldn't get done. So I'm putting those two kind of together over there. Our ring course layout, trees and runway. Let's actually put this one earlier because it's going to be kind of the environment that all our stages are in. And that's even going to be, if I was being strict about this, right, I could look at those and percolate all these levels down. Now, the other thing to realize out of this is that we may actually only end up with 2 levels. It is entirely a realistic, same week our form comes out, we can still be doing some tuning. But basically, often I've seen a lot of games that they start with a plan. We're going to have 3 levels, they release with 2. We're going to have 4 bosses, they release with 3. Whichever one came last in the order is most likely to get cut if you're really aiming for it. And, we always are. And HomeTeam, I do for my projects, like we talked about, even for reading for a week, we practice nailing our deadlines. It's a great life skill to say, start of April, that this game's coming out January 25th. That's power to be able to raise attention, to get marketing, to tweet about it, to share about it. And most importantly, even if it's just a non-commercial practice thing, to move on from it. You and everybody on this project, come around July, want to be doing the next thing. And it's probably because we've got other ideas always bubbling up our mind of other interesting things we want to learn and try and do. We want to move on from it. And it's not that this couldn't have somehow become slightly better with more energy effort. It's because I learned what I wanted. I decided, I made a conscious choice up front. Hey, team, this is a project that by the end of June, we'll have the version we want to have of it. We're going to do the best we can with the time that we've gotten. It's an old practice from I interviewed a Japanese game developer many years ago who had worked at Konami about a different strategy they had there. In the US studios, it's common they're constantly haggling internally for more budget, more time. Over there, they were basically given, at least back in the 90s, early 2000s, here is your budget, here's your time, that's the date you got to hit. And there was not internal haggling and gets a similar mentality. You've got resources, you've got time, make the best you can with what you got instead of constantly expecting to stretch it out and drag it out. Round summary screen. Ooh, this one's kind of important. I don't want to save it too close to the end. I want to get cut. Boss fights near the end of the schedule tend to get cut. And then unsorted smooth follow camera. That's actually really important for a flight sim and its feel. So let's actually even aim to have that super early. Super early on. Okay, let's knock out the unsorted. And let's put here, put together, I'll just pitch presentation to excite team about the vision. And there's a whole side to pitching internally. It's very different, by the way, to pitch for teammates than it is. This is not like a pitch for publisher funding or a pitch for player attention or a pitch for magazine coverage or anything. It's none of that. This is just a pitch for, hey, this will be a fun project to do together. Let's come get involved. Here's the vision. Here's the idea. Here's the prototype. Here's my schedule. But it's kind of a thing we do in HomeTeam. But basically, the value of this is to realize, even if this doesn't really kick off as a team effort until April 16th, I'm kind of imagining, right, that we're starting this the week before April 12th, April 2nd. Those are still Sundays between here and there. Certain work will or will not be happening on a weekly basis between now and then. I may as well be conscious about which of those tasks in which order are worth doing before pitch versus can wait until after. And it lets that time not get away from me. Against our Terminator's goal, keeping an eye on time is passing us whether we're doing something with it or not. And so let's just be conscious about it. So right here, pretty simple, pretty basic. We're gonna drill in on testing more in another section. We're gonna drill in more on mood board in another section. But this is it. We sat down, didn't take us long. We planned out months of effort to build a flight sim in a way that this doesn't assume it's your full-time thing. It's assumed you've got a few hours in there, half an hour here and there. Any given week is incredibly manageable. And that's the point, right? We can play with this as it evolves, as it moves forward. And so the next thing we'll probably look at is how to then use this schedule to keep it useful. Okay, so as with other schedules, the way we use our schedule keeps it relevant, keeps it useful, and it's a necessary part of our process. It's not just something we make once and then take for granted. We're going to follow exactly the steps. It's going to play out exactly like this. It is a starting point. It is a minimal product. It is a framework to hang other decisions and ideas about. So let's say we, as a team, are discussing this. And by the way, this is part of its power. Just like with our spreadsheet decision-making, this doesn't say authoritatively, hey, everyone, here's the answer. This says, how does this look? And now, especially if you've got teammates already on board, our audio people, art people, and otherwise who are a little more specialized in code or which other pieces they're tackling, you can run by them. How does this look? Does this feel like it makes sense to you? From your knowledge of your area of specialization, would you want to do this in a different order? Is there a reason why you'd want this to have more time? Are we missing tasks? Right? Is there a case where if we wanted to have another plane flying and maybe from a non-coder lens, I kind of assume that's going to be simple, then another programmer actually informs me there's a several week task buried in making that look correct. Okay, well then let's evolve and add that to the schedule. Again, it's not saying this is everything. This is saying here's a basic track that we can mostly stay on to get us to an end result. But, by the way, why do we pick airplanes? I'll tell you one nice thing about starting out if you're new to 3D environments and things like this. Airplanes are rigid body modeling, so you're not having to deal with organic shapes of characters. And especially, they're way easier. There's basically no animation involved. If you have, people often think of like platformer games as if they're simpler because they're more historical and so on. But gosh, animated characters with rigged bones and all that stuff, doing that well is hard. Airplanes aren't too bad. Now, something we did forget, and again, this is a normal part, we're going to forget some stuff as we look at the schedule. We didn't animate the propellers, right? But we can tell we're making stunt planes. It's probably old prop planes. We probably want animated propeller. How's that word? Propeller. Now, even though it's animation, you might assume animation means art. It's honestly, in programming, probably a code task just to set a rotation on it. Maybe there's still an art task to how we draw it for different speeds, but that'll be sufficient. And of course, this doesn't happen for pitch. This could happen later. Now, thing two is that this is a super duper easy task. This is like a one-line script in Unity. It's a rotate call. So because of that, what we don't have a column for yet, but is valuable depending on how your teams are structured, is what I call warm-up tasks. And warm-up tasks are a bit special because they're things that, even if you don't know a lot of the code base, even if you're not very advanced, even if you're new to the platform, you could still kind of do to get your footing And that helps you then explore, okay, well, I've already locally grabbed the project from the repository. I've already kind of figured out the basics of how to do this. While I'm here, maybe I'll do some other things. That's another great place to drop things like toggle pause with P key, toggle mute with M key. These are just kind of some common routes that we use. Easy ways to get involved. Or, for example, like additional rocks models for ground. Where if it doesn't happen, no big deal. If it doesn't happen until later, no big deal. Right? Someone else could probably patch us in last minute, it'd be fine. But it's a handy place where even if you as a main coder or leader on a project could fill these in, it's helpful to leave some of those kind of points available as footing for new people getting involved. So that's part of the mentality there. So let's start tackling the schedule. Right? April 2nd comes and goes again. We're still in solo mode before we have a teammate involved. We made a little basic ring model, plain throttle, did both. Things so far, so good. It's okay. We can change it. Now, we also realized we made it so we can change the plane speed, but there's no indicator yet, right? We need a throttle indicator on screen. And that's going to be, arguably, we could make it an art task. We're going to label it as UI. And let's put that early after the team gets involved. There's no UI tasks around this part of the calendar. Controlling the plane with keyboard and mouse. We need to be able to move it around. That was not too big of an ask for a week. But again, kind of starting slow. In fact, maybe we even thought ahead and already got our plane model done that same week. Part of what's going on at any given time, a lot of the tasks, again, the order isn't super strict. If your teammates don't see something on the very next week that interests them, they can still kind of browse the fridge a little bit, looking ahead and say, actually, that interests me. I'm going to grab that one. And of course, in Trello, they can join the card. It puts their face on it. In this case, I'm the only person on the board, so it's a little bit silly. But this is a way to kind of tag the card, which is helpful then to say, oh, you were working on this task, or you were doing this, or are you still on this? And that's part of what's nice about Trello, too. It keeps a log for when did they join that card, right? If I put myself on it, we can see when this person joined the card. And so we can tell, hey, have you been sitting on this for a while and didn't actually do it? Which is okay, but maybe you want to hand it off. So, okay, we're up to our pitch. We did our presentation. The team's interested. Now, at this point, again, we might involve them back in the process of, hey, this was just kind of a guess. This is a starting point. Now, you might be inclined in a lot of cases to kind of couch everything, and this is a tentative decision, but you kind of don't need to because all the decisions are tentative. It's always up for play. For if you have a better idea, great, here's a concrete thing to replace. Now, this is also part of a thing where in our planning stages for the projects, we want to always, as best as possible, have at least a tentative thing in mind, a concrete answer. And this is because if you're vague about it, you've actually created two tasks. So think about this. If I tell you to draw a squid, that's one task. You can draw a squid. If I tell you to draw something, you actually first have to decide, gosh, there's so many different things to draw. What would I draw? Step one becomes decide what to draw. Step two becomes drawing it, whether it's a squid or otherwise. It's actually easier for a lot of people, especially those who are wearing kind of a specialist mindset, to be given a more specific task. Now, obviously, again, there's latitude. You're not trying to say, follow my orders or do exactly what I say. It's an invitation to say, hey, I don't know, draw a squid? Question mark? To which they might counter to say, actually, an octopus would be a better thing to draw here, in which case, knock yourself out. That sounds awesome. We'll make it work. We'll adapt around it. But it helps to have a specific answer. So some people, when they're planning their schedules, they'll try to say things like enemy A, enemy B, enemy C, mech type 1, mech type 2, mech type 3, level 1, level 2, level 3. Notice on our levels, even for something like a ring layout, we still defined what distinguishes number 2 from number 3. What is the idea there? What function is it serving? And what this means is that, so let's say you're defining your enemies. Maybe you don't have to be specific about this is a knight or this is a witch or whatever in a kind of game it's in. You could still say this is the fast enemy. This is the big, slow, strong enemy. This is the enemy the player needs to be able to throw. Whatever the idea is, it's concrete enough that when, okay, someone has another enemy idea, you're making a concrete switch in the schedule out of the different kinds of enemies, which one are we replacing? If someone has a different idea for an easy mission, well, okay, was that the only time we did a takeoff? Then because that was part of our plan, do we want to build that into somewhere else? Or do we eliminate the task to have given the player the ability to take off? Maybe our game doesn't need that. After all, it's pretty arcadey anyway. Now, the design notes too, part of why these are so important is once you have your team involved, it's not all just in your head. And there's only so much someone can do to get kind of the gestalt of skimming. Remember, I'm shift mouse wheeling here. Side to side across the entire schedule. They're watching the video of your pitch presentation to figure out what's the gist. Design notes helps us not do work we couldn't use. Right? So they don't have to read your mind or know what you were thinking. If we didn't say that there's no combat in this game, it wouldn't be out of the question for a flight sim type game for somebody to add a machine gun to your plane, or make some machine gun sound effects, or add an enemy combatant plane. Because we said up front, this is not the kind of game that's meant to happen. And now we could still discuss that. Is that a decision we want to make? Is that a thing we want to change? What task would that add to the schedule if we make that switch? We can still discuss that, but this was the plan that the rest of the team kind of got on board for, was the idea that this is just a flight sim of that kind of style where we're not doing action stuff. This can also be the case where we want to say low poly, simple cartoonish colors. If you have a fixed color palette, if you're doing pixel art, if you're doing vector art, if you're doing high detail models, if you're doing bump mapping, whatever angle you're going for, a certain shader pipeline you have to be able to stick to for how you're going to render. That's okay, but this is a good place to acknowledge it so that someone doesn't show up with art that is nothing wrong with it, but not a good fit. Same thing for sounds, right? Do we want classic chiptunes type sounds are beeps and bloops and warbles and can be generated, but we might say non-chiptune sound edited recordings, right? And this doesn't mean you actually go out and record a prop plane. It doesn't mean you actually record a plane crashing. It does mean you make some sort of sound into a microphone, modify those sound effects, and you just get a very different tone and sound, adjusting the pitch and all that for this recorded sounds than you do from a generated tone, which can sound like a 1990s, 1980s style game, which is okay for certain types of aesthetics. But if we don't make clear in our design notes, here's work we wouldn't be able to accept. Or from the current plan, here's assumptions we're making that be all on the same page. You wind up with this chaotic collage, and there's things where it's not necessarily better or worse, but if it's inconsistent, now it's worse on both sides. And so that's a thing we look at as teammates start getting involved, thinking about those design notes being better filled out. There's also, again, mood boards. We'll give a whole section to, helps people get on the same page visually. We'll explore that here in a minute. Now let's continue to kind of just rip through this schedule. So April 23rd comes and goes. We smooth camera follow. We then realize, shoot, we want to be able to change camera distance from plane. Nice for the camera follow feature. Now, that doesn't just have to go on the very next week. And again, this is where we don't want to necessarily snowplow tasks where it starts to build up. So let's just scoot it ahead to the 21st. It's not a big essential thing. Hills to fly around terrain. And then joysticks, gamepad just didn't happen. Here's again, rather than kick it ahead 1 week and just stack it up on, we already didn't have enough time this week. Maybe I didn't find my gamepad. It's buried in a drawer somewhere or something. We can kick it ahead a little bit. How important is it to us? It'd be nice to have, but honestly, we'll kick it up there. Throttle indicator on screen. Let's say that again didn't get done. We'll kick it ahead. Archive. So it was a slow week. That's okay. You still want to give credit, acknowledge for what got done with your kind of weekly revisiting the schedule. Now, in moving one thing ahead, did it kick something else forward? This is also a nice thing about these roles is we can start to more easily notice, shoot, this week has like 3 code tasks. That's maybe a little bit more intense. And again, we're kind of expecting still pretty limited part-time moonlighting energy here. But we can tell where things are kind of bunching up on one role in a way that when UI got kicked onto a week that didn't have any other UI stuff, we don't, depends who's wearing that hat, but it's not as intense as 1 week having 3 different code things. Although we can look at those. Is this a big code thing? Not too bad. Big code thing? Not too bad. Joysticks, though, let's actually now look at it again. Kick that ahead to the low. No, we want that people to use that for testing. And you know what? I'm going to say, let's just take that as our cue as we kick this ahead. Let's knock out the cockpit mode for the airplane. We're going to have multiple view distances anyway. Maybe it helps so the plane situate. Easier to take off and land, see, show off our good plane model and all that kind of stuff. So we archived those cards. I just press C. And again, notice I didn't drag them to done. I didn't even put them in a, future pile. Although another thing we can do, this sometimes is a strategy some big projects will use. Save it for the sequel. All right, so people call this a nice to have wish list feature, whatever. Now, realistically, here's the thing, right? There's probably not going to be a sequel. It happens, but there's probably not going to be a sequel. And so what happens instead, I know I'm currently working on a sequel to a game I made 7 years ago, but it's rare. For the most part, what happens is this is just a place to squirrel away. Hey, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying it's probably not happening by this release date. And so we're scooting and kicking things off the calendar. It can just feel better than archiving it to dust or marking it as done if it wasn't really done to say, this is a great plan. It's just we're running out of time here. We got to hit that deadline. We're going to shove it in the save it for the sequel bucket. And so, okay, we keep on cutting through our schedule here. Throttle indicator screen, so we knock that out. Now, by the way, what we're doing here, of course, super lightweight because we're doing this as a, again, hobbyist freeware learning project just for fun and kicks, something to do, making a thing, goes in a portfolio, having a fun time, learning stuff. If there's a commercial project, so much more pressure comes in, of course. of now, you don't just mark things done. There's probably, who does this feature need to get signed off by to say this is as good as it needs to be before we can move on from it? And suddenly you've got stakeholders at play, whether it's you as a producer, whether it's somebody else, an art lead, depending on the size of the team. But it's not as simple as, okay, well, it's done, therefore it's good enough. It may be a case of, okay, well, it's done. Now it's ready for review. And this is the case where as a team grows in a bigger environment, especially a commercial studio, a producer is likely to also have to keep track of who are the stakeholders who have to sign off on this. What is the process to go from you have done the thing, okay, does it get bounced back, or are we ready to proceed on to the next gate for this role? Runway model, not too big a deal to model. And again, even though it's like art, it's not like we have someone who's only doing art. Someone else could also probably knock out a runway model, depending on the fidelity you're going for, but we're going for simple-ish, cartoony, low poly. Plain engine sound, again, is kind of maybe improvised. Now, perhaps you even realize, okay, I did a plain engine sound. I don't like it. It's not great. Well, I can still market it a plain engine sound and say, plain engine sound version 2, right? And can we make a note about what's different about this? This is deeper and more rumbly. Something about the way we authored it the first time. It's tinny, it's not great. Now, it's still good to have a placeholder, to still have it connected in the code, because now when you replace that sound, you can hear it in-game, but it just added another audio task. And again, this doesn't mean this person did the task wrong inherently. This is the process and what it looks like. Let's say May 7th, I don't know, personal life happened. Stuff came up. Energy, attention, stress, couldn't get a lot done. Maybe one thing got done. Maybe the musician, the composer, kicked in a great song, good sketch, team loved it, whatever. Other stuff just doesn't get done. So again, that'll happen. Now, this is like we talked about before in the reading schedule even. You might build in some pivot points, some intentionally thinner weeks, especially in a longer schedule, where it starts blowing up to 4, 5, 6 months or something or more, to catch some of that so it doesn't all pile up. But we don't want to have happen, and I did this intentionally, right, to again show that snowplow effect. If it all just got scooted 1 week ahead, and it's natural, it's instinctive, it says I'll just catch up next week. Don't put that on yourself. This leads to spiraling. This leads to not looking at it. This leads to, before you know it, now this is 3 times as long, 4 times as long. It doesn't scale thinking that way. If we're going to scoot that much ahead, we need to immediately decompress that. Whether some of this gets kicked further ahead if it can, whether we cut a whole different level, whether we just space out what we can. Crash sound for player. Those already have some other audio tasks. This can wait. Buildings placement. Sky. The tree model doesn't sound too bad. Maybe we can trade it for the tree model. Buildings, because building placement won't take long for the artist. Building land on a runway. Rings, engine sound too. Yeah, so this now looks a little more reasonable, right? And it's still a tad more, but this is where we start getting near the end. It's got to be, well, we're getting up on testing. So, okay, we got up there, we get rings working, ability to land on a runway. We can detect we're going slow on the ground, ring layout, course. And maybe we actually figure out we need a different way to determine that we have finished the course, right? Detect when course is finished. It's just another code thing. We didn't think about it. We had rings you could fly through. We didn't actually detect you have finished it, and now does it gracefully end? This is the thing, especially for game over, for player death, for plane crashes, and so on. The easy thing to do is just reload a scene or to stop the action or whatever. Typically, the players want a much smoother experience of a few second kind of delay, so it becomes an extra bit of task to how we want to handle that nicely. We spot that. Maybe we knock it out in the same week. It's not a big ask. Sound, buildings the runway, easily placed, tree placed, and we're back on track. And this is where ideally we didn't totally derail our schedule. We didn't mess with the release date. Even though we had a bad week, we also didn't beat ourselves up over it. We just got right back on track, figured out what we could do, what needed to get cut. It's part of the process. At the end of the day, we're going to have more of a product to show than if we didn't stick to the process and stick to our deadlines. Time limit screen, we knock it out. Sun and clouds is kind of still dragging out. Now, by this point, we've kicked this ahead, I think, a few times. And you can even see here on check the card, it's been a few different times, right? It's been kicked twice. A thing I experiment with and choose, try it out. Especially, I do this more for solo projects than team projects. So I don't want anyone else to feel like it's on them or like I'm being passive aggressive. But for a solo project, I started with adding a plus each time I've kicked it. I've kicked it once, plus. Kicked it twice, 2 pluses. If I kick it again, let's say the schedule catches up to it, right? Oops, accidentally folded those. I'm going to put a 3rd plus in the front of it. And the reason I put it on the front of it, even though this detail was open when I visited the card, it makes it hard for me to deny the fact I'm just kicking this can down the road. Am I ever really going to do it? Right? And a couple things this does for me. One, it makes me less likely to just kind of not take seriously where I'm placing it. Be more strategic, but I don't want to keep accumulating more pluses. I'm going to actually put it in a place where I really believe there's time and energy to do it then. Maybe I'll float at the top of the stack. Like I said, all else being equal, I assume top is mostly priorities, bottom is mostly more likely to get dragged along. Or the other thing I might do is say, okay, well, fundamentally, there's something wrong here. Does this task need to be done at all? Is there a simpler version of task I can do instead of it? Because this just wasn't going to happen. And we're already catching up to testing. This is running out of time. So now I say, instead of figuring out sky, and clouds, I'm going to say, pick a solid color for the skybox. And you know what? I'm going to say that even fits the aesthetic. Low poly, simple cartoonish colors. We can get away with it here in this game. Be harder in some photorealistic games. We can pull it off. And now that task is as good as done. Would it be nice to have clouds? Sure. Would it be nice to have some sort of more interesting skybox? Totally. But we don't. And at the end of the day, these little compromises that we can spread and space throughout are going to enable the whole rest of this thing to happen. And again, if we don't really make those little targeted compromises as we go, they pile up at the end. And that's where crunch comes from. That's where unreleased, really buggy messes come from. It lets us be a little more calculated in spacing out those trade-offs and compromises. Well, this was less important than something else. And realistically, for whatever reason, out of our skill sets on the team, interest in the team, this part wasn't happening. Okay, well then maybe instead of tearing ourselves up over it, let's find a simpler target and meet it halfway. So audio crosses to the ring. And this one, by the way, this might actually be a chiptune effect. This might be a ding, a ping, some sort of event type noise. We're just taking for granted we have sound code that works. Chase camera, another ring course. Ring course requiring landing. It's just, for whatever reason, it's not playing after the rings. We'll say challenging. Loops up into the sky, right? And again, it's because, okay, we changed the plan. We tried it. We figured out we were trying to add landing. The landing is just not really working out as well with a ring system for some reason about how the collisions work and about how the control on the ground and our rudder control isn't great. And so even though we added the code for that, we're not going to build it into our missions. And maybe that's okay, right? That's where we want to minimize wasted work, but can't always be in full control of that. So music for menus. And by the way, this too, I did kind of a bad job here. For music for menus, ideally, again, this is the thing where you give a vague task, it's actually harder to follow. It's that draw squid versus draw something. It's actually easier if I say mellow or low energy or piano. And knowing that this is up for interpretation, if the musician comes back to me and says, actually, I have a whole different idea for this, I'm probably going to be like, great, let's do it, right? Let's make it fun. Let's play to your strength. Let's do the things you're going to be jazzed about, giving your full energy, attention, and effort. That's going to help show in your portfolio, whatever you do, because this is ultimately a learning project. But it actually helps to have a specific idea in mind than to say, do whatever you feel like. Really, that's leaving more work on their side. And so, cutting through this plane crash effect, explosion particles, that actually might be more code stuff, depending on how we're going about it. Ability to roll playing with gamepad joysticks, or let's say we just cut. We're not supporting gamepad joysticks. Cut. Didn't happen. You can play with keyboard and mouse. Most players keyboard and mouse. Now everyone wants to get out their USB controller. That's fine. Main menu, and this is where if we want to, we could use our checklist to break down subtasks, different features and stuff, but for the most part, just need a way to get at it, to press play from the title. And then the ring course here, got a challenging course. So now we're into the testing time, being prepared on that form. And so this is probably getting to a good point here. Let's switch over to our next things. We're first going to talk about this mood board to go back a stage, this element of team communication. Then we'll look at the testing form and creation of that for the late part of the project. Okay, so the mood board I want to give a special bit of attention to because it's a very important, very different way of communicating that I want to make sure we get across in a very specific way. So what I've done here is I've just Googled a few different images, and this is a normal part of doing mood boards. By the way, commercial studios, game studios, film studios, this is a part of how they happen. This is not somehow a weird, cheaty, lazy student beginner level thing. This is how it happens, right? So I grabbed some images, browsed, and I was just picking out, okay, what's some things about how I want the plane to look or the environment, or even just not even how I want it to, just how I'm picturing it. What's going on in my head? Because there's certain things I'm picturing and not what kind of cartoony environment or not. And I downloaded those images, just right-clicked, save as. And now we're going to add it to the card. So I put a placeholder, it's like, oh, I'll need a picture of a stunt plane. Let's find it. Let's add it. Upload it from my computer. And then by default, it's going to show it as image on the card. So it's at a high eye level. You can see it when you browse the board. But I want to say specifically, what about this picture, right? And this is the plane style / shape. Even though we have a biped in the background or a biplane in the background, we're picturing single wing. That's just what I have in mind. Now, again, it doesn't mean it's right, but it's a point of discussion. Like all of our schedule, and this is part of why the mood board is so important. This is a thing for us to disagree about. This is a thing for us to communicate. This is me saying out loud, hey, what about this? Do you disagree? Great. Let's get on the same page about what other ideas you have in mind. All right. Example of art style. So this is where I'm going to grab another picture here. And there's actually kind of a couple others, right? There's going to be, that's for the environment art, and then plain model style. And then we're going to add another one here for plain art environment. And you have to put a word to be able to attach a label, to attach an image to it. Okay, so now one reason why here I said plain style and shape, and depending on the project, you might want to be more specific than that, is because different people looking at this might get different effects of, okay, why there's two different, completely different kinds of environments here. What are you referring to about this? And so this one we're going for structure of environment, right? And it doesn't mean you have to match this exactly. It's just I'm picturing kind of rolling hills, not canyons, not cliffs, not mountains. I don't know what I have in mind. Again, inviting the idea that a teammate might say, hey, wouldn't it actually be really cool if instead this took place up in the mountains? All right, let's replace that art, and we're on the same page, and we can be conscious about we switched our target environment or setting. Same thing here for, this is actually going to be what we want for the style of trees. Not trying to make photorealistic trees. Again, we're kind of sticking kind of our cartoony look, but that's very different from the type of trees that were in a game like this, which for the player model, we want to show hard, faceted faces about it. And it's helpful for each picture to call attention to what is it you like about it. Right? Is it the pose of the character? Is it the costume? Is it the color scheme? And if you don't call attention to specific parts, you run the risk of people trying to copy the wrong things from it or copy too much of it, and it stops being a reference point of, oh, I just meant the color, I just meant the tone, I just meant the general angle of camera or the perspective on the gameplay. Camera distance, right? This could also be one here for example of camera distance one. It doesn't matter if it's a car. It's illustrating it for certain things about it. And obviously this can grow a little bit, but it's a really helpful way to be able to point to outside ideas. And it's the same idea when you hear, the old design doc for GoldenEye 64 started by saying it's like Virtual Cop, except the player's not on rails. Immediately conveys a lot of detail. And these are the same things, right? We're not putting these final graphics in the game. We're not copying those assets directly or specifically. We're just saying, hey, I'm thinking this kind of fidelity. What are you thinking? Do you agree, disagree? What else do we have in mind? Can we put down some ideas, run them by the team, run them by whoever our art lead is, who's making those decisions? They may still come up with a different proposal, a better idea, but it lets people immediately better picture, okay, so I'm picturing that kind of plane and that kind of style going over hills like that with trees looking like this. Does that work? Does it not? Now, the other thing this helps us do as well is helps us spot sometimes from opportunities here. Hey, are there other tasks that the mood board helps inspire? This is probably why I want to go back to it, even though it's something we often do before the project starts. Look, there's a trail coming off this plane. That's actually a really neat thing for stunt planes to be able to see the curves and the loops and the tails and the trails. So if it's not too late, we might say, and again, it'd be great ideally to do this before testing, but maybe this will fit in this week. Way for plane to leave contrail or trail behind it. Right, that's probably more code than anything else. Trail renderer, something else to stack it on there. But it's a feature that just referencing these things helps us inspire ideas. Or maybe you find one, for example, of the kind of UI size, fidelity, those types of elements go a long way in communicating the ideas. But that's the basic gist of the mood board. It doesn't have to be super advanced or complicated. It doesn't have to be super intense. It's just a way to kind of get people on the same page. So without this, it's much harder to look at all this and get on the same page mentally. With something like this, it is so much easier to picture what you're picturing, despite the fact we're leveraging outside games, outside screenshots, outside movies, outside comics, outside ideas, as long as we are just taking inspiration from, not copying directly, bits and pieces or angles and mixing together, it becomes a much more concrete way for us to have an outside reference to share and again, disagree on and say, I've got a better idea. What if instead we had a fighter-looking jet? Or what if we instead had, again, in the mountains? Or if we were, I don't know, in the future, in the past, or whatever. I chose Britain for its rolling hills, but there's other kind of environments, things, or styles we want to go for, including if what you have is a teammate who says, I really want to do high poly modeling, and I think I can nail that look. Let me show you what I have in mind. You might say, you know what, you're right. I just picked this one because I thought that's what I'd be able to do if the modeling came back to me. But you're in control of this. Your plane looks awesome. I like the start you got. Let's run with that. Let's build in the schedule. we'll swap this idea on the mood board for a different piece. And one thing I want to emphasize is that even if you are solo, even though this is most have been thinking about, with a lens of as if it's a team project, even if you're totally solo, this mood board exercise and the Trello in general, including with the role delineations, can still be a very helpful part of your own planning. Part of what's going on is that when it's all in your head, it's so amorphous, it's hard to just swap out one piece without the others all kind of falling apart. As soon as it's external and at arm's distance and outside of you, just like our schedule, we can look at it, second guess, and update our plan. So we can make conscious decisions and choices and upgrade and improve our ideas based on, okay, well, I started with this, but by the time I finished, it might be a different mood board entirely. But this was just the thing I was picturing. Now I can iteratively pick at, is that how I want my plane, my character, my space, my environment, my art style to look? No, I've got a better idea, this. And we can swap it while keeping the rest of it in place. Just like we do with our schedule. It's valuable for you because, if you're a solo person, it's still on a long-term schedule. You in the future and you in the past may as well be different people. You've got different ideas. You're picturing different things, different stuff going on in your lives. This form of documentation, as lightweight, simple, and non-time consuming, we literally Googled 4 pictures and stapled them to cards and wrote, what do I like about it? As little as that is, it can help you keep a coherent thread so you're not totally derailing halfway through or losing track of what you had in mind. And future disagrees with past you, lets you get on the same page about what you're trying to accomplish, even with yourself. And next, we're going to dig in on some details of putting together a testing plan, looking at some examples, and putting together a simple one ourselves. All right, so for playtesting, we're looking at a variety of real examples from recent HomeTeam projects and how the leads put together playtesting forums. In addition to, we're going to walk through one together. And I want to start by saying, too, it's possible to have more than one round of playtesting. So here in this simple schedule for a smallish project, we built in the last 3 weeks for one round of testing. Now, quite often it can be valuable, especially if you have a commercial project or a bigger project in portfolio, to do multiple rounds of testing, each of which might need another 3-week turnaround. Now, when you're doing this, by the way, it often makes sense to start small and then build your way out. So, for example, with a more forgiving audience. So initially, for example, friends and family. Or in HomeTeam, we actually have 3 different communities, so they'll play test with the other communities because they haven't yet seen how it's played, haven't yet heard it described, haven't yet been told how to do it. And that's important because that's one reason why people who are mostly already on your team aren't as good to get that fresh set eyes perspective on what are they confused by, how do they know what to do. You need someone who's not yet seen it before. But you can start with, like, say, friends and family. Hey, you're my buddy. What do you think? And they're more likely to be friendly to you, understand that it's a work in progress. But then based on how that goes, you could then extend out to then people who are in your Facebook network, your LinkedIn network, and otherwise. And then beyond that into strangers, which of course is the least friendly audience, most unforgiving, might give you the most accurate feedback based on the final players. But at that point, ideally, you've kind of smoothed down the worst parts you could find. Now, by the way, too, you might be thinking in terms of playtesting or feedback. Gosh, I don't have access to dozens or hundreds of beta testers or people who are beating down my door. This isn't World of Warcraft or something. How do I get these kind of numbers? And you don't actually need very many at all. We're not looking for some sort of qualitative data where statistically there's some relevance about priorities. We're looking for quantitative feedback of just a few different people checking it out is actually enough to start identifying, are there some patterns of, gosh, they didn't even realize you could double jump or how to open the door, or they couldn't figure out which button was the throttle. Shoot, we never tell the player, we need a help screen. Very quickly, from a few tests, you're going to start getting a lot of redundancy, and then you're actually better off to go fix those before you put it in front of more testers, or you're just going to be burning through more potential fresh eyes on giving you pretty much the same feedback, because there's a layer of problems. Each time you solve the top layer of issues, it's going to surface them noticing getting the next level of frustration down. But these can be huge, and if you don't build this into a schedule, part of what happens is you can put months of effort into a project, but when you release it, people get kind of derailed very early on. They don't know how to open the door. They don't know how to attack. They don't know how to double. These are very basic things that you just knew because you worked on the project, and everyone who worked on the project saw that, of course, you picked up the red thing first. So they know how to do it. Strangers won't, and you're not there to be on their shoulder telling them what to do. If you find this kind of room in your schedule for testing, it can surface those problems. And what's so important about that is it greatly increases the chances that people who even try your game in the first place, which is already kind of a tough ask sometimes, will actually play far enough to see all the different cool stuff you and your teammates put into a project. So let's look at some examples real quick here. This one here is from Michael Tanner of Comet Kicker, who was the lead. And he put the keys here in the controls. I want to emphasize, too, this is a thing to be careful about. So this is because he was doing a point in the schedule where he hadn't yet added this information to the game, which is okay, as long as he still had it in his plans to add this information to the game, Because ultimately, remember, whatever information you try to explain here about your game, the players at the end of the day aren't going to see. And so if you set up, here's what you're doing or how you're doing or why you're doing it, which keys to push, again, it's okay. Depends on when you're doing testing your schedule. And Michael's a great developer, so I know he does intentionally. And still, the game explains how to play it. But ideally, this information, this sort of setup stuff, is clues of what you need to still fit in your game in the time remaining. He's kind of figuring out, are you the target audience for this? You self-identify as someone who does this. What was your score? And again, like setting par. So we talked about time limits in that ring challenge on our flight sim game. Asking players to report how long did it take you for different challenges is a way better gauge for realistic par goals to set for your players than you as the developer. You're always going to be the best at your game. Well, for many cases, you're the best at the game. You've put so many more hours into practicing it, and you know every little nuance of detail about how the physics of it work. So it's a thing to be aware of, is figure out, okay, what are actually your real numbers? Because they're probably not going to be as good as the developers. Did you play more than once? Again, it's a kind of gauge for like, hey, did you actually enjoy this enough to keep doing it? This is a curious question, especially for a game with a kind of replay value. How long to keep playing it? It's nice to be able to get a sense for how it's sticking to them. Describing bugs, of course, important, open-ended question. You're asking questions to know things about, but occasionally you don't know what to ask. Some open-ended questions like that are helpful. Frustrations, again, are the best thing to be standing down. And these kind of questions, anything you enjoyed, a lot of people find it's helpful to basically also have an outlet to give you some good news and bad news. Even if you don't act on the good news necessarily, it serves two purposes. One, someone's more likely to give you negative feedback if they also feel like they had an outlet to say some nice things too, so they don't feel like they're being a jerk about it. That's just human dynamics, especially during friends and family testing versus total strangers. Another thing is this can actually help offset if someone else describes maybe frustration, but two other players say they really enjoyed that about it. One says, this game was way too hard. That made me angry. Two other players say, I really liked how challenging it was. Well, I mean, it's up to you, but that might counterbalance and say, actually, they've avoided that. It's not to say the person's wrong, but this was a style of game. Some people like Dark Souls, and that's okay. For a high-speed action game, this is interesting data to gather as well, but okay, well, is your refresh rate actually mattering? And this is important too. Would you like to be credited as a tester? Again, we believe testing is very important, even though this is not being done in a rigorous, full QA type studio level of work. This is a literally try it out, fill out a form, thanks friendo. It's still nice to be able to credit for who play tested, who gave feedback, if they want to be, right? You don't want to assume, are you comfortable with your name being out there? And also then asking specifically, how do you being referenced? Because some people, for their last name, for their nickname, for their online handle, for their SEO, whatever, certain ways they do and don't want to be listed online, privacy and all that. So good form here from Michael. And so we're just going to browse through here some other examples in less detail. But so cleansing roots here. This is led by Patrick Moffat. So he's first thing, he has a Mac and a Windows build, which is great because if you have certain bugs, then you know which device that it's on. This also helps to make sure out of my initial testers I caught so far, did anyone even test the Mac build? If not, I need to go out of my way to find somebody who did. Did you finish the game? This is a type of linear experience of the platformer. If you finish it, about how long did it take? And again, an estimate, not too specific. Stuck or confused, encountered game-breaking bugs. How was your experience? Any comments or suggestions? If you like being credits, what's your name? Sorted. So this is a game that had a lot of different levels designed as puzzles. And so the player can answer how far did they get through the game in a way that's easier to recognize the number 4. What things were initially confusing or unclear? Did you play a level more than once? Did you have a favorite level and level you like least? And again, this might inform, do I want to better emphasize that? Do I want to show it in the screenshots and animations that I post online? If everybody marks one level as they like it least, do I want to revisit that in the time remaining? Unless, again, the favorite level offsets those votes from other people. That is their character to identify with. Bugs, changes, controls. It can be very browser specific. So we're asking for basic information. Did Firefox, did Chrome, did Safari? If you're doing a web browser game, those will vary as to where the kind of issues are. His game also supported touch devices. And so again, it's good to also test. Did you play it on an iPhone, an Android, or something like that? If you like being credits, and if so, how? Minds of Many, a ProcGen game led by Tyler Allison. How you felt the difficulty curve was, again, knowing as the developer it's really hard for you to gauge. It's helpful to then ask them. Obviously, in this case, you're kind of hoping for 3s. How did you die during a playthrough? Are some of these happening to everybody? Does some of these happen to nobody? Helpful to find. How did you feel about the controls and the schemes? Find enjoyable aspects of the game, bugs. Now, here's an interesting one I want to make sure you see. And so this is another member of the team, Ashley, offered to do live playtesting. And of course, I modified the calendar link so you don't see the direct URL. But you could schedule to playtest remotely, where they can screen share what they're doing. And you're not coaching them or telling them what to do, but you're just watching them play. And they might even do what's called a think aloud protocol, where they talk about their thoughts of, here's why I'm doing this. Here's what I'm trying to accomplish. I think I'm trying to attack. I'm trying to open that door. Ooh, I think I need a key. And this is an incredibly great way for those details that will not ever come across in any sort of forum. But if you can watch players, and this is the same thing in big studios and fancy universities, they'll have one-way glass, and the developers will get kind of very frustrated watching people play it for the first time, and it's the corners they get stuck on, the stuff they don't seem to know how to do. Again, they may eventually find their way through it. They may not have thought to say it on a forum. If you can even get 1 or 2 people who are willing to do that, it can go a long way to surface, here's some big issues. And what's weird about these things, again, is that it may be the fixes aren't that big. So just an example, right? I had many years ago, a battleship game. There's some airplanes that fly in to help the player. It's a battleship game, but there's airplanes from the U.S. Air Force that fly in to help the player. And a tester I observed was trying to shoot down those U.S. planes. It wasn't clear to them that those were Allied planes. I just had a little America U.S. flag pop up over them if you shot them. That was enough. It took 2 seconds. It was not a tough graphic to make at that resolution. But having seen someone do it, I immediately saw the fix. It wasn't a bunch of work. Same thing here. You can surface what were the problems really well by scheduling. Remember, Calendly, you can use schedules like I do for my office hours and HomeTeam or something. It's a great way to figure out what people are up to, is to watch them play. Connections. And so this is a game that's similar kind of questions and patterns. And you can keep it simple, right? It doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be lengthy. It can just be a way to get the data. Now, another example here we see from Custard Falls, led by Just Greg. It's a case where, and I modified this link so this shouldn't be the valid link anymore, but Send Spark is a way to record your playthrough. So, and as opposed to scheduling a call with Calendly for Ashley, as Tyler's project had support for, it is also possible to have someone locally record or upload to Google Drive or something else their play experience. It then works for different time zones and schedules. It just depends. It's another thing you can try to figure out a different way to get feedback. Did people get stuck? Did they have an idea how the custard behaves? So this is a game that's a unique central mechanic is custard, kind of like volcano, flows and moves around and pours out of the ground. And so he's kind of investigating, did you understand these features? All right, did you gather how many elements? Did you use the grappling hook? And these are just, again, kind of sometimes the questions can also hint at, oh shoot, I didn't even realize there was a grappling hook. And good work went into that. So it's helpful to be able to document what types of games. Again, this is helpful to figure out, okay, am I barking up the wrong tree asking you questions? Doesn't hurt, your feedback's not invalid. But I know, for example, there's people I work with on strategy games who they're really designing for strategy players who assume certain conventions from their genre that even me, as someone who have played some strategy games but not a ton of them, am less familiar with. And then any other kind of comments, including if you want to be tested. Let's just make a real quick form. I just want to show how easy it is. Obviously, browse those examples. We're just going to slap them together. Went to forums.google.com, and obviously you can do SurveyMonkey, any variety of other tools. Name here, game name. Oh, what was it? Unity Flight Sim. We never actually named it. Let's go back and name our game. We could have put in a schedule when we're going to name it. Let's call this Loop Plane Extreme. Okay. And so over here, Loop Plane Extreme, testing. Thank you for playtesting Loop Plane Extreme. Here is the itch link to play it. Now, I'd remove the links from most of those games from the other sites, from the other examples, just because I didn't want anyone to go to find hidden links or passwords or whatever. But remember, you can post your game live, and what's nice about putting it on the forum is it's just a single thing. I can send someone just a link to the forum. From that, they can get to anywhere else that they need, including to play the game itself. Questions here. Was there anything that confused you? We'll change this here from paragraph to short answer. That decides whether it's multi-line or single line. You can make it required or not. Also, if you want to add additional clarification, you can put description, anything at all. And we don't actually need to say it in this case, but that's going to show up under it. We can click the preview to see the form as it's going to appear. You see here it shows text underneath it. I'll delete the extra description text. Short answer, and again, we've got multiple choice, linear scale. It's so easy to put together. We can duplicate one of these. We can put down a linear scale here. How did you feel about the plane's speed? And again, this is an arcade game, so it's a subjective preference, but too slow, too fast. And you're looking for patterns here. Any given outlier, who's to say? But if you have at least a few who all say it seems too fast or seem too slow, you go tweak that number, and it helps you build your thing based on the expectations of people outside of your brain rather than just on yourself. As a small detail, a couple of tips you can use for this is we can view the responses as a spreadsheet that lays it out in a table. It's easier to kind of browse all together. Under settings for presentation, there's sort of an important hidden field here. For confirmation message, your response will be recorded as the default, but you can modify this to say, thank you for testing or whatever you want to say, but it's sort of buried for what that is. Results summary, of course, you probably don't want to show that. That shows them the results for the people's inputs, which may not be what you're after. And again, we have a general field here for, do you want to be credited? If so, how do you want your name? You can rearrange questions. If you want to be credited, how would you like your name mentioned? And again, with here, we might use the description field to say, leave blank if you'd prefer to be anonymous, not mentioned in the credits. Because keep in mind, right, there's also, we could separately have a question that has them identify themselves for their email, their Discord, how they want to be contacted for if they are open to follow-up questions. Occasionally, that's helpful. Again, might ask them, what version did you play? That's also a case where, let's say we were doing multiple testing rounds. And I did this, for example, for this video course. I released different versions. It'd be like 0.6, 0.7, 0.75, 0.8. By having a question there, which version did you play, and showing on the title screen of the build which version it was, it helps you figure out, okay, are they complaining about a bug that actually already got fixed by the time that they saw it? Or I thought was fixed. Clearly my fix wasn't good enough because they mentioned it again. It's another easy question to add to your forms. And it's like I say, I mean, literally, did you get confused? Did you get stuck? That's all you need to ask. That's going to surface many of your problems right there. And then the form question we can send out is just the send button. You could go through all this. I just copy the link. You can get a shortened URL, copy it, send that to people. They can fill it in, and you got your feedback. And that's really all there is to it. And the thing about this, you could make it, some people get tempted to make it super nuanced and detailed and lengthy. The more you ask, the less likely you are to get more responses. You want to make this easy. Again, you're not doing a big ask. This is not a sort of QA's valid work. This is not full-on QA and rigorous stuff. This is just a, hey, would you check it out? Got some simple questions to help guide my work remaining. And it's also asking questions that there's still time to fix. This is part of why we use a form versus just asking open-ended, hey, how are your thoughts? It helps guide us towards, there's things I really want to double check about how the control feels, or about things I can still do something about, versus an open-ended thought might be, this should be a space game. It should be a combat game. Okay, well, I can't do anything with that. There's 3 weeks left. There's 2 weeks left. This is the last week or whatever. Asking questions you can still act on is also then, I find, a good lens for, instead of asking, what did you think of it, in a way that, depending on when you were on your schedule, it might be really hard to work with that kind of feedback of like, oh, I liked it or I didn't. It's, again, targeted. What was confusing to you? Where did you get stuck? Those kind of thoughts. But anyway, that's the basics of the testing. It does not have to be complicated. In fact, it shouldn't be, but you still want to build padding it for the end of the schedule. Another nice thing about this too is that it gives you a little more buffer zone, a little more collision space to slow down as you're reaching release, so that by the time you are releasing, you really were at near feature complete at least a few weeks prior. So worst case scenario, if something slips a little bit, you're not actually missing your release date. You're just kind of mashing up, overlapping a little bit of your testing, which again, not ideal, but not as big a deal as missing your overall release date. And I don't want to get lost in this, that one of the major things going on here is simply seeking feedback. Asking for feedback is going to bring your work to a whole nother level. Even if all you do is kind of spaghetti at the wall, but then put it through good process, good revision, good editing, good feedback, good other outside eyes who haven't yet been trained to coach how to do it, you're going to get a better result. And it becomes this sort of superpower, this skeleton key for if there's a skill you don't yet know how to do. And again, playtesting might sound very specific to games. It doesn't have to be the same testing as what I do for my video courses, the same testing as what I do for my audiobooks, same testing I do for my video, like all the different things that I produce go through a good testing process like this, because even if you're not quite sure why you do one or the other, well, then try a few and test them, right? Even if you're not sure what the biggest issues are, test it. And what this also helps you do is internally on your team, gives you sort of a way to get people on the same page. Maybe some of these things at the tester surface were already kind of known issues, were already rough points. Well, now you have better supporting evidence that that is the best use of your time and energy. On a team, these sort of test results can also help you sort of argue up. So let's say in a case you're a producer, but you're not the lead of a project. There's some of the CEO in a studio or a manager or boss or whatever. Well, it can still help you then prioritize. Our players are having trouble with the following. We need to account for that. And now it's no longer my intuition says this, my gut says that, I feel like this. From my even expertise or background, I feel this way. It says our actual players, we have evidence, are confused and lost and stuck on this. That's going to get priority. And again, especially depending when and how we fit in testing. And there are people who will say as part of good testing experience, ideally you want to test way before release as best you can. And that's on bigger projects, it is ideal. It is often hard, but it is ideal. What that's going to help you do again is to then figure out course corrections where it may not even take extra work, just slightly different work about what you're doing or how you communicate it, or realizing that a little bit of the right words phrased a little differently are going to save someone who's being confused right now from the lack of instruction or strange wording of instruction. but it comes from testing, it comes from getting over the idea that what comes out of my head is best. And I used to have this challenge. I know a lot of developers do. Shoot, I spent years learning these skills to do this stuff. The people I'm testing with, they're not as good at this as I am. What are they going to have to teach me about it? And that's not what this is at all. This is about they're a better representation of what most of your players are going to be like in terms of what assumptions they're coming in with it, in terms of what their expectations are from how it's communicating to them. At the end of the day, you got to decide, am I doing this mostly for me, or am I doing this mostly for the players, for the consumers, for the viewers, for the readers, for whoever it is? And if there's at least a major balance towards I'm doing this because I want other people to see it and enjoy it and experience it, well, it becomes meaningful to ask, okay, well, whether or not that's what I intended to get across, what are they receiving from it? How is their experience of it? And what are some, maybe even again, clever tweaks I can do to make sure that they're going to get an even better experience and see more of the great work we put into it? So in these final few sections, we're going to be focused more at a conceptual level, not as much tactical, what to put on schedules, where and how. And instead, we're going to look at just some business producer mindsets that come up. And this is important because it's not just a set of skills we apply. It's a different lens that we apply to what we're doing. So for example, one of the things that takes some getting used to is that, of course, as a producer, you may be, especially if you're a full-time producer, be working more with people than with software or than with image files or audio files or whatever kind of data you're manipulating, the kind of work that you do. But people are squishy, complicated, have all kinds of other things going on, including things that they may not, no matter how smart and skilled and talented they are, even recognize are going on. So as an example of this, people are often very bad at guessing how long things take. This includes among experienced people. They can be very, very bad estimators. Now, this is a problem if you're trying to build a schedule and get their input, because they might look at it and say, well, it could be done way faster than that. Or, well, hold on, to do it right is going to take much longer. Now, a simple technique to work around that is to ask people for minimum and maximum bounds. What's the fastest this can be done? How long might this take? And I've worked in places before. We had a spreadsheet and we just filled in columns for fastest I think it done, longest it could take. And people can understand that on one end, it's okay cutting some corners, but technically getting it done, sure. Yeah, I can knock this out in 3 days. On the other side, they're figuring out if the worst possible things went wrong, it might drag it for a couple of weeks. Or if my initial ideas just totally aren't holding up and aren't working, I might have to learn a whole new approach. Give me a little extra time for that. And what's nice about this is you can start to then plan around the averages between those two. Because any given task, it's a little uncertain where that's going to fall. On average, most tasks, you won't be cutting every corner on to get it done. Most tasks, you also won't have every possible mistake that could be happening coming up. On average, you're going to be about in the middle. And so it becomes a much more actionable thing to do, including what's nice about this too is that it gives you that little bit of background zone to figure out, okay, well, if the shortest version you estimated was 3 days, and on average, we thought it might take you a week, but we're halfway through the week and it looks like we're not on track, we still know there's a 3-day solution we can pull out of our back pocket to get that accounted for. One of the common considerations that we have in these sort of schedules is blocking. Is there some sort of task that's holding up somebody else? Now, this mostly affects the team projects, but it can also affect in your own work, reasons for doing tasks in certain orders, including stuff that might be able to get something outside of your hands. And this includes if you need something being reviewed from the outside, tested from the outside, getting in someone else's inbox to get back to you about do they want to be a guest on your show or otherwise. But it's a lens we have to apply to when we're planning out the schedule. What can unblock what else? This is also why a common solution in teams, including remote teams, is sort of an occasional stand-up, where depending on whether you're using Scrum practices, Agile kind of stuff, the gist being, right, people go around and figure out, what am I blocked by? Is there somebody else I need to be in a meeting with or connecting with to get me unblocked because I'm over here twiddling my thumbs because I'm the level designer, but we don't yet have these features working in the level engine. We are trying to do the animation, but the animation code can't move forward because of the following reason. It's surfacing those. And so part of what you might be doing as a producer as well is checking in with people about, hey, I saw you're working on this task. Is there something else I can do to support or help you do what you're doing? And this is actually a really useful lens in general for producers to be having. And that is that ultimately you are there to help other people do their specializations as best they can, to help the engineers focus on the engineering, audio people focus on the audio, editing people to focus on editing, and then looking for what are the things that help support that or that are outside the periphery of what you're focusing on as a specialist that I can look into for you or worry about on your behalf. This can include making big, high-impact decisions that are kind of scary and that, all else being equal, a specialist, myself included sometimes, may prefer to kind of hide from and just think about, I'm just going to focus on the thing I'm in control of, this task in front of me. This goes back to our Walden prop, a reminder to take and set aside some time to tackle some of those big questions, some of those big fears, some of those big decisions. Maybe it means breaking out a whole spreadsheet like we did to figure out which podcast to do, thinking about which people we might try to partner up with, thinking about which candidates to maybe try to add to a team, thinking about if there's something we fundamentally need to change about it based on the testing feedback that we got, creating a space or a structure or a framework to even facilitate that conversation. Again, you may not necessarily be the lead, the producer, the boss, the CEO, but if nothing else, you are more likely to surface that to the relevant parties and say, there's a decision that needs to be made here. There's something important going on. This also includes risk mitigation. And again, it's one of these deals where people on the team individually may not want to think about it. They'd rather just show up, focus on the next task at a time. And especially this is dangerous if you're solo. If you don't have somebody else who's wearing the producer hat, you have to occasionally switch into producer mode. This is part of why we've got that weekly or monthly or even daily schedule going on in how your calendar's set up. Time to wear that hat and say, what are the worst things that could go wrong? Especially things that are outside of our control. What if our core technology completely changes from underneath us? What if we're using Unity and then John Riccatello makes some adjustment to the business deal that we can no longer use the free license like we were counting on? What if we were doing everything on Trello and it turns out that Trello changes their business deal, that free plan no longer suits our needs for the way that we're using it? What's our backup plan? What's our plan B, C, or D, or E? Now, it doesn't mean you have to necessarily have done all those steps in advance. It does mean you have some idea about under what condition we need to trip the mode for that. How bad would it have to be before we turn to that? What are our next best options? Have we at least found a lay of the land to have some peace of mind that there's some insurance? Well, we're not totally hosed. If Slack creates problems for our team, we can migrate to Discord and it won't be exactly the same, but we can make it work. And this kind of risk mitigation includes, like we talked about earlier, some remote backup, depending on the type of things you're doing. It's where they don't want to have to think about it, worry about it, stress about it. You are going to worry about it for them so that they can better focus on their task, the task card that's there for that week for the skill they want to apply. Now, most of the schedules that we covered throughout this course, we've been keeping them kind of high level, a few tasks a week. And again, it's partly from an assumption that this is not something you or a team are doing full time. It said you've probably got other stuff going on, main work, and this is kind of side projects. Now, you could obviously scale it up. Now, one of the challenges to be aware of, though, is it is possible for the plan to be too detailed. Again, I don't think we verged anywhere near it on these, but it is a thing I've seen happen where someone wants to kind of turn it into just a tome of dozens and dozens of tasks laid out of every single detail defined about numbers and facts and details. And here's the problem. You painted yourself in a corner. You've lost your agility. A major value of these kind of plans is that they can be kept high level enough that without too much hours lost to it, you can scoot some things around, break some things apart, cut some pieces out. You want to be operating at a higher level than every single line of code, than every single piece of a podcast episode. If it's too much to move around and work with, it becomes the wrong format to work with it in. You want to ideally be working at these things again, a high level of abstraction of what is the task, when does it start, when does it end, not even to overly prescribe or define in there. And it might even be, sometimes we might find that there's a case where there's useful documentation to have. I would caution you from just automatically adding that straight into, for example, the Trello card. Even though there's space for it, that may not be the best place for that information to live. I find it's very, very helpful. It's a common practice we use in our groups is to basically each platform has one specific purpose that platform is used for. So as an example, GitHub, we keep all of our code in GitHub. And GitHub has a way to support comments and things like that and discussion. We don't use it for that. For that, we use Discord or Slack. And Discord or Slack have ways to do calendar events. But for calendar, we use Trello. And even though each platform, and you see the same thing in social media, they all want to have feeds and direct messages, and they all want to kind of copy each other's functionalities, it's just so much clearer if to catch up on conversation, there's a certain platform I check. If to check the calendar, there's a certain platform I check. Check the documentation, maybe it better lives as docs in a Google Drive, where you can go into deeper detail without it weighing down your calendar or your schedule in a way that then makes it too hard to operate on. And again, you lose the benefit of the agility of expecting there's going to be changes, stuff's going to come up, we're going to have to make some changes as we go. You need to keep it light enough. You can still make those maneuvers. Otherwise, what winds up happening is there's been games I worked on long ago where I'd make that mistake. And basically, more of my time and energy is going to managing the documentation instead of making progress on the project itself. And that documentation was not the thing at the end of the day that we shipped to the players. Another way to kind of keep things under control as a producer is to have a good system in place for your own personal organization. Maybe this sounds obvious, but even in a creative, fun context, there's things where people making TV shows and cartoons and video games, and it can seem like a creative industry, and you got people who show up at the workplace at 10:30 a.m. wearing hoodies and t-shirts and stuff. The producer, more than anybody else, maybe a bit like the accountant or the lawyer, should probably be a little more put together, right? And this could include be the sort of person who's not ashamed of the fact that you've got color-coded tabs and folders. Now, I find when I'm doing my calendars, for example, my just Google Calendar, it helps me manage my time blocks. I have a very specific system in place. Red time blocks, that's when that's happening. And it's probably not easy to move. I'm able to coordinate somebody else, but ideally, that's going to happen from 10 to 11. Orange, it needs to happen that day, but I can move it around. If something else comes up and I need to do it, well, I can shove that in the evening or whatever. Green and blue actually have a complementary purpose in my calendars, where one holds a place for this is a spot in my Calendly, someone might book a time. So up until maybe 12 or 18 hours earlier, I need to make sure that that time is when I can be available. And then the second time shows up from the Calendly system. If someone actually booked the time, I have them head to head. It's how I can read those from a distance. Yellow becomes a reminder for, hey, this date's rolled around. Here's a thing to think about, make a decision about or something, but it's a note for that date. And even something as simple as that, just being consistent about it, right? In your notebook, if you've got colored pens on a whiteboard, if you've got colored markers, as simple as it seems, these little things can help us keep our pieces together. And at the end of the day, one of the things we want to not count on as a producer is just our memory. You might have a good memory. You might have always been on top of your schoolwork and done just fine at getting assignments and stayed on top of stuff. But it's not really fair to your team to make them at the mercy of what if you have a bad day? What if you get confused? What if you get distracted? Now they're in trouble because you refused from pride to just document and put some things down in a good external system. The other nice thing about this is it frees up more of your mental attention and RAM and energy to focus on the decision making, the strategy, the keeping your eye out for risk, the taking time to make careful decisions and facilitate discussions without having to constantly be juggling all those details in your head. If it can be externalized, I encourage you to do it. I encourage you to use this system, whether it's alarms, calendar events, and so on. And some people, they find when they start doing this that the trouble is they've got so much email spam, so many phone notifications, so much junk going on, they ignore all of it. Then an active step, again, this sort of walled in again, of giving yourself some space, setting aside, defending time in your calendar for whether it's once and it's a big old sweep, whether it's a periodic monthly check-in or quarterly or whatever, decluttering all that noise. That your team is counting on you to have a clear picture of what's going on, what the priorities are, and that's going to mean finally unsubscribe from the spam mails you're getting instead of just kicking them in the spam mail and ignoring them. Finally, turn off the open DMs. If you're getting DMs you don't need to be getting, or whatever's cluttering your notifications and preventing you from being able to make sure nothing's slipping through the cracks. As much as the artist is looking at art, the engineer's looking at code, sound people and musicians are looking at that side of things, the producer, if nothing else, you're trying to make sure stuff doesn't slip through the cracks. And having systems in place, I like to think of it a bit like if I've got a bus of people I'm getting somewhere, even if I know the route and have driven it 100 times before, I'm still going to turn on the GPS so that I'm not going to risk missing an exit. I am not going to put them at the risk of my imperfect, flawed memory. Like I say, one of the weird things about producer stuff is you're often working with people. People are flawed and imperfect and messy. This includes ourselves. We are also people who are flawed, imperfect, and messy. And so having systems in place helps us mitigate some of those risks for our team. Another strategy that I find helps when dealing with people is, and this includes even a solo case, to not look at a situation and just say, no, it can't be done, but instead to break it down into options. And this is the thing I learned from when I was at a larger game studio. Development directors basically were there in sort of a support role for producers, executive producers, and so on. So they're given a task, they go talk to the engineer. The engineer's reflex might be to say, no, we can't have that done by Wednesday or whatever. Instead of saying, okay, what would the trade-offs be? What could we have done by Wednesday? Or by what date could we have exactly that done? At least so you've now got options to go back to the decision maker with, or perhaps the rest of the team, or in a solo case, back to yourself. And instead of being jammed on, well, there's no other way forward, it's to weigh the trade-offs. Is it worth slipping that task forward? Is it worth cutting those corners? The specialists and the people who are actually doing things always have vantage points and information and context that nobody else on the team necessarily will, and it's being able to leverage that information to have a bit more insight than just, does it seem like a good idea from your knowledge? And they may, again, know best, but it's to come back with, okay, well, what would it cost us? What would the trade-offs be? To then let someone else make the decision, yeah, it's worth that in the bigger picture, which is different than the lens that the specialists are bringing. We had an awesome developer and project lead in HomeTeam a while ago, Jeremiah Franchik. These days he's an associate game designer on Lord of the Rings MMO. Congratulations, Jeremiah. But his background was in team leadership within a company unrelated to games, just as a manager of other workers. And he found it was a really valuable skill that we have since brought into our practice of basically the lead being partly cheerleader, partly there to boost morale and enthusiasm. And again, it's part of why we have this arcade cabinet reminder of making it fun, making it light. If we're not careful, the producer stuff can start to feel like it's just scheduling or nagging or administrative details or boring. And that's going to just sop the life out of people. It is a choice we make to bring our enthusiasm. And it's not just a matter of doing the same stuff, but keeping a better attitude about it. It's genuinely finding out a way to keep positive. And that's going to rub off well on others who then do better stuff, get better results, are more pleasant to work with, are better able to communicate with each other. But it's going to come from finding a way to keep ourselves in a decent headspace. And this includes one of those challenges that comes from the uncertainty that we deal with of staring at risks that we're trying to mitigate and the uncertainties of outside things beyond our control, such as inviting guests to be the collaborators on YouTube or guests on our podcast or teammates to work with us. Is that, again, you might ask 10 and get 2 or 3 yeses. And this is classic business difference between business and some other kind of specializations. You can do everything right, everything right, and still get a 5% yield. That might even be a good percent for sales, depending on what the mindset is and how you're found the people you're trying to reach out to. My dad, and we'll date ourselves a little bit, but he paid his way through college selling books door to door. And one of the things he ran into was, even if you have the right script, deliver it well, good attitude about it, a lot of doors going to slam in your face. That's just not the right day for that person to be buying those books. But the only way to find what it is to ask and ask again. And so it's often a numbers game where, okay, if you get 1 in 10 who say yes and make some sales and you need 3, you got to ask 30. If you need 5, you got to ask 50. And so it's a case, again, thinking about percentage-wise, how many guests do I need to ask for my podcast to actually get the number that I need? Probably a much higher number than you're actually going to get, but it's the thing you do. And you can still think about this too in a staging approach in the case of guests, where you're building a way up to, okay, well, first off, I reached out to some friends or people I've worked with before, people I'm more likely to get a yes from, people I've seen have been on multiple other shows before, to build up some momentum. So now I have a handful of episodes that are out that increases the confidence that someone else who you maybe don't know as well yet, maybe only loosely an acquaintance or has seen you around once, more likely to say yes because they feel like, okay, well, I'm taking less of a chance that this is just going to wind up canned and not go anywhere. I can see you've got a real show, it's releasing on schedule, and they're more likely to get involved in that way. But it kind of comes from this recognition that you can do all the right things, it's still not work, great. You still got to pick yourself back up, go about it with the full energy for the next, whatever it is, sale, outreach, guest invite. If you've seen jaded and beat up by the people who have said no so far, it's going to decrease your chances of getting a yes from the next one. One of the things that you can do from the human side, again, not to miss how important this is acknowledging people on your team. As the producer, which again isn't necessarily the same as the team lead, but occasionally is in small projects, it's a situation where you have visibility on what different specialists are doing in a way that each individual may not see what the musician's doing, what the programmer's doing, what the editor's doing, what other people in your team are up to. But you have vantage point perspective, and it means a lot to people. And thinking about the Power Glove and making things memorable, probably some odd 15 years ago, I was electronic arts, and my team, I got a little Special Forces pin. It's on Medal of Honor Airborne, and it's a silly thing, right? But it was an acknowledgement from somebody who had vantage point on what many people on the team were doing, and I got acknowledged in a meeting. And that's special enough. I've hung on to it, keep it on my desk, and it's a nice memento of feeling acknowledged. This is where in HomeTeam we're doing our weekly updates. We're calling attention to, I want to thank Jess for this edition, and Mike for this edition, and Tim for this new code or whatever. It's calling attention to them. It's part of why we also, in our credits, are so specific, because acknowledging people makes a difference. It's part of what makes it memorable to us. It's part of how we feel like we're being listened to and paid attention to. And the producer's in the best position out of anybody on the team to have visibility on what's going on. And so it's important to make that a part of the work that you're doing, is to make sure you're fully acknowledging teammates and their contributions and importance to what's going on. Another thing you have the best vantage point on from the producer, in part because you end up ultimately being probably the facilitator of the schedule, if not determiner of the schedule, is preventing burnout. That is a natural thing that happens to people where either the work gets to be overwhelming or too much or drags out indefinitely. And ultimately, the producer is the most likely to be able to do something about that. Now, what's often happening is it's an emergent problem. It's not sometimes as sinister as it seems from the outside, and maybe sometimes it is, but the cases I've seen, it's actually something where initially somebody on their own volition, perhaps, and this can sound fictional, but maybe they got, not a lot else going on. They throw some extra time and energy in. What they're not being conscientious of, though, is that there's ripple effects. So just as an example, when I was younger, I'd be at a studio and I would just try to stay up and add some extra features on my off hours. Because, I don't know, I thought if I could show it to a producer, they'd be more likely to say, yeah, let's run with it. Let's, let's fit it in there, than if I asked permission before I tried it. It's old ask forgiveness rather than permission. Now, the problem is that then to support that extra work that I was putting in, I learned from discussion from, thankfully, more senior, more mature workers than I was at the time. Well, then suddenly artists who had not elected to spend some extra time at the studio would need to then build new animations, or sound people would have to build more sounds to properly support those new features that I had willingly and thought harmlessly stayed after to put in. But this is where a producer can help better manage a culture of what's our process for approving new things, how do things get done, no, here's why we can't do that, here's the implication on the schedule, and again, even just as we make our weekly updates to the schedule, keeping it realistic, keeping it grounded, keeping it so no week is ever too intense on one person by roll card, or even on ourselves as we're planning it out, so we can pace ourselves. Because ultimately it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint, and this goes not just for one project, but across your whole arc of your career. Ultimately, you and your team are of no value necessarily to players, to readers, to viewers, to future teammates if you're burned out and beat up from it and can't sustain it. It becomes important to figure out how can you actually do this in a way that's maintainable, sustainable, so you can still be doing this 10, 20 years from now. And then lastly, on the human side, I want to emphasize the value of a producer can also be in onboarding and orienting new members, new people of the team, new people who are getting involved in what you're doing. And so this is the case, for example, in HomeTeam, currently H. Trayford, one of our longtime members and project leads, helps orient new people. He's a very experienced lead as well from his career background. And it's just a case of someone coming into something, there's a lot of context they don't have, a lot of questions they don't have, a lot of introductions that might be helpful to them. The person most likely to show someone around a studio, we're introduced to make sure you're getting in the right conversations with the right people. Again, who's got the advantage point of multiple people others' work? Probably the producer. And so what that means is if you are partly wearing the producer's hat and that work is not going on, it is more on you than someone else, or at the very least, you're the one who's most in the position to do something about it. So again, it's a bit like that crunch fear, that crunch issue. It's not necessarily that you are the cause of it, but you could be the solution and you're better positioned to do it than anybody else. So the thing you want to definitely make sure you're keeping an eye out for. If new people come in, are you hoping to connect them, onboard them, set them up, answer their questions? And if not, what more can you build? Are there systems, are there processes, are there checklists? Is there information you can document that helps people do what they need to do? How can you iterate on that process? Just like we do for a lot of our things, if we get it outside of ourselves, we can keep improving it incrementally versus ad hoc, just kind of hoping it happens. Producers, remember when we organize and have a system in place, and the same thing can apply for how we onboard new people. So one of the things I've alluded to a few times throughout this course, but I want to emphasize here, again, that was not a typo. I'm not saying to be a warrior, I'm saying to be a worrier. I'm saying that part of your role can be worrying so that other people don't need to. This is something like we talked about applies to the biggest risks and how to mitigate them, how to have backup plans. This also includes, and no one likes to think about this, but again, that's why you have to because no one else will. What if you lose a critical team member? And this can be, not just because something bad happens to them, but maybe, right? Life happens, things outside of anyone's control. How bad of a position is the entire rest of the team or the studio? Especially in a commercial context, it can be a big challenge. What's the backup plan? Are they documenting things that they know? Are they documenting decisions that they have made? Are they unreplaceable? Which this could also just be, maybe nothing bad happens to them, but they just simply get a great offer that they have to go for that completely takes over their life. And suddenly, once again, same thing. How much is your entire rest of your team left in a bad spot? What can you do in advance to help have a plan? So if it comes to that, you've minimized the damage. People have documented, people have articulated, people have put plans. So there'll be some inconvenience, there'll be some loss, but it won't be unrecoverable. It's also why we think about the backups. It's why I talk about the importance of remote backup. If all of your backups are local in one place on, say, external hard drives, it's a cheap and decent solution. But the problem is if one thing takes out your physical location, heaven forbid, a fire, burglary, a flood, any variety of things happens to one point in physical space, you might not just be inconvenienced, but completely shut down. Versus if you have any form of remote backup, even periodic, and again, I know it's not the best way to do it, but if only to zip files and drop them onto a Google Drive or Dropbox or something, just so they're remote, periodic. And again, there's security challenges. It's not ideal for other reasons too, but it's a way so that if something happens to your physical location, you're not completely without months of work that couldn't be redone. You might be out some hardware costs. You might be out some lost time. You might have lost a little bit of the work, but you have reduced the danger, the catastrophic, unrecoverable danger. And that's part of it as a producer. It's just good to be in those habits of what processes do we need to put in place? What are the things that could catch us totally off guard outside of our control? And I like to tell people not to scare them, but to remind them the importance of these kind of backup situations. Had a buddy who, for many years, he worked at a data center for Google, basically at a warehouse walking around looking for red lights, like Christmas trees, of hard drives that just failed. Any given day, there's a chance. It's a small chance. Thankfully, technology is pretty decent, but there's a small, non-zero chance a hard drive just stops. Not because it got hit by a hammer, not because it got rained on, just because mechanical error, just because manufacturing defect, just because of whatever, and maybe really expensive, dangerous, complicated, unrecoverable data situation to solve. So they have redundancies and they can swap it out. And part of his job was to go around, swap out drives as part of his day. Now, if in those low odds, it just happens to be the computer you're working on, again, how much are you set back? Do you have to reinstall the apps you're using, but all your data lives somewhere else? Or are you totally hosed? This is a thing you can mitigate. And in these kind of situations, I think you mind, it's not your fault if it happens. It's your fault if it happens and you didn't have either a backup plan or steps you could have taken that weren't too demanding, right? We're not totally derailing everything to fix it, but some minimal steps you can do for good backup routines to make sure that you're not totally caught off guard by these kind of scenarios. Now, a version of this outside of software is also in the case of if there is any sort of legal type stuff that you or your team or your studio should be worrying about. Trademarks, copyrights, agreements with guests on your podcast, like I mentioned, talent releases. The programmers don't likely to think about it. The audio person's don't likely to worry about it. But you as the producer are most likely to figure out, do we need that agreement in place? And I will say this is a case too where even if it's small studio, small project, seems like a pretty low situation where it's ever going to go to court, or even perhaps international jurisdiction, it's not even clear how it would play out. There is still value, I'll just suggest, if nothing else, in the nature of having an agreement where you both had to get on quite literally the same pages of looking at a PDF and saying, yes, we both agree about if this deal terminated, if you left, if whatever, here's the rights to use you do or don't have, here's how these things work. And conversely, if things go super successfully, this is also especially for commercial projects where sometimes things get really caught in a bad snare. If things go commercially very successfully, who owns rights related to sequel reuse of assets? Who owns rights related to other spin-off properties or things, or who has say in how those things play out? It can seem like a lot to worry about, and this is part of why lawyers are potentially expensive. But there have been many situations where throughout my work career and through a lot of my peers, a lawyer in the near term getting the right questions or raising the right questions up front can save you a lot more money or cost or complication down the line. So it's a thing to think about. This also includes stuff like, do you need business insurance for liability? And here's things you might think, I'm making video games, who cares? Think about it this way. Have you ever used someone's computer before? They asked you, hey, my computer's running slow. You try to do some stuff and suddenly it's not working even worse, right? It's just, it's going bad for them. They blame you. Now, did you actually do anything that could have possibly caused what they're experiencing? Of course not. Not a chance. You know what they're doing. They don't. But they don't know that. And so if you're writing software and that software is in use on the internet, any given person who plays your game might claim that they think you ruined their device because their hard drive was one of the 1 in 10,000 random failures that happens periodically due to no cause whatsoever. And these are things where, again, proper depending on the type of insurance and whatever. Again, this is not questions I can advise on because it depends on your specifics, etc. Especially if you're in a commercial context situation, it may be a thing to investigate, but the producer is more likely to worry about that than any given specialist. The designer won't, engineer won't, artist won't, sound person won't. They're counting on the producer to have looked after that, if anybody will. A version of this as well, especially in the business development on the company commercial side, is if you should have or form a formal entity, an LLC of some kind, an S Corp, a C Corp, depending on the country you're in, depending on what structures are available to you. These can be things that can help insulate if there are damages or claims of challenges or whatever. How much is at risk? Is what's at risk what the company has collectively earned as an entity, or is it you personally or others on the team? Ideally, you want to avoid that. And again, I cannot advise here on specifics. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not a lawyer, etc. But these are reasons why you might look into the matter to figure out, okay, well, if we're doing this as a business, how do we protect ourselves? How do we shield ourselves? How do we do this properly? And the producer's more can ask that question than anybody else on the team. The producer can also be a liaison to outside parties. And so this is where if there is need for the team to have access to a lawyer, to an accountant, to a coach, a consultant, or a PR person, the producer is more likely to be the point of contact for that. Because again, the people who are internal are focusing so much on the project, the product, the thing that they're creating. The producer is more likely to become the liaison to the outside of figuring out, okay, well, I've identified we need some marketing things figured out. I am maybe the wrong person to figure that out, but I as the producer am more likely to have to go out of my way to figure out who is our answer to that. might bring it back to the studio and discuss, does it seem like the right move for us, or some other stakeholder, managers, etc. But those outside parties are more likely to be navigated, and that includes potentially press outreach. So as another example of this, so on Vision by Proxy 2nd edition, it was a freeware game I helped a team build many years ago, got 7 million plays around the world. Part of what helped its success was that our producer was often submitting our game to festivals and competitions. The game, before I even got involved with it, a prototype of it, Vision by Proxy, the original edition, was at E3 Indiecade back in 2007. By the time I got involved with it, we made a sequel, and that got a First in Show award at Siege down in Atlanta. Now, as the programmer and the designer, I didn't think about that. The artists on the team didn't think about that. The sound people didn't worry about it because the producer had a lens for when are those deadlines, I got to fill out those forms. And sometimes it can feel a little, I don't know, weird if you haven't thought about it. If it's like, well, someone else should notice. Someone else should submit my game. So many of those forms you submit things to, they need to know things about your project, your team, etc. that no one else submits your stuff for you. It's on the team to do it. And again, the producer is more likely to be having the lens, the antenna out there. What are things worth submitting our game to? What are the right things and places to put it? And then perhaps building this back into the schedule to make sure that just like you would before the testing period starts, we've got a good, stable build to submit in time for consideration by some event where those tickets, those things that we win, and I call it ticket because it's a thing to wave, when we win those awards, they never solve all of our problems. Sometimes people see the award winners, they think that that's the solve. They're all good. They've made it. At best, what you get is one extra piece of evidence to wave to say, publishers should take us seriously, to say we should double down on this, to say that this is the right project for us to really sink more energy and time into. But it is still a helpful step, but it is far from solving everything. And it's the producers more kind of a lens on making sure that those opportunities even come up, because there's a lot of great work out there that if no one's submitting it to festivals, no one's submitting it to competitions, contests, and otherwise, it just goes unseen. But not all publicity necessarily comes in the form of contests and competitions. There's also a lot of opportunities where going to meetups and things. I had a recent guest on my podcast talking about how a lot of his motivation came from going to meetups and showing his game in the current state that it was in to just local players. And that feedback, that reward of just seeing people enjoy it, and him, again, kind of getting that observer testing experience to inform his next steps with it was really valuable, but also helped get it in the right hands of people who otherwise maybe knew someone else who was looking for something to cover in their stream or something else to cover in their online article or to cover as part of their tweet series. However people were sharing it, that publicity can take other forms than just submitting it to contests and competitions. It can be going out there, finding where can I show this? Where are there meetups? Where are there even smaller things? But the people who are at the smaller things might have connections potentially to bigger things going on. And this is a part of it where, especially if you're solo, sometimes we can fool ourselves into thinking I've got it totally under control. I do all the different skills. I do programming, I do art, I do design, I do music. I got it totally under control. If you are not also out there doing this publicity stuff, submitting the game to festivals, and more importantly, out there demoing it at events and showcasing at places and so on, if you also don't have the time and energy to do that, realistically, you probably need to find a partner to do that. This is classically the old duo of Lambier, Rami, and JW. Obviously, both technical, creative design people, etc. But Rami, pretty famously, was also very often the one who was out there giving talks, meeting with press, being at events and things. A whole other massive side that even he would show these pie charts at talks and things about the fact that is easily half of the time he'd put in as the studio was their visibility. And when you see other work that's out there and it's good games that just aren't getting the same kind of attention, it's because there was no one on the team who was doing the Rami side of that equation. And the last thing I want to address for this section is the importance of documentation internally. This is one of the reasons why producer stuff sometimes gets not noticed or seen from the outside, because it's not something the player necessarily will see. But internally, for example, okay, you've got people who are making decisions. You want to document what were the reasons for those decisions? What are those decisions? Can we update that on our mood board, on our Trello? Have our schedule in alignment with decisions that have been made. And again, why the decisions were made, which avoid us revisiting those. If we don't document those things and make those notes findable, what winds up happening is people keep revisiting the same decisions and you wind up spinning your wheels in mud. And I've seen this happen to a lot of organizations where they keep re-deliberating and re-deciding the same stuff because it's not being captured. This was the decision, here's why it was decided, and the time to have made that decision is now behind us. That's the thing a producer can help say to help keep things moving forward, to provide that kind of traction. Now, one of the things I've had come up too is someone will ask a question. Before I even tell them where to find the answer, the first thing I want to know, where did you try to find this answer? Because very rarely is people's first reflex, I'm going to go bug another person. Occasionally. For the most part, though, people already looked somewhere first. They didn't find it where they're looking for it. Maybe they didn't find it a few different places. They didn't find it, so now they're asking you. But once they tell you where they tried to find it before, That's your clue. Go where they looked for it and either put the answer there or reference there explaining where they can find the answer, because it's unlikely that the only person whose gut instinct led them to think that that's where the squirrel's nut was buried. This sort of system is also how we devised inside HomeTeam our internal documentation to capture all these decisions and processes and so on. I actually use something called Twine, which is an interactive fiction system. It's basically built for stories where you make choices, but I've used that for internal documentation to document, as if you're having a conversation with me, what do you currently have questions about? Oh, you're leading a project. What stage of the project are you in? What's your experience level? And then based on that, providing answers based on their feedback makes it much easier to navigate this information in a way that anybody can browse through independently, but it captures those decisions and captures that learning in a way that creates value for our organization internally, because more people who jump right in can dig right into those answers from years of iteration on improving those answers. And again, often whether it's internal documentation or otherwise, like we talked about with our schedules and mood boards and things, it's putting it external. Even if you're a solo person, putting it external so you can continue to tweak and iterate and improve upon it, to have a process or a checklist or something you can keep improving versus keeping it in kind of this nebulous form in your head. That's part of what we do as producers. So here in this biz dev section, we're going to hit on some of the last big questions that don't often apply to freeware projects, but start to apply if you start to outgrow that stage into doing something commercially. And one of the first of those questions that comes up is funding. How is this funded? How are people getting paid? Now, what people often, I think, incorrectly imagines going on is that somebody has just earned a whole bunch of money and is now spending it. Every now and then there's a bit of that going on. It's usually not how things are happening. Typically what's happening, right, some outside source is taking a bet in exchange for some return, whether it's an angel investor, whether it's a startup source, whether it's a loan of some sort, etc. But it's often not just an individual's money being thrown into a situation who happen to have a lot of cash. Now, this is a thing where there's some trade-offs to be made, and I worked at a startup that was outside funded, and one of the things that happened was it wound up having to pivot because, according to the investors, what they were doing wasn't making enough money on track to have the explosive growth they needed. And basically what's happening is that if you are accepting outside funding from any source, you're giving up a certain amount of control or freedom in how and why you're going about what you're doing the way you do. Now, the trade-off is, of course, we had people who were from the get-go having salaries paid before we had actually shipped product, which is how and why publisher funding models and other things work. This is also a case where in the case of the publisher funding model, and it varies by industry and so on, part of what's going on is a lot of risky businesses, creative stuff, games, music albums, and so on. Any given creative release may not see a return. And so unless a studio has enough success to be able to weather 4 or 5 games in a row that never earn back their costs, the publisher model becomes a trade-off where, yes, they're giving up a certain amount of control, yes, they're giving up some other kind of say, but at the exchange is they can stay in business and not be deep in debt, because unlike a loan, they may not have to pay back the advances that they had raised. Now, another reason why some people choose to engage in a funding approach to things is so out of that first startup, afterwards, it sold eventually, and it did pretty well for the owners. They could have probably self-funded their next startup, but they still sought outside funding. And you might wonder, well, why didn't they just take their initial success and then use that to fund the next thing? And basically what's going on in that kind of process is, in the process of having to make a case to somebody else, we have to make a stronger case to ourselves. It's a bit like how, even though a lot of the team stuff that we talk about at the end of this course still factors into how we do our solo planning, when we articulate things to others, it has to be such at a higher level of clarity than if it's all still inside of our heads. And I can kind of sketch and kind of get the gist and pretend I think I know what's going on. When you have an outside partner to make a case to, you got to really prove where are those numbers coming from. Is your argument full of holes? And then the other side to this is that if an investor, somebody else has money in your venture, often there's this old saying, if you want advice, ask for money. If you want money, ask for advice. Once your success is a factor in them seeing a return on their investment, many of them are now inclined to do everything in their power, from their connections, their introductions, their feedback, their expertise, to help you be successful, because they want to see a growth of their investment. So it is a thing where even if conceivably someone could afford to do it with their own money, they're often still raising outside funding. Or, for example, a Kickstarter model where in exchange for we've promised a certain thing up front, in exchange, will you fund it? The downside being, again, even though it doesn't seem as obvious there as some outside party going to pull out the rug from under you and change your path, there's still a very real effect of you might figure out halfway through, actually, we should pivot in some different direction. But if you've accepted crowdfunding money, or if I'm at a grant money, if you're in kind of an educational serious games institution, well, you actually can't pivot because you've told people, here's what you paid for, and that is what you have to deliver, and you're still losing some flexibility to it. Now, the other approach people take is bootstrapping, and that's just a case where you're trying to fund the work that you're doing by money you have coming in from customers. And occasionally this is a case where you get kind of a ratio. So there's a classic talk from Jake Burkett. It's also one of our advanced trainers in HomeTeam for people who have led multiple projects and things, where it's this graph, and I'll pull it up on the screen here. He also gave a version of this at our GameDev Biz or Enjoy GameDev talk series. And it just shows this diagonal line flash through it, where the overall total income over his career hasn't necessarily massively changed on an annual basis, but the ratio of how much was outside work versus his has shifted. Early on, he had a day job, and then he was working contract, freelance stuff 4 days a week on other people's work. And then over time, as his work gained more long tail and more success, more and more of his income and earnings came from his own projects. This is often a successful model for small studios where when you see them giving talks at conferences and things, it's not always apparent. What they're really doing to fund their work is that they're doing outside work where there's money on the table, there's bounties that basically established for, if you can port this for us, if you can make this updated to the latest libraries, if you can whatever, build multiplayer onto this, different kind of features and additions to projects, they have a set of skills. There's some other project that's already commercially successful enough that they're ready and willing to pay someone else to fill in some piece so that they can work about focusing on the pieces of it. But this bootstrapping model, which can also include using adjacent uses of skills, such as I've known studios who funded their work partly through doing web development on the side because they're programmers, they're able to do that. And so in the meantime, it helps them fund their game with a more unlimited runway for the time that their project needs to do it the way that they feel is the best way to do it without giving up outside control to a source of funding. One of the things that producers have to deal with as part of this funding side is, in general, the business side can feel a bit murky to people maybe who have a creative background, technical background, heck, among teachers. Lots of different specialist fields can feel like it's iffy, shady business to be in, to be doing business at all. Now, some things to keep in mind is that those stereotypes are often, they lead to self-sabotage. They lead to, well, I'm not going to charge something, I'm not going to do something because I don't feel right about it. A couple things to keep in mind. First of all, if you do it correctly, ultimately you're delivering more value to delivering it to. It's a case where they're glad they found out about it. And if you're making something of value to people, ultimately it is more on you than anybody else in the world to make sure that other people who are going to be glad they found out about it, find out about it. Just like we talked about submitting games to festivals and things, those festivals, they want to see cool stuff to celebrate, but they don't know about it if you don't put it on the radar. And the same is true for people out there. Can you find a way to figure out who will be happy to find out about this? As my old friend Tim Ruswick talks about background in marketing and these days this game design and other things, he talks about this issue where it's not spam to someone who's happy they found out about it, right? They're just thrilled. They're glad they know. It was worth it to them. And this is what allows you to then make it sustainable so that you can keep delivering better results and so you can maintain it. And more importantly, in the long run, thinking beyond the scope of one project, why you can then give them more and better in different things, including someday perhaps handing off maintenance, continuation, continuity of it, because it becomes profitable enough to become worth someone else's while to carry that baton, versus if it was purely a labor of love, nothing inherently wrong with that, but it means that when you're done with it, no one else is going to pick it up and carry it, unless they just happen to share that same level of passion about what was ultimately, early on, your idea of something. Or you can almost think about it this way. If you're making something really neat and interesting and valuable to people and you're off hiding in a corner with it, that's not really fair to them. If anything, part of what drove me to learn the business side as much as I have is realizing that sometimes if I was working with someone who's a pure business person whose only question was if it's maximally profitable, they wouldn't make decisions in the same ways that I felt right about. And so it was a reason to say, well, you know what, I'd rather see how the sausage is made and get over some of my hangups around it than to be at the mercy of someone else who, even if I'm not saying it directly, in some other department or something else is doing something that I don't necessarily feel is the right way to go about it. As another part of these financials, it becomes very, very helpful to document, just like any of these other parts of our schedule, what are our financial targets on what sort of timelines, what are the dates, what are the thresholds where things change, where we shift from plan C to plan B to plan A. And the reason why it's so important to put down is if we don't, it's going to keep perpetually sliding, just like the project would if we didn't have a schedule. It means that we might not shift gears from one mode to the next when we should from, we got to really be digging out for contract work in order to keep hitting our goals, right? It lets us deceive ourselves. And a lot of this work becomes externalizing, making concrete plans around, here's what we do to stay on track. Here's where we have to start pivoting in order to have time to find the things to fund the work that we're still doing. Again, even for small studios, I know a variety of good small VR studios, part of their work becomes outside contract work. They don't talk about it a whole lot because sometimes it's even not supposed to be credited the way that the work is being done. But it helps keep their lights on and is what supports them being able to take the risks on their own IP with the hope of trying to build that better ramp up the way Jake Burkett did in his graph. Now, one of the unpleasant things to talk about in thinking about investment and return on investment and finance and so on is something that ultimately affects also, even if you're not doing a commercially tied up project, and that's local maxima. So local maxima, I'll show a little illustration here. It's something where there's a whole bunch of different ways you might do something, right? Think about just drawing a picture is something simpler. A whole bunch of totally different kind of pictures you could try to draw, or angles or approaches to try to do it. And the more you work on it, the more you improve it the way that it is so far, there's a certain point at which it's going to become the best version of it can from what you were at. And so we picture on this graph, it's improving, it's getting better, it's getting a better version of what it was. And there may have been decisions further back that are so deeply rooted in it that short of starting over entirely in a totally different way, it's never going to reach the higher peaks. Now, often we can't tell when we're doing stuff earlier on that that's going to be the case, but it results in these tough things where we're getting diminishing returns. More time isn't necessarily paying off or making it better. Sort of, again, starting over in a giant studio that can afford that kind of loss, it becomes a case where I've heard discussions of executive producers who said, very frankly, unfortunately, this game is going to be a 70, 75 Metacritic, which is not strong in games. We need to get it out the door and move these people on their lives to take another bet on something else. And that's tough, but it's acknowledging that not finishing it, it's not going to see any return. It's acknowledging that more money, time, energy invested is not going to make it much better. And again, this is also true for non-commercial projects too. Part of why it's such a valuable concept, to realize I'm learned what I'm going to from this project. At some point, I got to move on from it to the next thing, look back and wince and feel, iffy about, well, it could have been a little different. But that wincing is what we learn from. It learns from the hindsight, and that's we can take that knowledge on to our future projects. There's an old article from Silicon Valley that talks about, of course, unicorn businesses are ones that are trying to grow massively. But I'm going to use the example instead of a unicorn of a cockroach. And it's one that finds a way to survive nuclear winter. No matter how much you slap it with newspapers or step on it or things don't go great, the cockroach is still there. This is increasingly a strategy that a lot of small businesses, indie game developers, etc., find ways to, okay, well, even if it's a bit of a scramble, how do we continue to exist? And that's part because, remember with business, like we said, a lot of these considerations about outside factors, people, sales, timing the market. Remember, right, if you're releasing a game that takes 2 years to develop, you're not releasing to the market the way it exists now. You're guessing at how the market's going to be 2 years from now. But all these factors are a little bit outside your control. And so their focus as a cockroach strategy basically becomes, how do we make sure that we stay participating? How do we make sure we get to roll the dice again? Because we can't always control how it's going to land. So they might even take slightly smaller bets, more calculated bets, and you're still going to try to steer towards better odds, but it's acknowledging, okay, well, if everything goes not according to plan, if things aren't a hit, how do we make sure we're still in business a year from now or the next? And that's going to become a different mentality than trying to always swing for the fences. It may make the highs a little less high, but for a lot of developers, it's the only way that they've been to hang on until 5 years in, 10 years in, 15 years in, they have a hit that the press winds up covering like it's an overnight success. But what made it possible was that they found a way to stay at it. And again, it might be outside contracting. It might be at certain points accepting outside funding, even if it wasn't their primary plan. But it's figuring out, how do we stay existing? How do we keep rolling the die? How do we stay in the game? And this ties back to another part, which is managing expectations. And one of the challenges of producers is making sure that people on the team and external partners or funding sources or otherwise aren't caught off guard by reality. It is to, rather than say, okay, what's the most successful game or 2 or 3 in our category, it's looking at realistically, people had similar resources, similar budget, similar time, similar experience level. What are the actual outcomes that they achieved? And if it's not stellar financially, what other benefits in positioning or setup for future projects or opportunities did it get for them? There might be projects where the purpose of it is not actually primarily income or return. It's to set yourself up so you have an audience reach who are into strategy games. It's to set yourself up as a partner for an institution looking to hire people to do VR. It's to do something else other than, in the near term, maximum profitability. And in many cases, the first stepping stones towards that kind of direction begin in those ways to help set up partnerships and in kind of a staged approach that's different than going straight towards the obvious, which is assuming sales is already priority number one. One of the things that we showed a few times here, especially in the format of that spreadsheet for making a decision, is to try to make justified, rational-based decisions on something. It's the same thing we do with the feedback, with the testing forms. It's something where, rather than just having a gut instinct for this feels right to me, or I feel like we should go that way, it's trying to figure out, okay, well, on what information can we make a better decision than random? And occasionally, that even includes building into the process, trying 3 totally different things to then get feedback on which of these is the better one to double down in. But it is, what process can we assign to have a better thing to do than just what we feel like, or to validate assumptions before we put all of our weight into them. There's a good lens to apply across the board for which platforms we're choosing, which audiences we're trying to reach, what genres we're in. But it's figuring out, and again, just like in that form for that spreadsheet, those numbers were estimates. They weren't exact empirical data or something, but it was based in a way that was rational. It was based on some reasoning. It was based on a reason to go this direction than that. And the same thing will apply in picking out which business model to take, Same thing can apply in which topic to cover or which partners to invite to your podcast episodes, your YouTube videos, or your teams. And then lastly, the thing I want to end on is actually a point that it is, again, a difficult point to digest. Sometimes the specialist can have a bit of an idealist mindset that every programming problem should be maximally elegant and robust and perfectly solved, that all the writing should be flawless and go through a bazillion iterations. Part of what you wind up having to do is a big picture lens from the producer, or even a solo project, wearing that hat once a week or once a month to think from the big picture priorities, is that there is a gradient between perfection and flawed. And the optimal answer for many parts of the project may not be perfection. It may be a balance of compromises, where a lot of pieces that are 85, 90% as good as any one piece could be enables you to have more features supported that actually have a higher impact at the end of the day on the typical player experience. It may be the case that there's things where you can try to cut and iterate and improve upon bits and pieces, but at the end of the day, there's going to be some compromises in there that hold it together like glue that you can't fully remove from it. And it can be difficult, it can be uncomfortable, but it's just like there can be a best-selling novel that still has some typos in it, or a grammar error that slips through. There can be a movie that has, when fans look back 20 years later, silliness about the lighting angle or cuts, or why is there a truck in the background of a sci-fi movie? But those little compromises, if we are unable to accept any of them, at the end of the day, it won't reach people. It won't get done. The things that are real have some slight imperfections in them. We can be calculated about where those make the biggest difference, about where energy is well spent, but especially if we're time strapped or simply energy strapped or financially strapped, it becomes being clever about where are our energies, what are our bang for a buck trade-offs, where are the priorities. And again, every single piece may not achieve perfection, but you can't let that hold you back from doing a thing that becomes real in the world and exists with its flaws in a way that can actually make a difference for people. I hope that you found some of the concepts and techniques covered in this course helpful. Now, I want to end by giving you 2 of my audio programs in full that will help complement the material in this program. So obviously, a lot of the scheduling, we're thinking about what are the tasks we're tackling in which order. Well, these 2 programs, Self-Command and Self-Doubt, help you with 2 particular sides. The Self-Command will help you figure out a way to follow through on the task you mean to be doing now. And again, part of what's become so important as our process is that our attention is under assault all the time anymore, from big companies trying to get us addicted to devices and apps and other kind of distractions, and we need to be able to stay on task to follow through on a thing we're trying to do. And this is also a technique that we found has been especially helpful for the business development and admin side, where the work inherently may not always be super exciting and fun, or even as rewarding as solving puzzles in code, or making cool art, or composing music we're proud of. It's a lot of just stuff that has to get done, including sending some work emails, reaching out to people who we feel a little intimidated about and unsure if we're going to write back to us. But it's a way to help us stay on a task, to see through it. It's a whole framework of thinking about it. So that's what Self-Command's about. It's fully included. And then Self-Doubt, complementary program that kind of builds on that, is basically having worked with people for years using the Self-Command method, ran into questions, okay, well, why aren't you starting certain things? Why won't you even assign yourself the task? And there's a variety of different mental hangups and barriers that prevent us from trying new things or taking on a new skill. Self-doubt untangles those knots. So the hope here being that whether it's a business, whether it's a podcast, whether it's a YouTube, whether it's a game, whether it's some other skill entirely that you've been putting off and avoiding, well, self-doubt can help you untangle why, so you can build a schedule around it, overcoming the hurdles about why you were not letting yourself start something that really you had the ability, you had the situation, you had the opportunity, you had the technology in front of you. I know you do because you're here to do the thing you wanted to do. Helps you untangle that. And both those are included because I wanted to be able to complement the program material here with ways it's going to really help you unblock starting the stuff and seeing it through. And I also want to mention in there, like you'll hear in the programs, they're friends and family licensed, so you can even share those with other people in your life if you feel like it's going to help them out. Details of that in the program, but you can literally take the files and share it with them. It's not piracy, it's not stealing. I'm telling you can do it because I want those methods to benefit more people. And the way people wind up doing stuff right is either they've got some skin in the game because they've had to convince themselves to make a purchase, to acquire something, or in this case, because it came from you as a friend, they trust the input and feedback of, okay, well, they figured out this actually might help me. They kind of vouched for it. I'm actually going to check it out and they might ask me about it later. It makes a difference. But like anything else, having those resources won't help unless you actually use them. So listen to the audiobooks, or if you prefer to read the ebook versions that are also included. And lastly, if you listen to this course on a platform that has stars, ratings, thumbs up, or otherwise, I would really appreciate if you take a moment to do that. It helps me out, helps more people discover the benefits of these techniques and methods, If they've helped you, let someone else know about it, and that'll help them too. Thanks so much for following along. I hope you'll decide to apply these techniques to the method that at the start of this course you decided was the project you want to take on. Think about the fact, right, that it did not take us weeks to plan weeks or months to plan months. We literally did it in one sitting. You can, before you even get out of your chair, have come up with a rough sketch, a starting point, to put down your initial, build yourself an unsorted list. Figure out the interval you're going to be checking on your progress. Is it weekly? Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? How often are you making progress on it and checking on your plan, making adjustments? Sketch that out, have a starting point to start hanging new ideas on, starting literally from the next interval of it until you decide the date you're going to pick on the calendar, when you're going to have it done by, when you're going to have learned that skill, finish reading that book, finish building that product, whatever it is you want to launch. But keep building things, keep sharing things. I look forward to all the things you're going to build with the techniques that we've covered.